Oh yeah, I was supposed to be making this video. Whoopsie.
Dad, we did make it.
Yeah, I guess we did.
We did all right for a couple of goofballs.
Hi, I'm Chrono the Harlequin, and welcome back to Live from the Black Library, where today I'm going to be talking to you about the second part of The End in the Death Volume 3, a video I should have made way sooner, but got sidetracked with basically everything going on in my life. Sorry about that, guys. But to recap, and diving right in, let's first go over the things that happened in the first half of The End in the Death Volume 3, the very end of the epic Horus Heresy series. Much of the insane madness of the Siege of Terra has passed at this point, and as such, everyone has kind of settled into a very grim, grinding rhythm of warfare, as people just die in droves but almost nothing happens. Meanwhile, Euphrates Keeler has met up with a large group of survivors known as the Conclave, led by one Katsuhiro among other people. And they met up with Sigismund and his Templars, who are effectively waging a shock guerrilla war against the traitors, killing leadership wherever they can find it, all of whom would eventually make their way to the Hollow Mountain and attempt to relight the Astronomicon, which is helped by the fact that they actually have the Master of the Astronomicon with them as a refugee. In this, they would be aided by the Dark Angels who were holding the mountain to begin with ever since they were led there by Corswain, even though they had been infiltrated by some Dark Angels loyal to Luther, the beginnings of the Fallen. However, they would opt to work with the Imperials and keep their true allegiance hidden in recognition of the greater threat, that being Typhus and his Death Guard. Meanwhile, the Imperial Fists and White Scars are desperately holding the line against the traitors. However, the Blood Angels, after the death of Sanguinius, have all gone completely berserk, hard rushing the traitor lines, weapons out of hands, fangs bared, eyes blood red, and halting the traitor advance, thereby keeping the throne room, the very final piece of the palace, fully safe from the traitors. And speaking of the palace, Malcador the Sigillite is suffering, dying on the Golden Throne, his body and essence being scorched away as he desperately hangs on to try to keep the forces of chaos at bay long enough for the Emperor to finish off Horus, all while he is watched over by none other than the Primarch Vulcan and one or two remaining salamanders, who are instructed to, if things become fully untenable, which they might be now that they can no longer feed any psychers to Malcador to keep him alive, activate the Talisman of Seven Hammers embedded into the throne, thereby detonating it and destroying all of Terra. Meanwhile, Acte has merged with Cyrene. You really need to have seen the first part, I'm so sorry, to become one singular person, who was then instructed by Rogel Dorn to go and gather as many reinforcements as possible and rally them together for a final defense of the palace. Dorn, for his part, has linked up with Constantin Valdor and is making his way to the eye of a storm they see in the distance because they reason that must be where the Emperor is. And they aren't the only ones, with Alanius Persson and John Grammaticus making their way to help the Emperor in this 11th hour, having previously met up with the Emperor as he was gathering more and more power to himself, which had literally begun to put him in danger of becoming the fifth Chaos God known as the Dark King. They convinced him to give up this power and then parted ways with him as they went back through the Impossible City, that being the mix of the Vengeful Spirit, the Warp, and the Imperial Palace, created in all this tumult and chaos in both the Warp and the material world. They did this to go tie a series of knots made out of red thread that they had been following to get to this point, reasoning that since this place exists outside of normal linear time, they were the ones who tied that trail to begin with. So if they don't tie it, that'll effectively create a time paradox. However, they both reason that they have some things that could still help the Emperor, specifically a now repaired Athame dagger, which they go back to bring to him in order to help him. And speaking of the Emperor, he is currently engaged with a duel to the death with Horus, which has been taking place across, again, space and time. And I mean that literally. They have been moving across different times and places all throughout galactic history, fighting an intense psychic battle all while they pummel each other physically, eventually chasing each other across several different alternate realities and through various ominously named locations within the warp, finally culminating in what is essentially a Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle with tarot cards. And while the fight had been teetering back and forth up until this point, with the Emperor both gaining and losing the upper hand, he is now thoroughly on the back foot. But before we get back to that, we have to meet up with a few old friends, namely Azek Ahriman, who is currently in the Hall of Leng, that being the Emperor's personal library, with none other than Kirill Sinderman. And while Ahriman is there to basically try and get as much knowledge as he can before everything goes up in smoke, he ends up getting pulled into conversation with Sinderman, where eventually they start doing tarot card readings. And this now concludes the recap of everything that has happened in the previous video, barring a few things here and there like what's going on with Abaddon and other such people, but we'll catch up with them as we go. Meanwhile, Ahriman has basically started doing readings with Sinderman and Mauer, the palace guard who has been accompanying Sinderman this whole time, and they keep getting the same reading over and over again, that being the demon, the demon, the demon, the demon, the demon, no matter what they try. And this is the same spread that Horus was getting. When Sinderman and Mauer ask what this means, Ahriman basically explains that since they're in the warp, there's no real beginning, middle, or end, just sort of a now that is kind of everything at once, and that demons can die before they are born. Furthermore, he also explains that they're not really born, but in fact to just sort of begin and sometimes end, with them being best considered as vibrations in the immateria, often given form and focus in response to negative events in the material world, specifically anything with a very fiercely adverse emotional vibration, with him stating that this spread is being caused by something very inhumanly wicked. Now what's really interesting here is the fact that Ahriman is effectively in denial. He's still holding to that very clinical, learned idea the Thousand Sons had regarding demons and beings of the warp. And interestingly, his face to Sinderman and Mauer is actually like a glowing skeleton behind ghost flesh, something that he is completely incognizant of. And interestingly, Iskander Kaon of the Black Legion also describes Ahriman's face as being a giant screaming void, something that he is again completely unaware of. So that's very interesting. Ahriman is one of the smartest beings in the galaxy, but he is in full denial. After this, though, we then meet up with Rogel Dorn and Konstantin Valdor. At this point, Valdor is so grievously injured after all the fighting he's been doing that Dorn is honestly kind of in awe of how he is not just standing upright, but still walking forward. In fact, we get a lot of internal reflection from Rogel Dorn here, which is really interesting because he as a character does not feature that heavily in the Horus Heresy. Like, people joke about him just being like a brick of a human being, and they're not wrong, but here we get him reflecting on how he doesn't really know Valdor, or any of the Custodes for that matter, and he reflects on a lot of the differences between Space Marines and Custodes, the nature of their loyalty, and how a lot of the doubts that Valdor and the Custodes have had about the Space Marines have been entirely validated. He also believes to himself that he is probably the closest out of any of the Primarchs to the Captain General in regard to disposition, and probably even the closest to him personally, given how much effort the two have put in to keep the palace running and together over the course of the siege. Sanguinius and Jagatai were most of the time doing their own things, but Dorn and Valdor have basically held up the Imperial defense on their shoulders. But he also thinks about how he's not actually close to Valdor. He's not his friend, they're not even brothers, they're just, quote, inevitable allies. This isn't just very interesting in regard to how Dorn views Valdor, but also how Dorn views himself. He sees himself almost like a weapon, cold, unfeeling, that very precise instrument of the Emperor's will in the same way Valdor is, but he also recognizes that he's not there yet. And he doesn't seem to hold any sort of bitterness or resentment or any kind of enmity towards Valdor. In fact, it almost sounds like on some subconscious level he wants Valdor's approval. Also, he internally comments on how he seems to be compulsively thinking about the past, because when he was stuck in the maze for centuries, that was all he could do. So I think it's interesting and probably a really smart literary choice for them to not just move past that Ha, he dunked on Khorne in the labyrinth and got out. Another win for Dorne. But no, it's clear it actually really messed him up. And if we get into, say, the Scouring and look into the disappearance of Rogel Dorn, I think that would probably play a big part. Some stories will actually do this, where they'll have characters go to like another realm, or go into like some torture place thing where time is messed up, for the equivalent of like a whole human lifetime, and then come out and still be like young or even a kid again. Yeah, they are physically still the same age, but mentally they have aged incredibly. Like, Dorne is now centuries old mentally, and those were not healthy centuries. As he goes along, though, he notices that Valdor is literally limping on his spear, but again, refuses to stop no matter what, and refuses all help from Dorne out of hand until the wind of the storm nearly blows him over. Eventually, though, they do get within sight of the vengeful spirit and decide to wait for more custodies to show up so that they can regroup and move as a unit. And then they start talking about the Blood Angels, and Dorne tells Valdor that the reason the Blood Angels are going crazy is because Sanguinius is in fact dead, and the pain of that has driven them to this. And it's here we get a humanizing moment for Valdor. After Dorne holds up his sword and says, "I will bury this in my brother's heart," that being Horus, Valdor says, "He was," Valdor begins. Dorne stops and looks back at him. "I had time for him," says Valdor. "For Sanguinius. I could not help but like him, Rogel, though I tried my best not to." He looks at Dorne and manages a grim half-smile, "As I do with most of your lot." Dorne nods. "A fine requiem. From you." So Valdor, who has generally speaking been opposed and oppositional to the Primarchs in some form or another, even though he does work alongside them very well, finally does properly acknowledge that he likes the Primarchs to a degree. Specifically, we know he likes Leman Russ, we know he likes Dorne, and we know he did like Sanguinius. So while Valdor isn't really a brother to any of the Primarchs, he's more like a kind of older cousin, or perhaps like a really young uncle. Kind of like how if you have a large family with a lot of cousins, you might end up being an uncle to somebody who's only like 5 or 6 years younger than you. Eventually, though, they start making their way towards a stone archway, but realize they're actually horns on a 5-meter tall demon with a horse skull for a head. Something that punches the ground and nearly sends Dorne flying, but that Valdor dispatches just like that, even in the state he's in where he can't walk on his own. Like, Dorne loses sight of Valdor, then there's just like a brief flash of gold and the thing is dead. That is how dangerous Valdor is even now. And furthermore, Constantine then says to Rogel, "Let me kill him," in regard to Horus. And Dorne is immediately skeptical about this and just says, Constantine. But Valdor stops him and says, "I don't know what it is to have a brother, Rogel, but if I had one, I don't think I'd like to kill him. You don't want that blood on your hands or that guilt in your memory. I'll do it without sentiment." But Dorne can instantly tell that he's lying, and that while he would never admit it, he's doing this because he wants vengeance, namely for Sanguinius, because apparently his death has deeply distressed him. Now, part of the reason why I'm focusing so much on Valdor here is because in this 11th midnight hour, we see Valdor's human side. He is not the cold machine that he seems to be. He is very much capable of sentiment. And if you're capable of human sentiment, you're capable of human error. And I think that plays a big part in the fact that Valdor is named as being the King in Yellow in the Bequin series, also by Dan Abnett. That is why you need to relate these books so heavily to the Bequin books. It's the same author, and Abnett does a lot to try and tie them together. So all that he says about Valdor in these books will have extreme pertinence later on. Also, it's here Dorne tells Valdor that he did send a messenger to tell as many people as they could find to gather together for reinforcements. And Valdor says, "Hey, are you sure you trust this messenger?" To which Dorne replies, "I kind of had to, there was literally nobody else." And speaking of which, next up is Cyrene with the soldiers. And I'm gonna say this, I'm probably the least plot invested in her story aside from All and Jon, and they're gonna hold the palace against Horus's auxiliaries called the Maradin. However, Cyrene/Cat is basically arguing with Marshal Agathe, the leader of these men, because they are an artillery unit using field guns, and they can't really respond to this call to muster properly simply because they have no way to move their artillery pieces, and that is what they do. However, they do come to a sort of compromise and agree to try put out a message on the Vox. But there is a catch. The fortress they are currently holed up in is made entirely of black stone, which is called Noctilith, and it piques her interest, because she realizes that yes, it's normally used for psi dampening, but since the wards are all damaged or gone, it can actually be used as a psychic amplifier. So, even though it makes her very uncomfortable because she can feel sorcery, she does use it to send out basically a mass broadband psychic call for everyone to take up arms and protect the Emperor and stand against Horus. The message is thus: "Sons and daughters of the Imperium of Man, rise now. Rise up. By the command of the Praetorian, take up your weapons and advance. The Emperor stands alone at the hour of greatest peril. Take up your weapons and come to his aid. Protect him as he protects you. You are the shield of humanity. Rise together and stand as one. Stand at his side now or all is lost. Terra must endure. The Imperium must stand. Horus Lupercal must fall. The Emperor must live." I would like to mention one thing here. I call her Cyrene or / Cat Cyrene because this is basically two people, Cyrene, the Blessed Lady of the Word-Bearers, essentially fused on the psychic, mental, spiritual, and physical level with Cat, one of Alanius Persen's companions all the way back from Kalth, who have been with him across time and space to get here. The problem is, though, after this fusion, she starts referring to herself as Katerina Moriana. And the reason I'm not calling her that is because there's already a Moriana in play, Moriana Muhausen, who is one of Malkador's chosen and is there in the throne room with Vulcan, at least as close as she can be. The problem is, though, the reason that matters is because Moriana is someone who defected from the side of the Imperium before the First Black Crusade and became effectively a soothsayer and seer for Abaddon the Despoiler. Essentially, the highest-ranking human, one of the only humans, in the Black Legion. And for a long time, it was generally known that this was Moriana Muhausen, one of the founding members of the Inquisition. But there seems to be an issue because now it's suddenly not clear. Naming Cyrene Cat Katerina Moriana seems too deliberate. Not only is it confusing because they both have the same name, it's also confusing in the fact that we don't know who the real Moriana is, that being the one who is still active 10,000 years later, all the way up until the opening of the Great Rift, the one who betrayed the Imperium and now works with Abaddon. Still, though, I should reiterate, this is probably the least interesting subplot in the entire book. And getting back to that, we now go back to Horus and the Emperor, which is done from Horus's POV. At this point, Horus, after having whooped the Emperor pretty severely after their game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, holds him up and sees that his flesh is starting to, necrotize, and he's just limp and bleeding. He also comments on how he doesn't relish the execution. The battle he certainly took pride in. That was, what he was building up to for this entire time. That meant a lot. But the execution, no. However, the crowd and the gods want it, because as you will remember, they're being watched by the Old Four, as Horus calls them, and a horde of demons, all chanting the Emperor must die. Then we shift over to Leto, who is still guarding the dead body of Sanguinius from the demons scuttling forward to try and devour it. Also, it's interesting that he's using Mornidal, that being the sword of Horus Oxymand, which was given to Leto by Garvia Loken. So, now that Horus and the Emperor have stopped moving faster than existence and the flow of time, Leto can now properly see them, and he is absolutely kicking himself, thinking he should have done more, thinking that even if he was just immediately vaporized by jumping into the fight, he should have anyway, because now he has failed and his promise to Erda is broken. And he believes that even dying in the fight instantaneously would have been better than the regret he is feeling now. And part of this is because the Lupercal court around them is becoming more solid and real again, as opposed to that kind of liminal, partly Imperial Palace, partly Lupercal court state that it was in before. And it is absolutely massive. Basically, as the Emperor is dying here, the potentialities that caused these two spaces to exist in the same time are being narrowed, and as such, the potentiality of the Lupercal Court is starting to pass into reality. Because that is what Horus and the Emperor have been doing. They have been fighting and killing each other across different potentialities and realities. To this though, Leto basically reflects on the fact that he was wasting all this time fighting to protect Sanguinius's already dead body, and reasons, who fights for the dead? The only thing worth fighting for is the living. So he starts making his way towards Horus, who is now distracted, hoping he can fulfill his promise to Erda to save the Emperor. And on his way there, he passes one of the Emperor's tarot cards, the Space Marine. Here though, we then switch back to Horus's point of view, and he's essentially musing on what he wants to do. I'm gonna read this next part verbatim. The Emperor must die. Well, perhaps. It's your choice. You are your own master. You get to decide. And you don't have to do what the Neverborn tell you. That was the deal. You are no servant of chaos. Your father, weak, half-conscious, leans against you. You take his weight. He rests a hand against your chest for support. There's still time for your dreadful mercy, if you choose to exercise it. He has no more fight left in him. In this moment of submission, you get to decide the penalty. You can grant him the justice he never showed you, the revelation. You can share your gnosis with him, so he can learn how he should have treated his own flesh and blood. You turn him towards the waiting thrones. Let there be a last rite, a coronation. Better to end this way. Mercy is greater than execution. Compliance is better than illumination. Truth trumps silence. And an anguished eternity of understanding and penance on a hand-built throne far exceeds the brief punishment of death. Your court is assembled. It is now in session. You drag your dying father towards the seats of power and towards judgment. He leaves a trail of his life behind him on the floor, smeared splashes of centuries, and the powerless cards of his final, useless hand lie discarded where they fell. Uppermost, the Knight of Mendacio. The blood splashed on it almost obscures its ancient ritual image of an armored warrior, in profile, sword held upright at his shoulder, a new moon in the sky above him. So what Horus wants to do is actually keep the Emperor alive and inter him upon one of those thrones that he had built for the people he hoped would join him. As we know, and as we saw in the previous installment, he built 4 thrones, each aligning to one of the Chaos Gods to sit alongside his, to serve as a proper council of power to help him facilitate his rule. Because as we know, Horus never actually thought very highly of the brothers who had joined him, lamenting once before to the severed head of Pharasmanis that those who had chosen to join him were the least of his brothers and were in fact oftentimes broken monsters. But here, he would get the cream of the crop. What he had was a throne for Nurgle for Sanguinius, to free him from the degradation of his legion and his physical injuries, a throne for Tzeentch for Constantin Valdor, so that he could finally satiate his desire for knowledge and his innate curiosity, instead of just being a tool who does what it's told. A throne for Khorne for Rogel Dorn, who could finally be the warrior and the furious fighter that he wants to be, and a throne for Slaanesh for the Emperor himself, who would finally be free of the burden of responsibility that he has held for tens of thousands of years, finally freeing him to enjoy existence and the pleasures of life for the first time. As we all know, that was never going to happen, but now Horus seems like he wants to force the matter, at least for the Emperor. However though, the last tarot card Horus mentions as he's bringing the Emperor up to that throne is the Knight of Mendacio, and right after this sequence it cuts back to Garviel Loken. That's because everything relating, much like how Leto is related to the Space Marine card, to the Knight of Mendacio card, signals Garviel Loken. And what Mendacio actually means in Latin is a lie or falsehood, and it's the origin of the English word mendacious, meaning not telling the truth, or like habitually lying. And mendacity also means the act of not telling the truth, oftentimes habitually. So, the Knight of Mendacio effectively means the Knight of Lies. And hold that in mind, we'll circle back to it. Because at this point, Loken is moving through that weird ethereal realm he found himself in, guided by the light of Rubio's sword, which is, as we know, psi-active. Here, he can basically see the fight of Horus and the Emperor across all potentialities through the shadows that are being cast on the walls. The weak flames of his blade show him that the fight has almost run its course. On the snow-clad flank of some towering mountain peak, Loken sees Horus rip the Emperor's heart from his chest and let the golden corpse slide away, down the unforgiving ice. On the battlements of a mighty endless wall, bathed in sunlight, he watches Horus break the Emperor's skull with his maul. In the frozen depths of a winter forest, he glimpses a great lunar wolf tear out the throat of a Fenrisian rival. On the banks of a great river, he sees a warrior king strike down the chieftain priest of a resisting territory and leave himself with no new worlds to conquer. On some mausoleum planet, deep in the dry depths of a sealed tomb, he beholds pale death gradually disfigure the cadaver of a gilded monarch. In the channel of an abolished cathedral, he is driven back by the heat as the Warmaster burns his master to ash with his bloodlit gaze. So many contests, one single outcome. Horus hacks the Emperor to ribbons at the foot of the Eternity Gate. In the quietest corner of a stately park at dawn, a duelist, stripped to his breeches and muslin shirt, lowers his smoking pistol. An unquenchable black hole devours the white dwarf star that cannot escape its pull. Amid the barbed wire tangle of a muddy no man's land, a weary officer dispatches his prisoner with the crack of his service revolver. In a smoky, feasting hall, a ring-mailed usurper takes his axe to the bared neck of a conquered king. On the plasteel continent of a new spheric realm, a demon engine annihilates its omnissiah. Wild lightning tears down a tower so carefully planned to stand forever. Above windy steppes, a hawk strikes an eagle from the boundless sky. In a gloomy sacred cave, an angry son kills his father with a rock. Loken sees so many aspects struck down and dying, so many ends, so many deaths. Each aspect is falling, each multiplied facet of the duel is concluding, and as each one concludes, the facet containing it fades into smoke. Like I said, across all of time and space, this fight is happening. The Bronze Age, the early modern period, Viking times, the Neolithic. In some places they're at Terra, in some places they're hawks flying above the steppes. On and on it goes, and in every single one of them, Horus is winning. The window is closing, and Loken, helpless, is watching it all happen. So, with nothing else he can do, he goes down the boulevard that's in front of him, the sort of stone walkways where there are reflecting pools and bowls of dark liquid. It's a place of scrying. Specifically, scrying is when you stare into a medium to sort of divine signals and signs that could predict the future, like staring into a crystal ball. Like when you stare into a crystal ball, it's not actually going to show up like a smoke hologram of what will happen. You just see the way the light flickers and this and that gives you signs about what the future might hold. Allegedly, of course. But then, Loken realizes something. This is the water garden from the planet 6319. The planet that we first visit in Horus Rising, and the exact spot where Garviel Loken became a member of the Mournival, alongside Abaddon, Horus Aximand, and Tarek Torgadon. I haven't said so before, but I'll say it now. I'm so glad that the same author who wrote the first book is also the one writing the last ones, because he's able to create this just amazing flow. I've poked fun at Dan Abnett for some of his writing choices and characters, but he is a writer like none other. He is a genuinely incredible storyteller, especially with this long-term planning, across the Horus Heresy, those books he wrote, and the entire Eisenhorn, Ravner, Beckwin cycle. He is really something else. And here, Garviel Loken kind of takes a moment to reflect, and he thinks on how at that time, it really seemed like mankind was on the verge of greatness, not backsliding into whatever this is. He then realizes this entire realm, this whole reflecting pool Mournival place, was made by Horus especially for him, because Horus resents the fact that he is in the court here and now. Like when Horus literally saw Garviel, he comments into himself, "Oh, how a father's heart might break." Like him seeing Loken there was a low blow in his mind. In any case though, he reasons that this is here because 1, Horus wants to keep him busy, and 2, because Horus might be ashamed or embarrassed or sentimental to see him there. But if that is the case, he concludes that maybe there's hope for him. And in my notes here I just say, yeah, right. Like, Garviel, please. Like, let's face facts. However, since the place is on some level there to keep him busy, he knows what's waiting for him. Abaddon, Horus Aximand, and Torgadon, as I mentioned earlier. And then a voice tells him in Chthonic, the language of Chthoniya, give us your name. And he identifies himself as Luna Wolf, stating, "While I stand and breathe, the Luna Wolves exist." That is what Garviel Loken is. He is not a son of Horus, he is the last Luna Wolf. Then the voice asks him, "Who is your master?" And then Loken, smiling, says, "I can't say." Which is obviously a callback to the fact that the code word to get into those lodge meetings, the same lodge meetings that started all of this and first initiated the heresy, was "I can't say" when they ask you who you are and what you're doing here. I think it's really funny that through all of this, Garviel hasn't lost that sense of dry humor. He's just such a good and interesting character. He then realizes though, no, this isn't about delaying me. It's basically a trial to see if he has, quote, betrayed his oaths. Like, Horus is testing him to see if he still has some loyalty to the Luna Wolves and therefore to him. And he realizes that no, Horus is truly lost because he has no affection. And then he realizes that it's not even the Mournival talking to him. He turns and sees that it's several black centaurs with top knots that all have the face of Horus, with Sagittaries having become sort of a symbol of Horus in some form or another across essentially the entire heresy. And then one of them points at Loken and says, "Illuminate him." And we all know what that means. Next, we then shift back to Horus and the Emperor. "Sit with me," you say. "You kept no place for me in your heart or your mind, but I have kept a place for you, a throne and a crown of secrets. I do for you what you should have done for me." Your father makes no reply. You lead him, half limping, half dragging, across the chamber to the noble thrones, leaving a wet track of clotting centuries in your wake. He leans into you, frail, his hand against your chest. Is this, at last, the paternal gesture you have craved from him? Just a touch? No words, he'd never say it. He can't speak anyway. But whispers rise around you, querulous, dismayed, infuriated. What are you doing? This isn't what was supposed to happen. This isn't what was ordained. This wasn't the point. Hush, you say. They do not. Stop your whispers, you tell them, calling your father to his final seat. They look at you, the neverborn and the damned, and you read alarm in their faces. No, more than alarm. Horror. You're always whispering, you say. Whisper, whisper. It's annoying. Stop it. The whispers rise in intensity. They're angry, as though you have backed out on something, as though you have reneged on a deal. There was no deal beyond your supremacy. The whispers seethe, accusing treachery, heresy. Do not talk to me about heresy, you tell them. I understand this is a very, very intense moment, but the idea of Horus just calling all the demonic forces of the warp annoying right to their faces is funny. But what's even funnier is that last line there. Do not talk to me about heresy. What, you're gonna talk about heresy to me? John Heresy? Like, I'm sorry, that one did get a laugh out of me at the time. They're really, though, building up to this and showing Horus's honest-to-God kind of reluctance to be a true puppet of chaos. He really does think he's in control here, and he has his own plans for things. But here we can sort of start seeing a fraying between Horus with the intentions of the Chaos Powers. And it's during this gap we see Kaikaltis Dusk, that being the custodian, the Heteron companion who accompanied them on their way to the Vengeful Spirit. One of the few of them who came with them and survived Horus's mental attacks, but is now the only one left standing after all the others were vaporized as he became the Dark King. At this point, he is very heavily injured after having been thrashed around so badly, but he sees the Emperor, limp, held up by Horus, and realizes that he is still alive and that there is something left to do. Then he hears the echo of that voice saying the Emperor must live. And he realizes that if he's gonna die, which he wholeheartedly believes he is, there's only one place he wants to die, beside the Emperor. The only place a Heteron should even contemplate dying. So, he raises his sword and utters the first war cry of his entire existence. So he pushes through the pain and mentally thinks, some work of noble note may yet be done. The Emperor must live. I really, really like Kaikaltis Dusk. He has proven in the short time we've known him to be a very interesting and compelling character, but I do wish instead of him, we had gotten a different custodian, perhaps one that we were maybe a little more familiar with and had spent a little more time with, because we only meet him right before this. Still though, he's really good, I like him. Next though, we bounce once again back to Horus and the Emperor. And what he does here is lift the Emperor up ready to put him on the throne, not caring at all what the Neverborn want. Because what he wants is to give the Emperor a quote-unquote everlasting punishment. What he means by everlasting punishment is that he's going to illuminate the Emperor, tell him all the secrets he's learned from the warp, which are, in his words, far in excess of whatever the Emperor learned on Molech, where he himself entered the warp and seemingly cut a deal with the Chaos Gods that he reneged on. And in doing so, he's going to basically torture the Emperor forever with the knowledge of what he did and what he should have done. He will have to live forever, powerless on a burning throne of agony, with the knowledge of his sins toward his own sons forever present in his mind. At which Horus says, "It was never your father's power. It was what he did with it. He kept it all for himself, so you will illuminate him." That line coming up over and over again in Horus's internal monologue. It's not your father's power, it's what he does with it. It's not your father's power, it's how he uses it. And this is spoken in a mix of both admiration for his father's immense capabilities, but also oftentimes as a jeer, basically casting him as a sort of fraud. It then says, "Your father, at least, seems to accept your judgment. As you move his fractured final aspect onto the throne, his hand stays pressed against your chest. A tender touch that seems to say, he understands, and that he is grateful for your mercy in commuting his sentence. He will be with you forever, always at your side, father and son." With that simple touch, he expresses his appreciation of you, and for the gift that only you can give him because you are, still, no matter what, his first found child. The bond of blood, the bond of family, something the Neverborn can never understand. He finally acknowledges you. You realize that his hand upon your chest plate has grown warm. You can feel the heat through the serpent's scales. You look down. His face is drenched in blood. His eyes turn up to look into yours. They light up with white fire. The blast lifts you up, throws you across the infinite angles of the galaxy, and tears your soul in two. It's not your father's power. It's how he steals it. And here is where the fight turns, because Horus does manage to get up after being thrown, and he is really pissed. He says, "The vile old man proves treacherous to the very last. He abused your mercy to get his breath back. He used that tender, casual touch to draw power from you to replenish himself. Your father has deceived you, and used you. He has always deceived you and used you." The Emperor is up too, and his aspect is new. It's more hard and warlike than Horus has ever seen, and it is gleaming with stolen inner light. But Horus is like, you know what, it doesn't even matter, his war sword is on the other side of the court, I'm gonna get him, this is just gonna take a minute. Right up until he sees the Emperor start doing some weird hand motion stuff and thinks, ugh, here we go, more sigillite magic, only to feel his pauldron start feeling really hot. He looks down and then sees a sigil on his plastron with a time delay on it. Yeah, the Emperor basically sticky bombed him, and it detonates with the force of apparently a Reaver Squad's breaching mine. And then, while Horus is reeling, the Emperor starts throwing pentagram sigils at him like shurikens. Really big, burning shurikens. Horus deflects two with his maul, but the Emperor gets him through the plate and ribs with a third one. But since he can't use his talon because his shoulder and collarbone are shattered, he has to destroy the fourth with a beam of bloodlight from the eye on his chest. And then it says, "And while you were thus occupied, he falls upon you. He grabs Worldbreaker's haft with hand and claw and drives it down flat to crush across your throat. White fire spears from his eyes to blind the eye of Horus on your chest. You cannot fend him off with your dead talon. Face to face, your refractor shields and telesthetics spit and crackle and squeal on contact. You're pinned, but he is nothing like as strong as you, and has nothing like your mass. You twist, then roll, and throw him off. The three remaining pentacle sigils are still spinning, but they bounce aside. One hits the deck and sticks fast on one point like a throwing star. He has your maul. He tore it from your grip. You rise to meet him. You circle. He loops Worldbreaker with expert ease, the great maul whooping through the air. He swings it. You duck, and it fails to connect. He swings again, strikes you on the upswing, and knocks you onto your back. He loops an overswing without hesitation, bringing Worldbreaker down at you as you are prone. No mercy for a fallen foe. He wants to put you down and keep you down. You roll aside with a curse. Worldbreaker demolishes black floor tiles. You scramble up. Worldbreaker strikes you in the back while you are still half kneeling and knocks you on your face. The whistling maul comes down. You roll again, with all urgency, but it hits your belly plate refractors and caves them in. The next swing comes at your face. But by then, your ruined shoulder has reknitted. The talon flashes up and catches the descending head of the Maul with the boom of a firing bombard. Up you get. You lurch him backwards. He's gripping Worldbreaker's ferrule with both hands. You clench the Maul's head with your talon. You use the Maul like a rod to force him backwards. He tries to twist the haft to break your grip. You clench it tighter. Push and twist. Shove him back 2 paces, then another 2. Another lunge lifts his feet off the ground for a second. You rip Worldbreaker from his hands as he stumbles back unbalanced. You deftly toss the Maul from your talon to your left hand and catch it smartly. You spin it once. Where were we, Father? The Neverborn host whoop and shrill your name. What does he have left? He should have stolen more power from you when he had the chance. Why did he take so little? Ah, of course, because he did not dare take more. He knows his own propensities. If he had stolen more, he wouldn't have been able to stop. Like a chronic inebriate with no impulse control, he would have drunk himself mad from the Empyrean. He does not dare, above all things, risk the malazon of the Dark King. At this point, Horus basically just starts beating the Emperor to a pulp, and they start fighting across different angles of the warp again. Horus attacks him across the, quote, abstraction of plight, while the Emperor tries to parry and flee through the Forsaken angle. Again, interesting names getting thrown about that I think we'll never see again, but that do pique my interest. The Emperor tries to pull his sword to him to even things out, but Horus swats it away. And Horus mentally comments on how weak the Emperor is growing, to the point where it seems almost pathetic. The searing white light from his eyes can do nothing, and Horus grabs his arm so tightly, with the Emperor being so weak that he cannot break free of the grip, and just degloves his whole arm, ripping off all the skin and muscle down to the bone. So the Emperor, on his knees and with literally no other cards to play, tries to do some sigil magic. And Horus literally thinks it's a woeful effort. He might as well have just surrendered at this point. He lifts Worldbreaker to cave his head in, but thinks, no, that's too basic, it's too easy, it's too industrial, and it's the kind of thing Perturabo would do. He wants a flourish, so he punches his power claw forward, with just the index talon extended, right through his throat. His eyes bulge, and blood spills out of his mouth, and then he slowly pulls it back out, catching him as he falls forward. And then he thinks, he fought well, a stalwart recovery and a worthy enough rematch. But the end was never in any doubt. Those, again, are some of the most interesting moments in the fight when it comes to Horus's internal monologue, when he shows that sort of begrudging respect for the Emperor. What he does then is pick the Emperor up, well, honestly more scrape him up off the floor, and sit him on the throne. But the Emperor is just completely limp at this point, and it looks like he might just straight up slide out of the thing onto the floor. So Horus, with nothing but a nod, calls over the Emperor's 3 remaining sigils, those pentagram wards, no longer spinning like throwing stars but still really sharp, and uses them to pin the Emperor's legs and shoulder to the throne. This really illustrates just how powerful Horus has become, the fact that he is able to control the Emperor's sigils. It seems like he is in full control, in full faculties. However, something very interesting happens. He notices that the Emperor is just bleeding out onto the throne and it's dribbling out onto the floor. And then he thinks, there's symbolism there. A throne of blood. Something apt. You'll finesse it later, when you commit your testimony of this day to Remembrancer Olaton. Behold, you cry, the false Emperor. The demons squeal and howl, the old four approve. So will I deal with all tyrants and deceivers, you roar. The acclaim is so loud, you can barely hear your own voice. You circle the court, arms raised, a moment more, then turn to face the throne and finish the coronation. Your way is blocked. A figure stands between you and your gore-soaked, staked-up father. It is a small figure, breathing hard and pitifully damaged, but it is braced defiantly to impede your advance. It fixes you with a quite preposterously bold glare of resistance. By his will alone, gasps Kaikaltus Dusk. Now, the thing is, earlier in the Siege of Terra, when Horus was basically faking magical dementia in order to lure the Emperor into a false sense of security, he had been having visions of several people who are now dead, one of them being his personal remembrancer, Mercedes Olaton, who initially fled the vengeful spirit, right when this all kicked off in the opening 3 books, alongside Kirill Sinderman, Euphrates Keeler, and Aacton Cruz. Now you could argue that maybe he's just not aware of the fact that Mercedes Olaton died in the Solar War, but the fact remains he had not seen her for 7 years, ever since this all began, and yet his mind still goes back to her as his personal remembrancer, even though he has no reason to assume he would ever see her again. It's an indicator that there is still some fog in his mind, some veil cast by chaos over him that is still distorting in some form or another his perceptions. But then, there stands Kaikaltis Dusk, the Heteron companion who has come all this way, and he is literally shivering with pain, with literally nothing he can do, and he knows it. However, he says to Horus, "I defy you, the Imperium defies you." And Horus just looks at him and says, "With what?" He has this really dry, matter-of-fact wit to him that is apparently a thing on Chthoniya. However, with this distraction, Leto starts making his way towards the Emperor in the shadows behind the thrones, and he sees Kaikaltis Dusk facing down Horus, and he thinks, that's just madness. But what else can the man do? What else did I think I was going to do? Face this impossible monster? Throw myself in front of the Emperor to protect him? Die instantly? He then goes on to think on just how futile this all is. Like, in his words, this is a once-in-a-civilization event, and he, Loken, and Dusk are just the hangers-on who are effectively dragged in here like microbes. In fact, in his mind, it's a miracle how any of them are even alive in this place, provided that Loken is alive at all, because remember, Leto can't see him. He's basically been launched into a pocket dimension at this point, where he's now facing off against a bunch of centaurs. Here's the thing though, he realizes the court of the Lupercal is probably the single most hostile place in all of creation right now for life. Like, I might as well be standing on the surface of a neutron star, and yet here I am somehow still alive. How could that be? And then he realizes the answer to that might be Horus. There is some human part of Horus that cannot be divested from the whole that he has become, and as such, still needs conditions that are in some way conducive to organic life. So, he realizes this could well be considered some kind of weakness that might be exploited. But he would need someone who functions on Horus's level. He and Dusk can't leverage that kind of weakness, but the Emperor can. And now, since Dusk has Horus distracted, he's gonna try and free the Emperor, and he actually manages to get to him and start pulling out those pentacles one by one with his sword Mornadal. And he actually does manage to get one out of his leg, but he has to work fast because he knows Kaikaltis is not about to last long. And speaking of which, Kaikaltis Dusk says to Horus, "You have been tricked, Horus Lupercal," and Horus just says, "Dude, get out of my way," and they go back and forth like that for a little bit. Kaikaltis says, "By his will," and Horus interrupts him and says, "He has no will left. It's a wonder you're even standing. Get out of the way." Now, this might not come as a surprise to any of you, but Horus doesn't actually need to be asking his permission to move forward, and in fact, he could basically just vaporize him by thinking about it. But Kaikaltis realizes Horus is deliberately playing to the crowd. The demons watching this love this. They love to see someone's hope dashed and laid low. They want to see him killed so that he realizes all his efforts were for naught, because that's just how demons are. And Horus is effectively, much like a professional WWE wrestler, playing to the crowd and giving them what they want. Right up until Kaikaltis Dusk stops and hits him with, "You have been tricked, my son." And Horus just immediately looks back at him with sudden intensity and is like, "What did you say?" "I said you have been tricked," repeats Kaikaltis. His arms are quivering. He does not know how much longer he can hold the spear up or remain on his feet. Chaos puppets you. The old four don't need you to be the new emperor. They do not even comprehend such mortal concerns. They merely need you to kill the old one, to stop the ascension of mankind. You— and then Horus raises and points at him and says, No, run it back. You said my son. The voice you speak with is not yours." And Dusk says, "It's the only voice I've ever known. It's the only voice I speak with. Horus first found, listen to me, my distant son, you have been tricked." But Horus interrupts him and says, "The only voice I hear is the voice of, quote, the deceiver," and then just evaporates Kaikaltis on the spot. But as this is going on, Leto has gotten the second pentacle out, and is trying to get the one out of his shoulder, but it's like really stuck in there. He tries to pry it out with Mornadal, and his sword is literally starting to crack and bend from the effort. All the while, he's saying, "Wake up, Wake up, Emperor. Wake up, great lord. Your demon son is almost upon you. Rise before it's too late. Wake up now. Like, he's basically just begging him to get up. And then he says to him, wake. Erda sent me. She would want you to stand. She needs you to stand. However, it seems like he's out of time. Right up until we find out that Kaikaltis Dusk is still alive. Literally, in my notes in all caps, Dusk still stands, ? And he slurs out, by his will alone. And this actually rattles Horus. He's genuinely shocked that he's still standing. Sure, he's certainly much more injured now than before, which is saying something, and his breastplate is almost glowing red hot from the intensity of the blast. That's how hard Horus hit him. Horus, again, is literally shocked at this, but he realizes why it happened a second later, when he sees a little sigil that is not burnt on his armor, in what looks like to be a symbol of an eye that almost looks like it's finger painted on. It's the sigil of Malkador that he put on the two Heteron companions right before he ascended to the throne. He literally just licked his finger and then drew his eye symbol on their breastplates, and that kept Dusk alive. And Horus just scoffs, like, more of this damn sigilite magic. He's so sick of it. So he begins to recite all 610 names of Kaikaltis Dusk that are etched on the inside of his armor. And when he's 20 names in, Dusk starts swaying wildly as if he's about to fall over. And then Horus hits him with another blast that just explodes him into bits of Oromite, leaving literally nothing left. However, he bought Litu some time, and now the third pentacle is coming free, as Litu tells him, come on, Erda sent me to get you, come on, wake up. But then suddenly, Litu is just dangling in the air with his legs swinging, because Horus has picked him up with his talon, and is essentially just holding him there in his hand like he's a Joy Toy model. And Horus asks him, what are you? Litu doesn't really say anything, he just kind of struggles against the talon, but Horus says, no name to find, no blood to match, just a number. LE2. But you spoke a name. Erda. Did she send you here? Did she think she could intervene in this? And Litu starts saying she will, but then Horus stops him and says she will nothing. She's dead, and explains that Erebus killed her in the desert, and that Litu has failed in every task he was asked to perform. Right up until this moment, I completely forgot. He didn't know that Erda was dead. He didn't know she got killed by Erebus and Warhawk. Still though, upon learning this, Litu despairs, and Horus just flicks him away with a twitch of his wrist, hundreds of meters away. But when he comes to, he's dazed and concussed, with everything around him just seeming muffled and numb, and the only thing he's aware of is his grief. He's taking this really hard. But it says this. He opens his eyes. He can see nothing, except an enclosed darkness. He can't move. He begins to make out shapes around him. A high white arch overhead, made of smooth alabaster. A sheer wall to his right, faced in gleaming metal. There is a smell. It's a smell like nothing he's ever known. It's rich and cloying, and unlike any smell in material creation. The unique stink of the deep void, seared meat, hot metal, and melta fumes. The fragrance of madness, the odor of perdition. The smell is suffocating. His focus resolves, the shapes around him unblur. The wall of metal is not a wall of metal. It is the side of an axe blade resting on its edge. The blade is as tall as a mountain precipice. The arch is not an alabaster arch, it is the curve of a moon-white claw, like that of a raptor, curled up from a scaled toe, and over onto its tip. He is lying beneath it, because the curve of that claw is a kilometer high. It belongs to something. There are things around him. Things so impossibly vast, he can only see parts of them. The parts nearest to the ground, where they loom over him. He has fallen in among them, like a discarded bone from a feast table. He is lying in their midst at their feet. There are 4 of them. One turns its head, 1,000 kilometers above him, and peers down at him with glazed indifference. There's not even any point in screaming. So, seemingly, somehow, Horus literally just flicked Litu into the gods. I think this is to illustrate just how close and present all 4 of them are right here in this moment, but he basically just threw them into their court offhandedly, and they are so big that he's like quite literally the size of a small ant to them. And it's right here where the story shifts once again, except this time it's now back to Typhus and his attacks on the Hollow Mountain, being defended by Sigismund, the Dark Angels, and Keeler along with her pilgrims. Now, there's one thing that I really like about this book, and it's that it has better pacing than The End in the Death Part 2, because it will pull away from the main story, that being the fight between Horus and the Emperor, right when the tone has shifted and it's more naturally starting to lull, and it will switch over to a B-plot that is currently in a state of high urgency. So even though the main story is just one fight that is really, really long, it never really feels like it's dragging because the pacing is very well parted out. So what's happening here is that Typhus is attacking the mountain, and Sigismund along with the Dark Angels are falling back as they get continually swarmed by the Death Guard. And I know earlier I had said that the plotline with Cat Cyrene and Marshal Agathe and their troops in the Black Manse was in essence my least favorite part of the book in terms of how engaged I was. I would say this is a second because I do like Sigismund and I think the Dark Angels are interesting, but that story with the traitorous Dark Angels who are inside the Hollow Mountain and kind of grappling with their own morality didn't find much purchase with me, and I specifically read Angels of Caliban in preparation for this book just so I wouldn't be lost, and it still just really didn't do it for me. Like, I'll say in general, essentially the entire Dark Angels story arc for the Horus Heresy was kind of on the weaker side, but again, the saving grace here is that I do like Corswain quite a bit, so it's really good to have him here. Still though, the fighting is very, very hard pressed, and it honestly seems like the defenders might be done for, until Sigismund hears the voice of Cat Cyrene at his most desperate moment, imploring every loyal Imperial, by authority of the Praetorian, his Praetorian, to rise up and defend the Emperor, or all is lost, and that the Emperor must live. So Sigismund starts taking up the chant, "The Emperor must live," and others join him. Then, inside the Hollow Mountain itself, the Lord Cypher asks Keeler to bring everyone's focus back and lead them in prayer. Because when everyone had started praying when Typhus was attacking, there was like a brief spark inside the base chamber of the Astronomicon, and Cypher basically told her, whatever you just did, do that again. So she starts focusing everyone inside the Hollow Mountain in prayer, saying, "The Emperor must live. The Emperor is the shield and protector of humanity. But what is his shield? Rejoice, for I bring glorious news. We are. The Emperor is the light in our darkness. But what is his light? Lift up your hands and rejoice. We are. He walks among us, even in the valley of night, and we walk with him in defiance of death. It is reciprocal. We are souls bound together. We are together as one or we are nothing. The Emperor must live. Speak this with me as it is spoken to me. The Emperor must live." This is a sermon, and it's not just any sermon. This is, in essence, the first sermon of the Cult Imperialis, that being the religion of the Imperium of Man as we would come to know it all the way through to the 42nd millennium. And now again, it is back to Horus and the Emperor, and Horus is effectively basking in his victory, basically feeling like the galaxy is aligned around this point in time with his court at the center of all things. And in his mind, from what he sees, the four Chaos Gods acknowledge him in a way that the Emperor never did. So he makes a crown of chaos out of bloodlight, and when he turns to put it on the Emperor's head, the throne is empty, and he drops the crown from his hand as the Emperor stabs him from behind with that third pentacle that he has seemingly pulled out of his shoulder and is now wielding like a chakram. In his other arm, he has Kaikaltis Dusk's spear, which is so small to him that it looks like a single-handed phalx. And Horus, despite having just been stabbed, is more pissed than anything else, and he wonders why the Emperor just won't give up. It's clear to both of them that the Emperor cannot win. He is like broken, he has no fight or energy left in him, there's hardly any light in his eyes. So Horus shatters the pentacle on the next attack, so the Emperor switches to the spear in his ruined arm. He attacks him with his lightning claw, which has no lightning in it anymore, and the spear. And Horus just thinks he's only doing this to draw this out to take the shine off his victory. He refuses to just lay down and die because he knows that would be what makes Horus's victory truly complete, and he's just being a pain. He refers to the Emperor as a, quote, revenant despoiler, like the card or a bitter vengeful spirit. Yeah, that's an interesting wordplay there. And what's really interesting here is Horus's tone, both in the writing and in the audiobook, regarding this entire affair. He calls this an unpleasant pantomime, and says that his father wants his reign to begin in this bloody, unpleasant, messy business, and says this is just melancholy. You wanted this part to be over quickly, not dwell on the undignified necessities, because the Emperor is barely standing at all, and Horus is just basically keeping him at bay with like one finger. Horus wanted to either gloriously slay the Emperor himself in battle, or have him submit and be interred forever on one of those thrones and be with him by his side. But this, to Horus, just feels like being forced to put down like a mangy rabid dog. It's just unpleasant. And the vocal tone here, used by Jonathan Keeble, really makes Horus sound like he's a 20-something or like a late teenager who is just really fed up with his dad. Like, he says, how like him to do this. He has never let you be you, without his shadow falling over you, blocking the light, staining everything you are and everything you do, qualifying you, compromising you, compelling you. You have all the power, but somehow he is still there, still clinging on with his bloody, broken fingernails, still deciding how things should be, ruling your life. You suppose that when a life has been as long as his, it's easy to forget how succession should work, how the old is meant to give way to the new, how the healthy cycle of renewal should play out for the good of all. He has stalled that natural cycle for 30,000 years, and the fetid stagnation of that transgression is plain for all to see. All except him. He is blind to it. He is clinging to the past and all the way things have been done, but the past is a corpse. Let it go. Let it go. It's dead. There's no anger in Horus at this point. It's all just frustration. Frustration at what the Emperor is doing. And interestingly, the next thing he says is that this is all just mockery. In all of this, Horus is mocking him, mocking his mercy, and mocking the noble victory, his achievement, everything. And it says, he is determined to be as awkward and intractable as he can to ruin your day of days. That wording there I just find really funny, because it legitimately sounds like someone who feels like their sweet 16 is being spoiled by a shitty parent. He's just being so awkward. It's supposed to be my day. It's this moment here that I find so interesting because it shows that at the core of all of this, it was never about the Emperor's plans versus chaos, the anathema, the fate of the galaxy. Deep down, this was all really just about a father and a son, and their tension, their struggle. A father who can't really let go of authority and can't see the needs of his son. A son so desperate to break out from his father's shadow that he ends up making some genuinely stupid decisions out of spite. And interestingly, that same factor is why this fight is still going on. Horus could kill the Emperor at literally any time, but he just doesn't, because he wants the Emperor to accept his fate. He wants him to submit on the throne because death is too easy, and it won't be an admission on the Emperor's part that he was in some way wrong, which is what Horus really wants. He says, I could have killed you. I fought you because I wanted you to live. However, he can sense in the Emperor's tattered mind the truth as the Emperor allegedly perceives it, and it's that he didn't kill him right away because Horus doesn't want to. And Horus just stops thinking, does he really believe that? Is he that deluded? No, he was trying to demonstrate the wisdom of authority. You know, qualities like grace, restraint, and compassion that he believes will characterize his new rule as the next emperor, proving that he's going to be a fairer, finer monarch than the emperor was. He thinks power alone is nothing. Killing is a soldier's work, or the blunt answer of the inarticulate. Mercy and fairness are the instruments of true, worthy kings. But no, some part of the emperor's mind still insists that he does not want to kill him, just as some part of him does not want to do as the gods command. But Horus says, no one commands me, father, not anymore. That's what this damned war's been about. And the emperor thinks that if you believe that, you really have learned nothing. But then he bows his head, and Horus goes to pick him up and, again, put him back on the throne. But right then, the Emperor, seemingly having picked up that bloodlight crown Horus dropped earlier when he first impaled him with the pentacle, swings it into his face and splits Horus's skull with it opened. Here's the thing. Horus is so internally eloquent, but we can tell that he's wrong. The Chaos Gods do control him, And it is clear he is reluctant to kill the Emperor. Some part of him does not want to. That much is clear. And he even cannot perceive why the Emperor is still fighting, because he views this conflict, well, that is the reason it was started, as a conflict between him and his father to get out from under him, but the Emperor can properly sense what is at stake here. But with that moment of Horus getting stabbed in the face with a crown, we then switch back to Garviel Loken, still fending off the centaurs in the water garden at 6319. And he actually does manage to get one over on them all pretty easily, but it's not really the fight that matters, because he mentally comments that they fight beautifully, but he fights practically. What really matters is the dialogue here, because first he kills one of them, and then starts using its bow against the other two, ironically because Horus insisted that his men be able to fight with literally every kind of weapon conceivable, even primitive bows and arrows, so they would be ready for literally anything, to which Loken mentally internally comments, "Blame yourself, Lupercal," before opening up on the other two centaurs. He kills one and then wounds another, which calls him an Oathbreaker. And he reflects on the fact that he has not broken his oath in any capacity, because in his mind, specifically the oaths of the Mournival were not to be obedient to Horus and help him do whatever he was doing, but to counsel him and keep him honest. So while the Mournival did fail in what it was supposed to do, they didn't break with their oaths, or at least Loken didn't. And furthermore, one of his main oaths above all else was to uphold the truth of the Imperium of mankind, and Horus's truth has become opposed to that greater truth. So it's not Loken who is the Oathbreaker, it's Horus. And Loken comments, 7 years of horror, 7 years of loss, the greatest price we have ever paid for anything. I would give anything to undo what has been done. I would give anything to make it stop. To which the centaur mocks him and says, the Imperium is already lost, it's already too late. The world is over, everything's done, before Loken puts the last centaur out of its misery. What's really interesting about this whole sequence, because while it does seem like this entire centaur reflecting pool sequence is just pointless noise to fill up Loken's time and keep him out of the main throne room, it's more so about letting him reconcile and come to terms with all that has happened. Because Loken's whole life has been a complete whirlwind during the heresy. Like, he went insane on the planet of Istvan, then eventually his mind was repaired, and he would start working for Malkador and go on all these missions. Then eventually he ended up confronting Horus Lupercal aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Now he's back. Now he is once again back aboard the Vengeful Spirit confronting Horus. It's just been like one thing after another. So, us getting his internal monologue here, rationalizing that no, he is not a traitor to his oaths, and that while yes, he does certainly have affections for Horus Lupercal, the man he used to once look up to so much, his loyalty is wholeheartedly with the Emperor and the Imperium. This whole internal conflict has really been Loken's character arc throughout the Horus Heresy, and he is, make no mistake aside from the Primarchs, the main character of the Horus Heresy. So, us getting to see this, him working through his internal turmoil, him working through those old attachments is really important and something that means a lot. And speaking of really important, we now head back to the throne room with Vulcan. And for him, it's basically all over. He wants to say something brave or important to mark a moment like this, but he can't actually think of anything. And he tries to think like, what would his brothers like Guilliman or Sanguinius or Dorn or even Horus say, because they were all better orators, but even he thinks they would all be speechless at a time like this. And then he thinks, why even speak? No one's gonna hear this. It's not gonna be any rallying cry to rouse people for one last great feat or act of courage, and no one's gonna be there to write it down because he's about to blow up the planet. This is about to be the literal end of history. So, why even speak? He remarks to himself on how he's always really been more of a man of action kind of guy, and his last action is going to be to give the traitors nothing. So, on his way to the throne to activate the Talisman of Seven Hammers, he basically gives acknowledgements and due respect to everyone who has stayed with him through all of this in this scorching, literally heat-warped throne room. The lead tech priest who was there and is so injured he needs to be held up, one of the chosen, Moriana Muhausen, who is weeping, and the blistered and seared salamander who's been with him this entire time, as well as a Custodes proconsul. But that proconsul tells him that he can give them 15 minutes tops, but Vulcan says that's not gonna matter. Like, what are we gonna do with 15 minutes? And he also states that while it is Horus who has brought them to this ending, they are the ones who determine it. Basically, he makes the rules, but we make the calls. And it is going to be the ending for everyone, because he regards on how even his perpetual essence, because remember, Vulcan is immortal, won't survive such a total warp-based annihilation like this. However, he stopped at the last minute by one of the Silent Sisters who is still in the room, and she tells him to stop and listen, because she is actually deaf to the howl of the warp and can actually kind of hear other things. So everyone stops, and they all hear Cat Cyrene's message. That being the one she was told to relay by Rogel Dorn. You know, sons and daughters of the Imperium, rise together, stand as one, stand at his side. The Emperor must live. And they're actually shocked by this. In fact, they think it's probably Malkador's voice. But then Vulcan realizes it doesn't matter whose words they are, because someone, somewhere, either it's Malkador still being alive or someone out there sending this message, is still fighting. And if someone is out there still fighting, there is still hope and the possibility of salvation. And it's there we start to really see the effects of that basically transmission. It rings out across the battlefield, across the Outer Palace. Now, granted, a lot of people are actually too busy dying to hear it, even though it's echoing all across Terra, and a lot of people believe that they're either hallucinating or that it's another Chaos trick. But most people do hear it, and to them, it's simply known as the Praetorian's ultimate command. And it should be noted, it's not like a clear order in any capacity, it's not a promise of salvation, it's not any plan, it's not anything other than just the idea of resistance, coming from Dorn to give people one last wind, that last little inch of strength they need to put their heads up one more time and take a few more shots down range. To some who hear it, like Fafnir Ran and Zephon Sorrowbringer at Lost Hasgard, it is more than they ever dreamed to hear again. The frail hope it brings far exceeds anything they thought they could ever hear in what remained of their lives. For they had accepted death and consigned themselves long since. It put strength back into their arms and power into their blows, as they, and those few living souls still standing with them, oppose the overwhelming tide that has washed any trace of Hasgard Fortress away. None of them expect to live to see the hope realized. The voice is just an inspiring comfort as they strive to negotiate the highest prices for their lives. To others, like Maximus Thane in the splintered plazas of the Inner Palace, assailed from all quarters by baying desecrators and the deluge of rout, it is a bitter, heartbreaking call that has come far too late. To others, like Archamus, second of that name, in the field command of the Palatine Catastrophe, or the seniors of the War Court in the besieged and smoke-choked hegemon, it is a final, tantalizing promise that makes them turn to their charts and cogitators one last time, and search for one last ploy or counter-move or gambit that could, by some miracle, overthrow the incontrovertible predictions of defeat their data has produced for hours. Even at the very source of the voice, at the desolate Black Mansion, hope is dying, stillborn, for the archenemy has heard the call too, and turns towards its source. The hosts of Chaos and Neverborn, offended by the words, emerge from the horizon's smoke, barrel banners high, and begin to converge across the endless tracks of mud to crush Agathe's last redoubt and silence it. She sees them coming, from every point that her compass can no longer identify, and orders her gunlines to load and prepare. War makes noise. Its death song is deafening. Across the territories of its madness, the voice is, for the most part, not heard at all, for it is drowned out by the booming hymn of the Red. Or it has been lost in the slothing whispers of Neverness, which have been a constant murmur since the war began, and now rise to a crescendo. The Neverborn whispers are incandescent with outrage. There is nothing that enrages them more than to see the generous gifts of Chaos shunned or spurned. To witness the bloodlit crown, the greatest honor that Chaos can bestow, rejected, is an insult that fires them with rancor. To see it abused as a weapon, its generosity defiled, turns the whispers into shrieks. The Emperor hears the voice. Though the Neverness storm rages around the walls of the Lupercal court, it is a tiny thing, one grain of sand in a desert storm, one murmur among the trillion screams. It is not enough. nothing like enough. It is not the shield of humanity that will fortify him to triumph or replenish his ravaged body, but it is enough to allow him to stand. The bloody, bloodlit crown in his hand. It is enough to force his first found son into blind fury. The master of mankind has lost, but he can yet deprive Horus of his triumph. He will force his son to kill him, for better the death and loss of everything than eternity at his side as a grinning puppet regent of the Old Four. So at this marker, we are now officially 2/3 of the way through the book, and in my opinion, I think the fight with the Emperor could have been spaced out a bit more, and the other stories could have been, I think, a little better interspersed between, because it does kinda drag in some places, but that's not like a huge complaint. Like, maybe instead of chopping it up so much, they could have been bigger chunks in between, but I still think it was pretty well spaced out, all things considered, given how much was going on. This criticism is mostly just like a, if I had to think of something to criticize, it would be that. But all in all, this book has been really good thus far. And now, with that, we return once again to the fight between Horus and the Emperor. And this part literally opens with Horus putting his face back on, because, again, the Emperor basically split his head open with the crown. Like, the front of his face is so ruptured that he's worried his power is just gonna start spilling out. So he literally puts his head back together, and resolves to keep his composure, because he knows what the Emperor is trying to do, trying to goad him into killing him to sort of gain a more or less Pyrrhic victory over him. And again, as previously stated, Horus actually admires this in him a lot, and that's something that I find really cool, because he can still acknowledge how worthy the Emperor is. He says, his unwavering strength is the reason you love him and despise him. You are his son, so you have inherited his character and his traits. This is reassuring. If he is strong, then so are you. You will not give up either. You will not bend or break. You will remain resolute and patient, those hallmarks of a truly great king, and not given to the homicidal coal of anger that burns in your heart, the impulse to shred him apart in a welter of blood for his insolent perfidy. So it's very clear here the fight between Horus and the Emperor has settled into a very rhythmic back and forth, with Horus trying to get the Emperor to accept the bloodlit crown and submit, while the Emperor keeps trying to goad Horus into killing him. And to that effect, the Emperor shatters the crown in his hand, but Horus says, I can make another, I can keep making them until you are just too weak to shake them off your brow. You see, at this point, basically anybody else would think, you know what, just go ahead and kill him. If you win, that's clearly not gonna happen. But Horus is effectively kneecapping himself because he's so committed to this. He is so obsessed with this. It wasn't a war to claim the Imperium for him. It wasn't about the war. It was about this. Hell, it wasn't even about his confrontation with the Emperor. It was about him confronting his father. That's what this was all about. And that becomes very clear here with this next passage, because Horus tells the Emperor that he can take his pain away, because if he persists, only pain awaits him. But Horus is willing to spare him that pain in the way the Emperor never spared Horus his pain. And he says, you can tell he thinks that you know nothing of pain. On the contrary, father, I have been the surrogate of your pain. I was born to channel it, just like all my brothers. We were made to bear your pain for you, and suffer it on your behalf. One by one, we all discovered this. Some, like Ferris, understood it too late. Some, like Conrad, are broken by it, or are driven into madness to escape it, like Lorgar or Fulgrim. Some it has compressed to the dullest metal, like Perturabo or Lorgar. Some flee from it, like Russ or Jagatai, hoping they can outrun it. Some, like Magnus and Rabute, strive in vain to please you so that you might take the pain away. Some, like poor, naive Sanguinius, think they can spare you by accepting it completely. Only I have defied you, you tell him. Only I have turned and said that I reject you, for it is no way a father should treat his sons. Only I have the strength to condemn you and return the gift you cursed us with. You should be proud of me, for I alone have exceeded your wildest expectations. He is not listening. A father, it seems, cannot bear to hear when his son enumerates his failings. Will you be the same when the time comes and your sons turn to you with their discontents? Not the sons you have, for they, save one, have embraced your outlook and would never think to question your decisions. They are but drones, toys of war, sired only to fight and not to think, so they will simply do your bidding and never form an opinion that matters. No, the sons you have yet to father, the pantheon of Primarch sons, and daughters too, that you will sire and bring into the world, your never-born children of ageless wisdom and endless power, who will rule the provinces and domains of your realm until the stars go out. They will be transcendent, and they will supplant the boorish, single-minded simpletons who were spawned from your genetics and currently call themselves your sons. Their time and their purpose is done. The dynasty of sons and daughters you will nurture after this will be sublime wonders, and you will love every one of them. Of course they will listen when they raise complaint, for they will be your equals and your blood, and you will gladly respect all issues they might bring to you. Though there will be none to answer. Ever. No child of yours will ever confront you, for you will never give them cause. You will never make errors. You will be perfect. Make no mistakes. That's what your father taught you, and it's the only thing he ever taught you that you intend to honor. When I was listening to this audiobook, there were several moments where I had to just stop, pause the play, and just stare at my phone for a second. And this was one of those moments. Because 1, the reveal that Horus wanted to father his own Primarch sons and daughters too, is huge. His endgame plan was literally to just basically do what the Emperor did. It's weird why he thought he would need that, because the galaxy is already more or less conquered at this point. Everyone left is gonna have to bow to Horus if he wins, especially if he has godlike power. He wouldn't need Primarchs to conquer the galaxy in the way the Emperor did. This would literally just be to have family. But in having that new family, he would discard his entire legion and the other Primarchs who are his brothers. He would ignore them completely, possibly even take them out of the picture if they wouldn't respect being sidelined, which they wouldn't. And when he says all except one, he's referring to Garviel Loken, who he does still love and want to bring back into the fold, because he wants someone who can disagree with him. Yet at the same time, he makes it clear that he mentally cannot handle being disagreed with. Well, I would never do anything wrong. No one would ever question me because I would never give them a reason to. People who think like that do end up getting things wrong and get questioned for it, but they just assume whoever's questioning them has turned on them or they are the one who is wrong. That's always what happens. You know, kind of like how the Emperor was not good at taking criticism and wouldn't listen to others, not even Malkador at times. So, is Horus really that different? And furthermore, the way Horus talks about his own sons, the Legion who carried him through the Great Crusade and the Heresy all the way to Terra by way of their blood, sweat, devotion, everything they could give. He basically just dismisses them all as dumb, mindless brutes who are made to be discarded and whose purpose has run its course. That is shockingly similar to how the Emperor must have viewed the Thunder Warriors, who he had disposed of. They carried him as his very first ever super soldiers all the way through the Unification Wars, which took almost 1,000 years. And yet, when the time came for something better, something more in line with the future he envisioned, he didn't hesitate to have them destroyed and cast aside. And yet still Horus claims some kind of moral high ground over the Emperor because, well, he just is. He's a god, and gods don't make mistakes. However, here he is exhibiting the beginnings of those same toxic traits, except I would honestly argue even worse, because he's been on the receiving end of these things. He knows how bad it gets. But again, here he is, basically speedrunning the Emperor's worst qualities in real time in front of us. And in the end, they were very much alike. So, as they begin to fight again, Horus effectively lets the Emperor get a few good hits in, so that he can make a show of just not caring that the Emperor got a few good hits in. He lets the warp heal himself, draws more power into himself, as a way to show the Emperor that this is all utterly futile. Literally just showing that this battle is only happening because Horus is letting it happen. In fact, he mentally comments on how he's letting this fight happen because the Emperor seemed to need it. Basically, he had to essentially get it out of his system. It's actually ironic. Horus started this fight out sounding almost like a petulant child, but now he sounds more like a somewhat tired but generally understanding parent of a young child, basically saying, Just let him tantrum it out, he's gonna wear himself down soon, then we can put him to bed. Like, Horus is not even fighting back at this point. He's just only throwing out a few hits here and there to make the Emperor duck and dodge to basically tire him out quicker. And there is a reason for this big personality change in Horus that we've seen over the course of the fight, and that's because they have been battling for 1,000 years at this point. Literally. For them, because since time is all messed up and not congruous at this point, they have been fighting for 1,000 years. And Horus comments, "This fight has gone on for 1,000 years already, it will last another 1,000, another 10,000, another million if needs be. You have all the time you need." He then comments on how he can literally see the exhaustion and misery hanging on the Emperor like a cloak. It's really starting to wear him down. Because as Horus says, he is a warp-attuned creature with great power who has been rightly feared his entire existence, but his power is still finite, while Horus's is infinite. He says, "You control your rage. You bite back physical pain, for it is transient, and you let go of any resentment, for it serves no purpose. He bruised you when he first arrived and seemed to look through you. It hurt when he would not acknowledge you. You are past that now. You have been maturing all this time, and the stages of your duel have allowed you to learn and grow into your new self. You are calm and sanguine. You understand now that when he came to your court, he ignored you because he was scared. He hurt you because he didn't know what else to do. He did not acknowledge you because you were no longer you, and he did not recognize you. He saw what you had become, a fathomless power that he could not compete with, and he lashed out in petty ways to wound you like any frightened soul cornered by the Absolute. You are past that now. You have become one with the divinity invested in you, and he has lost. It's not your father's power. It's how you grind it out of him until he begs you to relent." In fact, Horus is so powerful at this point that when the Emperor tries to melt the deck in order to drop them down through the levels of the ship, Horus just doesn't fall, because everything in that place obeys his will, including the very air that literally holds him up, and gravity which is, quote, anxious not to offend him. He then goes and starts throwing the other thrones at the Emperor. First, he throws the one that was meant for Sanguinius, commenting wryly on how he won't be needing it, but the Emperor destroys it with his sword. Then he throws the ones for Constantine and Rogel too. He's able to destroy the one for Constantine with essentially the very last ounce of strength he has left, but he has nothing left to stop Rogel's, so it just smashes into him and flattens him. So, with the Emperor literally knocked on his back, not moving, Horus begins fashioning a new Bloodlight crown. However, then something strange happens. Reality splits open in your path, and a man slithers out of the material tear like a newborn lamb from an amniotic sac. An odd, belated arrival. The man is just human. He steams with immaterial vapor, and he is wet with thawing interstitial ice. He stinks of the distances of empiric space, as though his journey has been wayward and long, from one end of time to the other. Has he come to kneel at your feet? He is dazed, disorientated, confused by the abruptness of his arrival after a voyage so long. He looks up at you, an instant of recognition, a fleeting moment of shock as he realizes where he is. You see the sudden and utter terror in his eyes, and know that it is fully justified. He has made a tragic mistake of navigation and a colossal error of judgment. You feel sorry for him. Except I just lied and deliberately misread that entire passage. Because it's not he, it's they. At this juncture, at this critical moment, here out falls Olanius Persson and John Grammaticus. And this brings us to Part 10, Chapter 12, simply titled The Guardsman, and all takes one look at Horus and says, "Oh God." Interestingly, this isn't the only time he's seen Horus, because as you'll remember in the book Know No Fear, when the invasion of Kolth first kicked off, thus dragging the immortal Olanius Persson into this war, he had a vision of himself standing in front of Horus Lupercal, right here at this moment in this throne room. Sure, some of the context was different, but it is right here and now. And he, being Catholic, actually mistakes Horus for Satan, immediately grabs his rosary and says, "I renounce you, evil one." So, point aside there, I was actually a little disappointed that he didn't say that again here, but it's whatever. And beside him, at that moment, John Grammaticus starts shaking in abject terror and starts whimpering in inarticulate distress. Very true to form, Jonathan, thank you. And it is at this point that John Grammaticus does something that pissed a lot of people off. He says a word. No, not that word. He says a single word in Enuncia that he has been hanging on to throughout most of the siege of Terra at Horus. And this one word is so powerful that it literally lays Horus out flat. After John says the word and Olanius Persson comes to, he sees this. 40 meters away, across the derelict chamber, a huge dark mass lies on its back. It is smoking, as though a fire has been left to smolder inside it. Black warplate is cracked and splintered. Nearby, a war maul longer than all is tall lies on the scabbed deck. It fell when its owner was thrown backwards by John's single word. "I don't think it's dead," John is gabbling. I don't think it's dead." He's frantic, pawing at all as he yanks him to his feet. He's talking so fast, with such a level of panic, all can feel the droplets of blood flying from John's split lips hitting his cheek. So, to recap, John Grammaticus, someone widely regarded as the most annoying factor in the entire siege of Terra, has just done more damage to Horus than the great angel Sanguinius did selling his life. Moreover, it took everything the Emperor had and then some. The Emperor of mankind to put Horus on the back foot and start actually hurting him in any meaningful capacity. Yet John Grammaticus, with the usage of one single word of Enuncia, puts Horus down on his ass. And not just that, has him out cold. He has him dead to rights. Like, it takes a pretty solid amount of time for Horus to actually scrape himself up off the ground here. And if that's the case, if it's that powerful, why doesn't the Emperor have any Enuncia on hand for his own usage? Because he clearly isn't the kind of person to pull punches unless he really needs to, and other people have been running around using Enuncia all willy-nilly, and don't give me that, "Oh, it is forbidden power, and it's, oh, so dangerous." No, I think the things going on here are clearly more dangerous, and the Emperor will literally keep anything on hand locked in a vault to use if he really has to. He just doesn't share it with others. And bear in mind, John Grammaticus found this word because he was privy to a vision from All's memories back in ancient Babylonia, when a tower was created containing essentially a full lexicon of Enuncia. So, in that 30,000 year span between the fall of Babylon to now, the Emperor has not unearthed any Enuncia and is just not holding it in his arsenal when it's this effective. And we get warned about this big backlash from Enuncia when literally all John is dealing with after using a word that all but bodied the single most powerful living being in creation at this moment is some bleeding lips. Buddy, I live in Canada. That happens to me every winter. I don't know, man. For some reason, Enuncia is just so weirdly scaled and so busted to me. It's really hard to make, like, heads or tails of. However, John Grammaticus is basically shaking all at this point and begging him to just run and leave. He's basically just repeating that thing's not dead, come on, it's too late, we failed, let's just go, let's just run. All the while, Olanius is trying to wake up the Emperor. But John is basically hysteric at this point, begging him to just leave with him. And I don't understand that, because where are you gonna go to? You know what's at stake here, you know what happens if Horus wins, so why are you even thinking about running? Where would you go? Like, sure, I get he's a little hysterical at the moment, but like, what are you gonna do? Regroup and try to stop Horus another way? It is literally all or nothing. So why would you leave? That being said though, All basically says to John, no, we have to do this, and the Emperor starts to stir, like his eyelids flicker, and they both realize, oh snap, he's not dead. And to that effect, Olanius convinces John to take the ball of twine they brought with them and complete the trail of knots they needed to get to this point as their pathway, because if he doesn't do that, again, it won't close the paradox, and they will have thusly never got here and never been there to help the Emperor, blah blah blah, time travel, you know how it is. And it's at this point that John wishes All goodbye, saying, I'll see you sometime. and all nods, and then it says they'll never see each other again. Now, again, I'm sure that would probably be very serious and heart-wrenching if I liked these characters at all, which I don't, so it just kind of comes across as unintentionally funny. There's a few moments in this book like that, and this is one of them. So John leaves, and Horus is still unconscious, leaving us with just Olanius Persson and the Emperor of Mankind, for the first time in God knows how many tens of thousands of years. And even though the Emperor is also more or less unconscious, Olanius Persson has a heart-to-heart with the man he quite literally stabbed in the back all the way in ancient Babylon. All kneels back down at the Emperor's side. There has been no further sign of life. "I brought this knife," he says, as though resuming a casual conversation. "It's... well, you'll understand what it is, I'm sure. You'll feel it. You can use it. I think it might be the only thing you can use. Here." He holds it out. There's no response. He tries to lift the Emperor's hand, but it's too big and too heavy. He settles for pressing the knife into its grip and trying to close the armored fingers around it. The knife looks so small in that hand. Ridiculous. "So, you've got it now. All you have to do is wake up. Be alive. Be alive and get up. It isn't over. So I'm really hoping, you know, that you can hear me and that you're going to get up any second now. Get up." "Oh, come on." He sits back. "We had a plan," he says. "Remember? You had a plan. A great big plan. It still matters. I'm gonna help you with it. You asked me to. Do you remember that? You asked me to help you get it right this time. Advise you. Keep you true. Keep you moving in the right direction. And I will. I will. This time. I promise you. Not like before. I'll stand right beside you and I'll help you make it work. For everybody's sake. All you've got to do is get up." He breathes hard. He can feel the pulse thumping in his neck. "Please, friend. My old friend, please." All looks down at the knife to make sure it hasn't slipped out of the slack fingers. He sees something on the deck, covered in a thick layer of dust. He brushes the grit aside. 2 cards from the Imperial Tarot. Dropped. Discarded. Both wafers are scorched around the edge. He picks them up. The guardsman, stalwart with his rifle. The lantern, sending its frail beam into the night. "That's you and me then," All says, looking at them. "You and me." He lays the lantern on the Emperor's dusty chest plate carefully. He stares at the guardsman and then tucks it in his breast pocket. "All you have to do is get up," he says. He can suddenly feel his left eyelid fluttering. Something stirs. A skitter of loose debris. A scrape of metal. The Emperor is as still and silent as before. All looks behind him. Across the chamber, the black shape is shifting. It twitches like a scarab on its back. It stirs. Horus slowly sits up and hauls himself upright. Horus rises. Horus stands. Black bone and blacker light fume around him, repairing and restoring the burnt materia of his war gear and his flesh. He is as terrible as before. More terrible. More awful. Unbearable, a black mass lit from within by a ghastly, bloody light. He takes a step forward, then another, his pace increasing into a stride. Each footstep shakes the deck and rings out like a falling tank. All gets up. "You have to wake up now," he says urgently. Horus approaches, wordless, furious. "You really have to get up now," All calls. "Please, get up. Get the hell up." Horus is closing. The War Master reaches out a huge hand. The immense maul scrapes across the deck with a shriek and then flies straight into his grip. All steps forward to face him. He puts himself between the Emperor and the oncoming monster. He pulls his las rifle off his shoulder, arms it, and aims it. He knows there's no point, but it's better than nothing. "Get up now!" he yells over his shoulder. "Please, get up now!" Horus is just meters away. He's not slowing down. All pulls the rifle against his cheek, flexes his grip, and settles his finger on the trigger. "No further," he yells. "Damn you, I won't let you touch him." Horus keeps coming. All opens fire. Full auto. Sustained. The las bolts flick and spatter off the black warplate like candle flames in a night wind. Olanius Persson is still firing when the talon of Horus reduces him to a drifting red fog. And so, the legend becomes real. People have known for decades now about the story of Olanius Pius, the lone guardsman who stood between the Emperor and Horus, and died for his efforts, only for this death to spur the Emperor on to finally strike down Horus, seeing that his son was truly lost. However, it's been very clear for a while now that that was not going to be how this plays out. It was going to be a lot more complicated than that. I mean, why would a lone random guardsman just be there on the vengeful spirit like that? It didn't make sense. So, a lot of theories were actually floated, and I made a video myself almost exactly 2 years ago regarding all the possible candidates for quote-unquote Olanius Pius. That being Olanius Persson, the Emperor's old immortal friend and the first ever War Master who was dragged into this battle all the way back during the invasion of Kolth, and who, being one of those old Catholic believers still alive in the galaxy, was given the nickname by those who knew him as Old Olanius Pius Persson. With other possibilities being Garviel Loken, the space marine now accompanying the Emperor on this final daring expedition, and to a lesser degree Katsuhiro, that being a guardsman we had been following since the beginning of the siege, who had gone through this journey of being a terrified conscript, to a proper soldier, through to a member of Euphrates Keeler's conclave. So he really did fit the bill, in I guess maybe earlier parts of the lore, of somebody who would have filled this position. But Katsuhiro did kind of fall out of the narrative and become way less important as the siege dragged on. And there was also another problem. How would the general public know about the story of Olanius Pius if it happens here in the final fight with Horus aboard the Vengeful Spirit? I mean, there was no one to document this down, and a lot of people don't even properly know about what happened between the Emperor and Horus. Most of the Imperium is very vague on the details about the Emperor's ascension. However, we got our explanation for that in the book Saturnine, where one guardsman by the name of Olanius Ollie Piers held off a charging World Eater with his comrades to save a flag with the Emperor's face on it, only for a Sister of Silence to intervene and save them. However, he would convince the Remembrancer along with him to actually write a story about how, don't say it was just one World Eater, say it was Angron, no, say it was Horus, and don't say it was the Emperor's image, say it was the Emperor himself. And when asked why he should do that, he says it's because it's good for morale, and soldiers always lie, it's how they deal with the horror. So this story, even if people know it's not true, would help lift people's spirits up, and eventually that Remembrancer does just that. So it shouldn't be surprising, given the lack of what people know, this story ended up catching on. And it shouldn't be too surprising to think that that soldier's name, Olanius Piers, would eventually become Olanius Pius, kind of like how Joan of Arc was never actually called Joan of Arc during her lifetime, or I should say the French version, Jeanne d'Arc, because that only really showed up 24 years after her death. During her life, she was called any number of things. Possibly her name could have been Jeanne d'Arc, or Jeanne d'Arc d'Arc, and she was called in letters by Charles VII, Jeanne de Domremy, and this would become Jeanne d'Arc in France, and then become truly globally popularized in the English language, Joan of Arc. Also, it should be noted, there was often a lot of debate regarding what Olanius Pius would be, if he was a regular guardsman, if he was a space marine, or if he was one of the Emperor's beloved custodians. However, we've kind of seen all three of those things set up, with two space marines, Litu the prototype space marine, and the ever-important Garviel Loken, who I did also personally speculate as being a candidate for Olanius Pius, making their way to the throne room with the Emperor to confront Horus alongside a Heteron companion, Kaikaltus Dusk. And Kaikaltus Dusk actually did die in that manner, standing between the Emperor and Horus, defiantly, and selling his life for his master. So in that regard, it was a custodian. However, I think it's safe to say this is the proper fulfillment of the death we were promised so many decades ago. Olanius Pius dying for the Emperor against Horus. And I'm gonna knock this out of the park now. I'm really glad John Grammaticus wasn't there for this, because I know I'll joke that he'd probably make some Marvel quip like, that just happened, but he probably wouldn't. However, him freaking out and crying over all would have absolutely taken away from the quiet gravity of a moment that we have waited literally decades to see. And I know a lot of people have said that my hate for John Grammaticus seems performative or a little too much, but it's not just that he's a quote-unquote bad character or that he's oddly written, it's that more often than not, he just comes across as very out of place in relation to how important he's built up to be. Moving on though, we go from this back to the Hollow Mountain, where the fighting is incredibly pitched and it's starting to rain blood. The battle is generally hell, and the Death Guard just keep coming, to the point where it looks like Sigismund, his Templars, Corswain and his Dark Angels, and everyone else might not be able to hold for the Death Guard's final push. And Sigismund remarks on how they're more afraid of displeasing their masters than they are of dying. And what's more, Typhus must be able to see the desperate state that the defenders are in, hence why he's pushing so hard. Sigismund actually sees Typhus drawn in a giant chariot with war horns booming, and he reasons, generally reasonably, that the only way to save this situation is to go in on Typhus one-on-one and kill him, which will cause the traitor forces likely to rout, because that is in essence what he's been doing for a big chunk of the siege now, ever since he got his black sword. He's just been targeting enemy commanders and leaders, killing them in single combat, and sending the people they were with into a flurry as they either can't find a new leader or just retreat from the field. And it's been working quite well. However, this proves to be a bit of a different song and dance, because instead of Typhus just ditching the chariot and fighting on foot, it all goes to hell because Typhus doesn't abandon the chariot, but instead begins flying in it. He is like this giant behemoth full of all of Nurgle's gifts with his champions with him. Like, it's an entire Nurgle priesthood. Typhus has become this nexus of corrupted Nurglite power, and there is nothing Sigismund can do about it. And to that effect, Corswain actually realizes that he is a real priest, and this is meant to be a mass sacrifice with the Hollow Mountain as its altar. And from Typhus's POV, he explains that the reason he's gonna do that is because back in the days of old, when a great king died, all his retainers and housecarls would be put to death alongside him so they could serve him in the afterlife. And that is what is being done here, because Chaos is assembling, quote, in all its grace to attend the committal of its greatest foe, where the Emperor's body is going to be laid on the mountain and picked clean. He is going to turn the Hollow Mountain into basically the Emperor's burial place. And to this effect, Sigismund is going to stop him. Even though the First Legion are dying in droves around Typhus, Sigismund salutes him and gets ready to go in. But inside the Hollow Mountain, those librarians and Lord Ji-Meng are doing what they can to relight the Astronomicon. And to this effect, some members of the Conclave are there as well, and all their prayers are forming a sort of paimonic form of psychic power. However, it's not really working because on one hand, the Death Guard have prayers of their own that are weakening the Loyalist prayers, and fear is disturbing everyone. It's keeping everyone kind of constrained. So Keeler gets everyone to synchronize in prayer, and Cypher with his two librarians begin to use their power as well. With everybody focused and of one mind, they can hopefully get this thing lit before the Death Guard overrun them. And another face is there, that being Katsuhiro. And interestingly, in my notes, it just says Katsuhiro with a bunch of O's in all capitals because I was really happy to see him again. As I've previously said, he was this one random conscript guardsman who we followed in the book The Lost and the Damned, and who we've been following off and on again across the entire siege, as a way to sort of give a window into the experiences of the average people and soldiers of the Siege of Terra. However, it should be obviously noted that his role has become less and less important as the siege has gone on, and he's kind of faded into the background, especially as he has joined up with Euphrates Keeler and her conclave, because obviously we're going to be focusing on Keeler, but he is still around in some capacity. It really should be noted though, we don't get much of him. I thought we were going to get more, but it's one line. It says, Cypher glances aside. The soldier, Katsuhiro, is standing with the others of the conclave, the child held to his chest. And that's the only mention we get of him for this entire book. Like, it's actually funny, in his book, The Lost and the Damned, there were 2 Alpha Legion infiltrators active on Terra who were committing acts of sabotage and even assassinated a loyalist soldier who got too close and risked discovering them going by the names of Doramek and Ms. Madra. And Katsuhiro found out that they are in fact traitors, and was trying to expose them, but lost track of them. However, when he was injured and being put under anesthesia, he saw them melding into the crowd and said, "That man! Stop him!" You have to stop him, as he passed out with a space marine not listening to him, assuming essentially that he had gone into shock. And it's actually mentioned later down the line in another book that he's still looking for them, hoping to undo what he believes he caused by being cowardly. He didn't take the shot on them when he could have because, again, he got scared and lost his nerve. So he wants to make amends for that. But that storyline is just completely dropped, especially after he gets a small child dumped on him by none other than the White Scar Shiban Khan, who he also never meets again. And the child has kind of gone nowhere in terms of story potential, so they set up like 2 different things with Katsuhiro and followed through on neither of them. Again, it's not a big deal, these things happen, there was so much going on, some people are gonna fall through the cracks, but I think I just took it personally because I got really attached to Katsuhiro. But that's really the state of things at the Hollow Mountain. Sigismund and Corswain defending with all the strength they have left, Sigismund personally going in on Typhus, Typhus unleashing a magic power called the Bone Song to break the Loyalists and drown out whatever they're trying to do, as well as bringing forth the final push of the Death Guard and his cultists. Meanwhile, Lord Ji Meng, Cypher, the Librarians, and Euphrates Keeler are all working together to relight the Astronomicon through the power of synchronized prayer. And I'd say this is the point in the story where we're really at the climax. Everything's coming to a head. The Hollow Mountain's about to be overrun. They're desperately trying to relight the Astronomicon. The Black Mance and Marshal Agathe, along with Kat Cyrene, are still sending out their message and desperately trying to stay alive as all of Chaos converges on them to shut them up. You've got Valdor and Rogel Dorn making their way to the Emperor and Horus, trying to meet up with whatever custodians they're gonna find along the way so that they can hopefully do something. The call has gone out. Keep fighting. The Emperor needs us. The Emperor must live. He and humanity are one fate intertwined. Vulcan has decided not to push the button. Olanius Persson has just died. Everything is happening all at once, and it's all coming to a head right now. And speaking of coming to a head, it is right here and now that Garvia Loken finally reaches the throne room once again, and comes face to face with his father, Horus Lupercal. Horus sees Garviel and says, "Loken, I had hoped to keep you out of this." But Loken responds, "There's nowhere else I should be than at my father's side." And Horus snaps back like, "You seem to forget which side you chose in all of this." But Loken shoots back that he's been constant this entire time, it's Horus who forgot. But Horus says, "Doesn't matter if you stayed on the same side or picked a new one or whatever, you clearly picked the wrong side." Like, most of this chapter is just a really fascinating heart-to-heart between Loken and Horus. Like, he says to him, "Hey, Loken, I've always liked you because you speak your mind properly instead of just telling me what I want to hear, but look, it's over, see?" And he says see because he's basically gesturing to the Emperor's body, which he is effectively dragging across the floor. So they're having this, like, genuine man-to-man talk. It seems like a talk between normal-ass people, all the while he's dragging the Emperor of Mankind across the floor like a sack of potatoes. To which Loken snaps back, "Oh yeah, I see what you've done." But he gets mad at him, he's like, "You understand he used you, right? He was just using you all along. True to form, that's what he does." And Loken shrugs that off like, "Yeah, that's kind of the point. That's what Space Marines are for, to be used. I was always his to be used." But Horus says, "No, you were mine, my son, and he brought you here as a weapon, a blade to prise open my heart, to wound me." And that is exactly what Horus thought when he first saw Loken in the throne room, that he was brought here specifically as an emotional weapon against Horus. I should note though, this whole thing of Loken being Horus's favorite son feels really forced because, again, we only got like a few bare snippets of them together before the fall and before Istvan III, where Loken was supposed to have died on the surface of the planet, with them only coming face to face again in the book Vengeful Spirit right at the tail end of the heresy. So, I don't know, it just seems like it came out of nowhere, and it wasn't properly articulated. But like, with a series this long, over so many books, over so many years, covered by so many different authors, there's bound to be some inconsistencies like that, so I'm willing to look the other way on it. Like, that's a kind of grace you have to give the Horus Heresy and Siege of Terra. Large parts of this narrative was being figured out as they were going. But back on track, Loken says, "Well, if that's what the Emperor was doing, it's clearly seemed to have worked because you look so angry. And the fact that you are this hurt by me being here shows that you still have a heart to pry open. You still feel like a man feels. But Horus is like, yeah, of course, I am a man still. But then Loken says, like, are you sure? Forgive me, but that's not what I see. So Horus says, what do you see? And he says, something that is too terrible to behold. And yet you stand there and behold me well enough, Loken. I've seen too much already, father, says Loken sadly. I cannot look away. But if you have a heart still, look to it now. See what you have become for yourself. Please, before it's too late. Here's the thing. I know it's a genuine heart-to-heart between father and son, and Loken is doing his damnedest to argue his case, but like, Garviel, you are pleading with Hitler in the bunker. What do you mean it's not too late? Look at everything. Look at the state this man is in. Look at the state of both of them. Look at the whole ass planet. Look at the entire cosmos and the last 7 years. Like, it's not too late? Really? Is everything gonna be fine? What's like the end goal of this, Loken? What do you think happens? And funnily enough, that question is actually answered right here when Horus says, what I am is my choice, Garviel. But Loken says, I really don't think it is. But Horus snaps back, just don't goad me, I have no wish to kill you. And Loken says, I know, if you had, I would be dead long since. That gives me hope. To which Horus responds, hope in what? And then it just says, Loken shrugs. Like, yeah, you're goddamn right, he shrugs. Hope in what? Like, there's literally no plan here. Loken is just out here saying things, and, like, I respect the optimism, but, like, there's no plan. Granted, he does actually start saying things. It's that the Lupercal I loved is still in there, somewhere. We fought together, father, side by side. Fight at my side now. Fight this power that controls you. See what it has done to you and how it has poisoned your mind. Cast it out. Stand with me. Show the selfless loyalty for which you are famed. And Horus scoffs, loyalty? And he says, yeah, the loyalty which was why you were named War Master. There was no one better for that honor. That's precisely why the powers of chaos turned their will upon you. If the Emperor made me a weapon against you, the gods of chaos used you in the same way against him. And at that, Horus actually goes silent. The only thing he can say is, I will kill you, Loken. Like, he makes it clear again that he does not want to kill Loken, but if he keeps this up, he is gonna kill him without hesitation. And Loken responds with that dry humor that I always really loved in the Sons of Horus. He says, yeah, I would rather live, but I'm one of the Space Marines. I didn't expect to make it this long anyway, man. And then things get surprising, because he starts getting through to Horus in some way. Horus says, nor I. And then he says, well, that's the warrior's lot. We were made to do so much and expect so little. Bright glory, not long lives. That sort of half as long, twice as bright kind of thing. And he actually manages a quote-unquote sad smile. But look at us both, Loken, he says. Those of us that live can achieve so much. I'm not a monster, I swear to you. Every man who has fought against me in this war, I have offered amnesty and forgiveness if they repent and come to my side. That is more mercy than my father would have shown in the same position. My dear brother Sanguinius, my father, you, I have forgiveness for all if they ask it of me. And if they don't, Sanguinius, your father, they were stubborn, foolish, deluded. But you, my son, if you are as enlightened as you claim, you are not so beguiled by the imperial lie. Be my son again. Accept the imperial truth of this new age. Sheath that useless sword and go wait in the cloisters. Sit, watch, wait and learn as I conclude this necessary business. Then greet the dawn with me. Later, we will sit and talk as we did of old. I will tell you my dreams, my plans, and make you part of them. Father, if you persist, there will be no later. Horus growls softly. What I really like about this instance is that even though it is this monumentous conversation that's really been built up quite a bit, and that's supposed to mean so much, it still feels so human. It's not like the conversations between Horus and the Emperor, which still feel like something out of a Greek tragedy. This just feels like two men talking. And that's part of what I think makes Space Marines and even the Primarchs so human. How, even at the edge of all things, they still find time for a conversation. However, things do start slipping here though, where Horus says, okay, so clearly you do think I'm a monster, but I get it. The grace of a god seems callous and brutal because it's operating on such a big scale. There's perfection in what I do. He starts basically, talking himself up, I'm a god. But Loken stops him and says, was not the same true of the Master of Mankind? Like, you remember when I said earlier, in the end they were very much alike? Loken sees that too, and he sees it plain as day. The next part here I think is really pertinent in regard to explaining Horus's mindset, like some of his gripes with the Emperor that haven't really been touched on outside of just how the Emperor was treating him, and how the Emperor was quote-unquote a false idol and things like that, and whatever chaos has fed him. It's actually a pretty valid criticism in some ways, and hearing him bounce that off against Loken is incredibly interesting. So I'm gonna read this part out here, because legitimately it is probably the most interesting, like straight up heart to heart there is in the entire book, and it comes right after Loken calls out Horus for effectively acting like the Emperor, when he talks about the grandiosity of his plans and how other people can't understand them. He says, "Of course not," Horus scoffs. "Oh, it seemed so for many years. I believed it. I believed he had a perfect plan because I believed he was so mighty. What parts I did not understand, I accepted as a mystery, too complex for my mind to understand. But look at him." He glares down at the motionless body. "There was no plan, Loken," Horus says, "just a rash assembly of hasty ideas and frantic remedies as things fell apart around him. Look at the way he came to fight me. He had lost before he even began. His power was nothing compared to mine, and he didn't even grasp that. He couldn't win, but he came to face me. Oh, he fought admirably in the circumstances, but it was all just desperate tricks and reckless gambits. Impressive, dramatic, but empty, and with no deeper value. So many times I put him down. So many times, and spared him too. And he just dredged some last tattered morsel of strength and came back at me. It was messy, pathetic, embarrassing. And in it, I saw that's what his whole life has been. One cheap trick after another, one scrappy sleight of hand, and then the next, patching over the cracks as they appear, trying not to let anyone see that it was all improvised. Garviel, he convinced us all that he knew what he was doing, but it was just for show. An aspect. Just another aspect. There was never a plan. We followed him and trusted him, but he had no idea where he was going or how to get there." What I find really interesting about this is that switch up that happens immediately. First he says, "Oh, it was impressive, dramatic, but empty." And then he goes on to say it was messy and pathetic and embarrassing. Like, Horus himself can't even seem to keep his own feelings about the Emperor consistent for 5 seconds. Also, he seems to be making a lot of generalizations, especially considering how secretive the Emperor has been. But, knowing what we know about the Emperor, is he really that wrong? Like, we know about the Emperor's plans to take control of the Tower of Enuncia created by the Proto-Cognate all the way back in Babylonia, and we know that Olanius Persson stabbed him in the back, and the tower was destroyed, and we know all about how he didn't really do anything during, say, the Dark Age of Technology, and how, like, he was Alexander the Great, and how he was St. George, and all these other things. And he was more than willing to use cheap tricks whenever it suited him, like how he basically gamed the Mechanicus' entire religion into bringing them on side. So what's really interesting here is I think it's up to us as the readers to really interpret how right Horus is here, like how valid his criticisms and grievances with the Emperor are in this instance. Yeah, you can say things like he was a crummy father, but when you get to things like this, the fact that he never had a real plan, and he was just mushing things together as they went along, is definitely more dependent on how you view things. You could say, yeah, he did have a great plan, like with the Webway project, but when Vulcan was walking through the Webway, he thought to himself, this was never gonna work. Just looking at the human-made parts of the Webway and how the technology connecting the human parts to the rest of it was already corroding, it was never actually going to work. But we don't know if Vulcan is right about that. We don't know if the authors are still consistent on if it would have worked or not. It's, again, very unclear how much the Emperor really had planned. Yes, there was 10,000 years of planning, but how much of it was like foolproof master scheming, and how much of it was like him kind of freestyling as needed to achieve his wider goal for humanity. And Malkador often says 10,000 years of careful planning, but Malkador is the Emperor's biggest glazer ever. So how reliable is even he on this matter? We then switch back to Loken, where he says, he couldn't win, but he came to face you, says Loken. That's what you just said. Does not that suggest courage in his convictions? Courage? There is scorn in the War Master's stone-scraping stone voice. Is that not how you always fought? Loken. It was. I was there. And I can't win either, but I came to face you. What does that tell you? That the world is full of fools, Horus says. Loken, I worshipped this man. I trusted him. I thought he was a great magician, but his truths were all lies, and his tricks were just tricks. Isn't that true of all magicians? Asks Loken. The art is to make it look easy while you attempt the impossible. You put on a show that dazzles and captivates, but behind the scenes, it is all messy, makeshift, and frantic. That was always his truth. He just hid it well. For a magician should never reveal his tricks. To be emperor, he had to convince us. To be emperor, he had to shield us from the ugly, stopgap truth of his work. He had to spare us from the constant, ongoing horror of his struggle. We had to believe in him. To be the master of mankind, Father, his life had to be one long and ceaseless hidden battle by any and every means he could find to stop doom from overtaking us. It's not your father's power, it's what he does with it, Horus murmurs. What? Nothing, says Horus. You believe this then of him? I do. He was our shield from danger, and from truths not meant for us. The moment we discovered that, it made him weaker. No, you're wrong. I know I am not, says Loken. He fought his whole life, frantically, hour after hour, to stop one thing. And what would that be? Becoming you. Horus turns to stare at Loken. In his new dark aspect, his eyes have become the mirror of the emblem on his breastplate, baleful and bloodlet, with vertically aligned slit pupils. You dare, he whispers. Chaos will spare no one, says Loken. Chaos cares not. You are a puppet of its whim. It has beguiled you simply to perform one deed, to remove the one man it feared. Yes, the Emperor stole fire from Chaos and used its power against it, but he always knew that he could not take it whole, for it would consume him. You mocked him for lacking the courage to do what you have done, but it wasn't a lack of courage. It was an act of supreme will. You have embraced Chaos whole and thus given it exactly what it wanted. You have no power of your own. You think you do, but it's just an illusion. He opposed Chaos at every turn and rejected every lie and promise it threw at him. So his life, like his fight with you, was a scrappy, messy brawl of improvisation and persistence. You have accepted them all, which is why your path seems so strong and clear. It is, you ungrateful fool! Then show me, Loken cries. Show it to me. Tell me what it is. I have nothing to prove to you. Not to me, to yourself, Loken says. Make no mistake, that is what you told me years ago. Make no mistake. Well, Father, see your own mistake for what it is. Your path is a grim darkness, where there is only war and no peace for mankind. There is no mistake, Horus says. Look at me, Loken, and see what I am. He cries and claps his hands against his chest. I am made mighty beyond all measure by the warp. I am transfigured and ascendant. I am a god, boy, a mighty god, and gods do not make mistakes. We are mighty because we are right, Loken replies. We are not right because we are mighty. Vile the hour when that reversal becomes our credo. What nonsense is that? Asks Horus. It sounds like another of his lies. It was something Cinderman taught me. That old fool, he knew nothing. Not the true facts of the matter perhaps, but none of us did back then. But his wisdom was flawless anyway. You are not a god. They're just letting you think you are. If you are so mighty, my father, where is your wisdom? Why are you so blind, unless lies have blinded you? They would not lie to me. They would not. Loken sighs. He turns from his glowering gene-sire and stares at the crushed and mutilated body of the Emperor. You were right. Their grip on him is too great. He will not turn back, and he cannot be saved. Horus steps forward. What are you doing? You speak to him as though he has sense and life left to answer. Loken looks at him over his shoulder. Those cold gray eyes. That look reserved only for his enemies. He does, he says. This is basically a heart-to-heart that has been echoed in the community itself for a long time. Was the Emperor right in what he did? How right was he if he was part right and part wrong? How much can you justify? And this is basically the writers, well, Dan Abnett, saying, Ultimately, the Emperor was deeply flawed, but he was right. He knew the risks and the stakes and the gamble he was taking all these millennia, yet he took it nonetheless and took all the steps he could to make sure he would not fall over the edge. It seemed like a careful scramble to stay upright because he was walking a tightrope that Horus just plunged off of. And Loken mentioning Kirill Sinderman, the man he befriended all the way in the first ever book of the Horus Heresy, also written by Dan Abnett, is just such a beautiful callback. I am once again so grateful that they got the man who wrote the first ever Horus Heresy book to write the last one as well. That is something special. And looking back at my old notes here, I only have one thing really written for this chapter other than just, read it and vamp. And it's that they're all different kinds of loyalty, the people who came with the Emperor. Loken is loyalty by reason and courage. Dusk was loyalty by duty. Litu is loyalty by idealism, and All was loyalty by friendship. And all of these were equally necessary to help the Emperor in what he was here to do, to help him beat Horus. The next chapter here, and we are really getting into the home stretch at this point, happens with basically a lot of things going on all at once. First off, in the Hollow Mountain, a tiny spark, lasting, 8 seconds tops, disrupts Typhus's bone song, right up until Typhus is able to kill some of the Dark Angel's librarians, thereby bringing back the bone song. But that 8 seconds was enough. And Keeler, who is still at it inside the mountain, hears the mountain itself start to speak her words, right as she begins to start seeing this light permeate every surface, glowing like a lumen. Everyone can see through the skin of the mountain and see through the membrane on which pasts and futures have been traced. And then everybody starts floating and dissolving into light, including Keeler. And my notes here are just a bunch of incredulous noises at this point. The mountain starts to shiver and starts avalanching. A storm forms and light spears from the mountain and melts the snow. And the heat of that scorches the Death Guard pathogens and insects. There is a roar of destruction, part of which is actually Typhus's sheer rage at having been denied because he knows what has happened. Right as Marines, both traitor and loyalist, are blown down the mountain, and the loyalists hold on where they can despite the bone-breaking force. We then head to Zephon's Sorrowbringer, where he sees the flash, and he thinks his plasma guns are actually going critical until he realizes it's not him. He and Rand see it, and everyone is looking at the light breaking across the horizon, banishing the darkness. Zephon says, "Do you see it?" while the whole world is lighting up. They're both just struck dumb, and not just them, but the traitor Marines they're fighting. Literally everyone on Terra stops what they're doing for that 8 seconds, because they see this light. And Ran asks, where is it? But no direction has survived this war. All space and spatial recognition is just meaningless. But Zephon can somehow recognize that's north. However, the light begins to dim, and Fafnir Rand whispers no, because for just a moment there, all the death and destruction was made clear and everything was illuminated. The light was meaningless, but it meant everything. So, when it starts fading away, they begin to freak out a little. But then it returns, 1,000-fold. Now we next head to the Hegemon, where the human staff are still trying to make any kind of plans they can because they heard the message that the Emperor must live. I really admire the people in the Hegemon. I really grew to like them, and just anything involving the Hegemon. And they stop and stare at the light. One of those people being Ilya Ravalian, who was the female, basically, mother of the White Scars Legion. They all looked up to her and revered her so much, and I liked her a lot. She's basically in charge of the Hegemon at this point, and leading essentially all mortal troops on Terra. And they can't make heads or tails of the light, but they do open the shutters to look at it. Next, we head into the orbital space just outside of Terra, where the traitor fleet, about 40,000 ships strong, is basically parked waiting for orders on what to do, because they can't really see down on Terra, which at this point is so polluted and dusty that it resembles a gas giant. But that is until they see a blink of light, and then again, each coming with a loud psychoacoustic thump that screeches all their comms. Then, there is a big flash of light underneath the pollutant cover that grows and swells and then eventually just bursts through the atmosphere and into orbital space. It's a thin shaft of light, only 5 kilometers wide, but it doesn't stop and just keeps going. In fact, it shoots all the way out into the false night around the solar realm like the beam of a searchlight. And 6 traitor ships are like instantly vaporized because they're caught in the beam, with 12 others having all their systems fried and being pushed out of the way. And in case you hadn't already guessed, the book gives one line that tells it all. The Astronomicon is relit. Next, we head 80 light minutes away from Terra, to the Phalanx, which has been posted around Jupiter, waiting for any word on what's going on or any signal on what to do. So they, seeing the light, led by Sukasen and Halbrecht, know what it is, but not exactly what it means, because it's not necessarily a signal they were looking for. So Halbrecht says that they can't commit the fleet without proper verification, but Sukasen says, "Oh, we can, Halbrecht. We most certainly can," before taking her position in the command throne, where she says, "The Astronomicon is lit, we are signaled. But your caution is ever admirable, my lord," she says, "but verification is besides the point. It may be a signal of victory on Terra, in which case we are urgently needed. Or it may be the summons we have been dreading, to pluck our lord, the Emperor, from an unwinnable position and convey him clear of the enemy's grasp, in which case the urgency is greater yet. Either way, we are called. I am committing the fleet. We're going in. No more waiting, no more games. And if the beacon is lit by a victorious war master to signify his usurpation and triumph," Halbrecht asks. She shrugs and smiles a thin smile. "Then why the hell are we hiding here?" she asks. "If we're going to die, let's do it well." Halbrecht steps back, raises his fist to his chest, and salutes her. He turns to the bridge. "War stations," he bellows. "War stations. Make ready for active engagement. Raise the shields and bring all batteries to power." Sukasen sits back and pulls down the armature of the gilded Vox mic. "This is Sukasen," she says. "This is the Phalanx. All fleet elements form on me and begin acceleration to advance. War stations. Make ready to engage. Assault pattern is Dominus Alpha 2-2. Time on target, 74 minutes. Captains, expect hard resistance on final approach and destination. Dominus Alpha 2-2 is our pattern, but I hereby grant discretionary judgment when we enter the battlesphere actual. This will be an evolving situation. Best judgment. Improvise if you have to. Just give those bastards hell and tell them I sent you." She pushes the mic aside. In the name of Terra and the Emperor, she shouts across the bridge, "Main drive, advance." God, I love her so much. Like, I know people talk about Lotara Saren, and I actually never really cared for her because her whole thing is just, I'm angry because I'm with the world leaders and we're angry together, blah blah blah. No, Sukasen is so much better than Lotara. This is just amazing. I know Lotara is still a character in the 41st millennium, but like, come on, this is just the stuff of legends. Tell them I sent you? Oh my god. We then head back even further, outside the solar system, to the Ultramarines' revenge fleet, waiting to pounce whenever they have the chance. And now they have it, because the mistress of the Sensoria prints out the signal that they have all seen, handing it off to none other than Aenid Thiel, who explains to his Primarch, "It's the Astronomicon. It's relit." Gilliman does not even look at the report and basically just says, "Good, now we can see where we're going, and Horus will get to see us as we kill him," right as they make ready to go in. Basically, all of Terra has stopped dead in its tracks to say, "Oh my god, we are so back." There is, however, one person who is not at all happy about this, and that is Horus Lupercal. You see the light at the window of your court, so very bright, despite the black and colored Glacic. Another of your father's plans. Another counterstrike, another desperate effort. How many plans did he make? How many gambits did he set in motion, all running together in the hope that one might succeed? This one is modestly effective. It will hurt you. An aggravating setback. This will draw in the others, the remnants of his supporters, the ones you have held at bay. This will bring Robute, the Lion, and Russ, like the loyal lapdogs they are, to absolve themselves for being absent and to claim some measure of vengeance. The war on two fronts you have avoided this long has finally caught you. But no matter, it won't be a war on two fronts really. Terra is done, and though Loken speaks to him as if he is still alive and capable, Your father is done too. Look at him there, half dead on the deck. Beside his dusty body is a tarot card, lying where it fell. The lantern. Most amusing. All those little schemes. Is that why your father fought you so long and so fruitlessly at such cost to himself? To buy time for this? Such a waste if so. A foolish ploy. When Rabute arrives, the light will show him nothing but your father's corpse and the magnitude of your power. He will probably flee at the very sight of you. He comes expecting a wayward brother. He will find a god instead. That revelation will break him, and even if it doesn't, you will quickly scatter his indignant fleet, and you will offer him terms, of course, just as you have offered terms to them all. It will be interesting to see what Gilman will say in response. For all his regal bearing, Rabute is a pragmatist. He will instantly recognize that which he cannot fight. Perhaps he will finally know fear. You imagine he will make accommodation and submit to you. More thrones can always be built. Though you worry that those knees of his do not bend. The Lion and Russ, well, you'll have to kill them both, without compunction. Korax too. None of them have Rabute's political guile, too much of the warrior in them all. Still, Worldbreaker is ready for each one of them, and your altar awaits their skulls. Your talon is whetted. Speaking of which, you turn to your father. It grieves you, but time's up, and you're tired of offering reprieves. He has spurned every one, pulling out trick after trick. Loken tries to stop you. You push him aside. Your poor son is deluded, and his loyalty is wounding. He calls to your father as though he can still hear and react. He speaks to him as though there is still one last, clever trick to play. There it was. It was the Astronomicon. A decent ruse, but nothing like sufficient. You swing Worldbreaker down, and crush your father's skull. This was one hell of a thing to hear on the audiobook. I know it's not how it ends. We all know that. We know how this ends, but thinking they would go that far just didn't occur to me. I knew it was going to get bad for the Emperor, but this bad? Wow. Here's the thing though. We know the Emperor isn't dead, but Horus and Garviel don't. And this next coming moment, these next two relatively short chapters, have lived in my brain non-stop ever since I first heard them on the subway back from university. Part 10, Chapter 16, The Morning of the Last Day. Loken tries to stop his father, but nothing can stop his father. Nothing can stop the monstrous, bloodlet personification of chaos, so wretchedly bloated with power, so hideously sure of itself. Horus doesn't even need to touch him. Loken, sword raised, is swept out of his path by the crackling field of immaterial energies that surrounds his father's bloodlit form. The stinging aura brushes Loken aside, as a wind might lift and scatter motes of dust, and sends him rolling and clattering across the oil-dark deck. He rises to his knees, numb and concussed, and yells his father's name, but to no avail, for his voice is drowned out by the rushing whispers that fill the air of the court. So he can only watch, his eyes wide with tears, as Horus Lupercal commits his final blasphemy and slays the Emperor. There is no joy in it, no sense of victory, not even the contentment of closure, of a battle squarely won, and a compliance achieved. To kill a helpless man, to crush his head into the deck with your maul when he can't even stand or open his eyes. What does that say about you? Some warrior, some war master. The infinite legions of the Neverborn are delighted at least. They're whispering to each other. The rapturous hush and lisp of their voices is building around you, filling the court, beginning to drown out every dry wood crackle of the burning warp. What is it they are saying? Stop your whispers, you tell them. You have no time for their jubilation. You need a moment to contemplate. Can't they see that? You need a moment to reconcile, to center yourself. Look at what you've done. Gods can do anything, and they do not make mistakes. But look at what you've done. You lever Worldbreaker's spiked head out of the deck. Blood and years drip from it. There isn't even a skull left to place in reverence on your chapel's altar. Your maul crushed his head entirely and gouged a deep crater in the deck beneath. There's nothing but a mess of blood and pulped flesh, fragments of splintered bone, matted hair, a dislodged, staring eye. Steel yourself. To be War Master, it's not about glory and prestige, it's about possessing the strength to see things through to the end, even when that end is regrettable and unpalatable. War demands it, and only the strongest have the stomach to finish what they started. You are the strongest. War is ultimately a bloody, tragic business, and only the strongest have the wisdom to understand that once they unleash it, they must be prepared to accept the cost. He was just a man, and now he's dead. Forget that. Forget the mutilated horror at your feet. Remember what he was. Remember what you were fighting. The tyrant, the king of ages, the liar, the ruthless master who enslaves a species and used you all, the betrayer, the schemer who wove his damned and secret plans for 30,000 years without a second thought for the lives and blood that would be spent to achieve them. Yes, think of that. Content yourself with that. Let those thoughts be your consolation. Think of his crimes and his atrocities. Remember that he, and he alone, knew that suffering created lethal and unstable horrors on the other plane of reality, yet saw fit to breed a generation of transhuman warriors like you to subjugate the stars. And when chaos became a focused existential threat, he seemed dismayed by the bloodlet consequences of his actions. As you can see here, Horus is immediately struck dumb by what he has done. He's literally beside himself. Honestly, I'm really curious how this would have looked had other people been in the room. Like, maybe if there had been a bunch of custodians fighting a bunch of members of the Sons of Horus, or something like that. Would he have raised them all over his head and shouted in triumph just to put on the show? Or would he still have been completely dumbfounded? He can't even process that he actually did it, and is basically trying not to think about it. And all the things he's saying are in some measure true about the Emperor. I killed the tyrant, I killed the person who manipulated an entire species, I did this, I did that, I did what I had to do. But he's skirting around the very clear reality that he just killed his own father. A father who he admitted several times in this very fight that he still loved on some level. And I did mention this, I think, in a video I did pertaining to some of the things we learn in this book about what it would be like if Horus actually did win, and I more or less came to the conclusion that while he can rationalize it all he wants, this would have eaten him alive. And I think just how clear that is becomes more obvious as I go on. You should have turned against him sooner. You and all your brothers, for all of them had wit and sense. You should have rallied them earlier, long before Ulanor, long before the crusade began to soak the stars in blood. A band of brothers, all of them masters of war, born to understand the properties of conflict. You could have stood together, demanded his capitulation with one voice, removed him from power, and prevented all of it before... And if he had refused, then you could have stopped him, together, stopped him cleanly, before the price became 1 trillion lives. A quick end, a clean death, but they were all too much like him. Each of them a copied part of him. Rogel, too stubborn to listen. Sanguinius, too forgiving to see the flaws. Russ, too inflamed with his own ego. Throne, all of them too much like him, even the ones that eventually sided with you when the blood began to flow. Fulgrim, too in love with his own glory. Angron, too agonized to know any different. Magnus, too headstrong and sure of himself. All of them, too much like him, because that was how he made them. Too much like their father. Your father. But not you. You were the only one who overcame the inheritance of your bloodline. You remained true. You alone stayed strong. You have saved the human race, or what remains of it. Remember that. You had to mash the skull of your helpless father into the floor to do it, but ugly deeds are the price you pay when the cause is just. Your own father. You try not to dwell on that part. You try to not think of him that way. You try to forget the bond you once had, the 30 glorious years, or how proud you felt to be his first found son. It's finished now. You take the time you need to collect yourself. You'll decide how long that will be. A period of mourning. A time for reflection. You just need some peace now. A long measure of peace. Some silence. But the whispers. The whispers are deafening. Stop, you murmur. Why won't they leave you alone? They've been whispering incessantly behind your back since Malachurst first woke you from your dream to begin the final illumination. No, not Malachurst. Argonis. That's right, the boy. Kainor Argonis. Oh, it's so hard to think with the whispers gnawing at your brain. You want to settle your mind and get all of this clear and straight so that when you dictate it to Mercedes Olaton, she records a true account of it, and history will remember how hard you tried and how deeply you struggled with your conscience and how heavy was the price you paid. But the whispers, leave me alone, you say. See what I mean? He is really starting to crack with the guilt and personal shame of what he did. And by the way, he is still confusing people who are alive and dead, mistaking Argonis for Malachurst, and believing he's going to dictate all of this to Mercedes Olaton, a woman he has not seen since the start of the war. And again, it's so interesting to just hear his thought process start breaking down. And it's really interesting to see how he views his brothers, the flaws and the faults. Like, he literally has said before, I command an army of broken monsters, because all the crummy Primarchs sided with him. But he has complaints about the ones that even he had wished had sided with him, viewing himself as the only man for the job, a job that deep down, he clearly did not want to do. The walls breathe. It is very bright in the court, like being outdoors in the searing starlight of Kalastar, or the labyrinth knot of Uigebelach in the blazing warp. Light, almost maddeningly bright, strobes slightly, flickering through leaves swayed by the wind. Or something like leaves. You don't care. You don't look. You hear a man weeping nearby. Somewhere behind you. That, unlike the whispering, you can forgive. You understand Loken's grief. For it is your own. You don't look around. You can't take your eyes off your father. Help me, you say over your shoulder. Garviel, help me with him. Help me bear him up. You hear him rise to his feet behind you. You kneel and lift your father's body in your arms. What whole part of it is left, at least. He's so light, so fragile. There is nothing of him. Like rags, like a bundle of sticks, dry and paper thin. Please, Lupercal, stop now, Loken says. It's too late, you reply. You clear your throat. I have stopped, Garviel. It's done. It's finished. It's not too late, he answers. You turn to look at him, your father in your arms. Loken gazes up at you, his eyes dark hollows, his sword forgotten on the deck behind him. Help me with him, he says. Help me lay him to rest in honor. He was my father, after all. It's not too late, Loken insists. Not for you, not for us. You've done what you set out to do. Let go of the power. Why would I want to do that, you ask? To prove you are Horus, to prove you are a man and not a puppet. I told you, you did, but their claws are deep in you, and their lies delude you. Prove them wrong. You say you took the power into yourself to achieve this end. Well, it is achieved, father. So if you meant what you said, you don't need the power anymore. Set it aside while you still can. Show the world of men that you are still one of them and true to your word. Show the foul gods you are not their plaything or a helpless instrument of their designs. The power is mine, you say. The boy has no understanding of anything. The power is mine to keep and use as I see fit. It's not the power, Loken. It's what you do with it. It's not the evil you think it is. You have just slain a golden king in a cathedral of darkness, says Loken. Did those aspects, light and dark, choose themselves? They are just aspects, you laugh. Contrivances of presentation. Darkness to oppose light. You see, I choose my aspect to counter his arrogant show of glory. The darkness isn't evil, Loken, no more than the light is good or true. They are just symbols. Symbols have power, father. Not in the simplistic way you think, my son. Then cast them off, says Loken. Get rid of them. This darkness, this black heart, this palace of terror. Cast the power away now you are done with it. Use the one thing you had that your father did not. And what is that, you inquire? Loken places his hand on his chest. A feeling heart, he says bitterly. You just killed your father. Be a man and show you are sensible to it. His words cut you. Does he really think this of you? Can't he see? Perhaps there is some truth in what he says. Perhaps you should shed this black aspect of terror to show that it is yours to command and not the other way around? The work is over. It would be a relief to take this weight from your limbs, and the guilt from your heart, and this deadness from your mind. You could breathe again, and hurt, and grieve for what has been done, and clothe yourself in white and gold for mourning. It would make the pain go away. It would justify your actions. The future can see you. You dare not imagine a future that knows you only as this. This part here actually makes me really interested to wonder what Horus would have been like as an actual emperor. He displays here a kind of tempered wisdom and understanding, and a willingness to listen to Loken, even in the haze of this chaos power, that you really wouldn't expect from a lot of other people with that kind of power and authority. Deceived and blinded as he was by some of his own failings, Horus was genuinely a very wise character and person, and it just really gets you to think what he could have been if none of this ever happened. Like, imagine if somehow the Emperor died and Horus had to take up the mantle. What could things have been like? How would things have been if things had just gone better? And I think seeing this man behind the myth and the mask, really makes the entirety of the Horus Heresy and Siege of Terra all the more tragic. Just stripping away the monster and the knowledge of what he did to show us who he really is. Not Horus the War Master, but Horus Lupercal. Just shows us how much of a tragedy this all was. You let it go. Just for a moment, you let it go. Just for a second. You let it slip from you, falling like a cloak. You let it slide out of you like a withdrawing knife, its thorns raking your meat and marrow as it drags away. You let it drain from you and pour out of you like blood. There's so much of it, but everything stops bleeding eventually. The whispers rise again, in horror. They shriek at you. Stop it, you say. I answer no one. But the whispers won't cease. They swirl around you, saying the thing they have been saying since all this began, again and again, like dead leaves skittering in the breeze or shushing underfoot, like the dry wing cases of beetles, like whirring moths, like the fire spit of the warp unending. What is it they keep whispering? It's infuriating. You can almost make out the words. The name. One name. No. One phrase uttered and repeated, echoed and amplified by psychoacoustic force. One phrase made up of white light, uttered in unison by 1,000,000 voices. 2,000,000. An entire species. The Emperor must live. No, that's not. Speak this with me as it is spoken to me. The Emperor must live. No. Lift up your hands. He must live. A trick. A last trick. A last damned trick. A lever to prise open your armor, a feint to make you drop your guard, a magician's encore sleight of hand, the final desperate scheme of an eternal and ruthless schemer. You make to cast your father's corpse aside, because you understand it is merely part of the trick, but the body is already disintegrating into papery ash and luminous dust. It was just an aspect, another discarded aspect, another empty husk. He is not dead. You cry out in anger and despair. You try to snatch the power back into yourself, but it is pooled around you in a great black slick, sticky and sluggish, slow to respond, slow to obey, reluctant to re-inhabit the vessel of your body now that you have scorned it. You draw it back in as quickly as you can. You inhale to fill your lungs and soul with it. You gather it in frantically, for you must be ready to defend yourself. The worst of it, your human heart, still raw and exposed, feels relief, a kind of joy. Your father is not dead. Your father is not dead. You didn't kill him. He lives. Loken faces you, his sword in his hand. But it's not Loken. It never was. Loken is still sprawled on the deck to your left where you threw him, gazing on in horror. Or is it wonder? You will not die like this. You will not be tricked like this. The power begins to flood back into your veins. The darkness of it, the sweet agony, the reassuring rage, the strength. Loken steps towards you. The other Loken. The Loken who is not Loken. The sword in his hand is not Rubio's old blade. The sword in his hand is the great war sword. The face is not Loken's. It is his face. The aspect of Loken collapses into void mist as your father steps out to meet you in all his bloody majesty. His wounds are great. Blood is dried black across his face and his ruined arm. But there is a light behind him. A light behind his eyes. The pure, white light of a species that, in its madness, believes in him beyond all reason and trusts in him beyond all logic. A species that imagines him to be its shield and protector, and has such faith in that act of imagination, it is made real. He could not fight you alone. He could not beat you alone, but by bluff and ruse and stratagem and sacrifice, he has held your attention until he no longer has to. To be absent in the body is to be present in the Emperor. That's what the Whispers are screaming. A whole species is present here. Its will united in one form. Not a man, not a father, but a king of all ages. He looks like a god. A wounded god, but a god nonetheless. It's not his power. It's where it comes from. We are one and the same, the Whispers say. Mankind and Emperor. Emperor and mankind. Souls bound together. We are together as one, or we are nothing. You are no god! You shout. Then this will be a fair fight, the Whispers answer. Now, I'm not ashamed to admit it, but right here, I was grinning like an idiot. Because this was an incredible turnaround, and the last thing I expected. I expected the Astronomicon to, beam into the court, and for the Emperor to be struck by the light and rise up like Jesus or something. But this was nuts, because it gets you to think, when did he make that swap between Loken and the Emperor? When did he take on that aspect? Was it when Loken got blasted aside, right when Horus was walking towards the Emperor to crush his skull? Was it sometime earlier on? Because it leaves you to wonder how much of the conversation between Loken and Horus actually was between Loken and Horus, and how much of it was the Emperor talking to his son. Properly talking to him for the first time, because he's hardly said a word to anyone ever since boarding the Vengeful Spirit. And those moments where Loken, quote-unquote, was equating the Emperor and Horus together, was that just the Emperor playing a trick because he knew it would get under Horus's skin? Or had he, ironically, been comparing himself to what Horus is now, thereby, in a way, admitting his own failings, justifying all the things he has done over the millennia, and all the difficult choices he had to make, and why he had to be so secretive, but simultaneously acknowledging how toxic that path has been, and how it has, in a way, robbed him of much of his humanity, much like how Horus has become now. If you go back and listen to that entire conversation between Loken and Horus, with this new context in mind, it actually does come across quite a bit like the Emperor finally facing some of his demons. Literally. Because we know he has changed. According to Malkador in the previous The End and the Death books, he stated that the Emperor finally came to see the Primarchs as his sons as they deserved, but that change had happened too late. That, I think, is part of what we're seeing right here. However, it should be noted, this is not all just feelings, and the Emperor's pragmatism to get Horus to give up the power was nothing short of genius. One thing that I do find a little confusing, though, is how the voice says, "Then this will be a fair fight." Granted, that line was raw as hell and I replayed it so many times, but it's not the Emperor's voice. It's the echoing voice of Kat Cyrene and Euphrates Keeler in the Hollow Mountain. So it makes sense it's saying what it's been saying this entire time, but how did it respond to Horus? I think that bit was the Emperor, controlling the voice and the power in a way, because, like it says, they are one and the same, souls intertwined. And also, we get an affirmation of what a lot of people have believed for quite some time. The Emperor does have godlike power because the human race believes he does. It's not like he has ascended somehow or been gathering more power. It is simply the belief of the human race, collectively, has given him that power and made their faith in him as a god real. So he has, in many ways, become a god, or at least has the power and ability of one. But it's not his own. It is hereby confirmed to be the power bestowed on him by the belief humanity has in him. You howl your defiance as he comes at you. He is clearly weak and wounded, but you are weak too. You have gathered up but a fraction of the power you had. You must keep him at bay for a moment longer. Hold him back while you recover your full strength. For in this moment, you are just Horus Lupercal. You swing Worldbreaker and deflect the path of his sword. Sparks fly like comets. Your talon rakes through armor, flesh, and bone. Blood fogs the air between you. His mind burns through your nervous system, disrupting your motor control and cascading pain through your core. You block his mind, twist it sideways through 13 dimensions, and render irreparable ischemic damage. You clamp his throat with your talon. You crush his windpipe and sever his carotid. Blood squirts out in a hosing arc. More blood snorts and spurts from his mouth as he chokes. He batters his blade across your skull and shoulder, shredding the serpent's scales. You push him away, refractors banging as they fail and collapse, and punish him with your maul as he staggers back, clutching at his throat. You break his wrist. The warblade clatters from his hand. You crunch his ribs. You unleash bloodlight from the eye on your chest plate and torch his face. His hair burns. The flesh of his cheek melts to the bone. One eye roasts and bursts. Worldbreaker shatters his spine. You feel the power returning to you. It can't come fast enough. You need all of it. You need all of it. Reeling, he burns you back. A beam of light rakes from his one remaining eye. Pure force, blue-white, the focused will of the human race, piercing your darkness as the beacon of the hollow mountain pierces the void. The pain is more than a man can bear. And you still are just a man. It's not the power, it's what you do with it. And you, fool, let it go. You let it all go. You fall to your knees, on fire within and without. His psychic beam continues to incinerate you. Please, you ask. Please, you implore. Give it back. Give the power back to me. Oh, they will. They will. The Old Four will let you have it all back because it serves their interests. But they will make you suffer first, as a cautionary reprimand for spurning their generous gifts. They will make you pay for that in fire and agony, and they will let that punishment last a while. The Emperor, their only real foe, cannot kill you after all. For all the power he has salvaged and scraped together, for all the tricks he has played to weaken you and render you vulnerable when you were entirely invulnerable, for all the ways he has made you look like a fool, he cannot actually kill you. He does not have the means, not even him, to kill the limitless thing you have become. The instrument of chaos incarnate. Because that's what you are, Horus Lupercal. That's all you are, War Master. That's all you'll ever be, first found son. A slave to their darkness, a weapon in their hands, a puppet on their strings, beguiled by their promises and lies. An instrument with no mind of its own, designed to shatter the shield of humanity and tip the human species into the neverness of the warp. On your knees, caught in the torrent of your father's flame, you look up at him. You see it now, at last, perhaps as he has always seen it. A simple truth, a secret that should have been kept, despite everything. Some truths are too dangerous to know or too lethal to hear. That's why he kept it for 30,000 years. Now you know it too. You see through the insurmountable pain, everything. Everything that has been ruined, and everything that has been betrayed. You cannot ask him for forgiveness. You don't dare, and you can't speak anyway. But he can see it in your eyes. You were too weak to resist them, and you'll be too weak in another moment when they relent and replenish you with their abominable gifts. Your eyes beg him for mercy, a son to his father. End this. End it now if you can. If that is even possible, end it before it's too late. If you can't do it, no one can. The burning stops. The psychic beam abates. You sway, gasping. Your father has a knife. An old stone thing. What is it? It's so small in his hand. So ugly. That won't do it. That won't be enough. He seems to hesitate, reluctant. You clench, in sudden spasm and convulsion, and cry out. The power is returning. It is flowing back into you with great rapidity, as though the Old Four were suddenly desperate to restore their gifts. What do they know? What have they seen that makes them act in such haste? Your father looks at the knife. I wait for you, and I forgive you. He drives it into your heart, So, in his final moments, Horus does die, in the way that Sigismund said he would. Soulless, honorless, weeping and ashamed. We could see hints here and there of the fog that still existed around Horus's mind, even though he claims to have shed it to fight the Emperor. That being how he was confusing Kainor Argonis for the now dead Malachurst, and how he still kept thinking that Mercedi Olaton was his remembrancer. So, with the power having been tricked out of him, and him on his knees in searing pain, he finally realizes the truth of his mistake, just how much of a catastrophic error he has made, and what it has cost his father's Imperium and the human race as a whole. And I think that line of, "You can't ask him for forgiveness, you don't dare," really hits and very much encapsulates Horus's mindset in this moment. However, the most interesting part of this is that line of, "I wait for you and I forgive you." Firstly, the Emperor is not a particularly forgiving human being, so the fact that he forgives Horus after all of this, again, says a lot about his growth. However, that first bit about "I wait for you" has basically stuck in the minds of everybody ever since this book came out, so much so that I literally made a video specifically about it, regarding what it would be like if Horus Lupercal returns to the galaxy. Now, it should actually be noted, he kind of has already, specifically when there was a clone made of him by Fabius Bile, which did though lack a soul, only for that clone to be destroyed by none other than Abaddon, who was then forming the Black Legion. Again, I really don't know what they mean by that, but it's kept me thinking this entire time. Still though, it's quite a thing to say when you're alone in the room with somebody. Except they actually weren't alone. Loken was still there, and here's how things looked from his eyes. Part 10, Chapter 17, The Stroke. Loken is on his feet. He sees the blade glint. A simple stone knife won't break that plate. Something so small surely can't. The blade goes in. Heart thrust. The quick mercy stroke of a custodian's misericordia. Practical and unfussy. The two figures freeze together for a moment. The kneeling son, the standing father, joined by the knife. And through that blade, the Emperor channels the full force of his will. The sublime power, a psychic blast of profound magnitude, courses down the ancient blade like lightning conducting through a metal rod. The fireball flash of its strike is brighter than all creation. Then the light begins to die. A darkness falls quickly. It is not the glossy blackness of the court's infinite architecture. It is soft and mute, like the advent of night or the dimming of vision and sense. Horus smiles. The smile is no longer the terrible smile that greeted them when they entered the Lupercal court, the smile that shivered the world with mortal dread. It is now the smile Loken remembers from long ago. There is no blood. The athame is sharp, sharp enough to cut space, sharp enough to slice reality. It has waited a long time for this, from the original killing that made it and stained it with the shadow of all murder, to this, the eighth death that it was promised. Horus smiles. The smile vanishes. Then so does flesh, lips, and mouth, revealing another smile, a rictus grin of teeth, a mask of bone. There is no redemption, for the time for that is long past. There is only resignation. And in the end, it's just a man killing his son with a stone. The blade slides out and turns to dust. The body falls. And then, the galaxy burns. And there it is. It's done. Horus Lupercal is dead. In body and in soul. He is gone. And the prose here, Dan Abnett's writing, especially through the eyes of Loken at this moment, is just beautiful. The way he is able to juxtapose such a momentous event with such simplistic terms like the description of a skull, or it's a man killing his son with a stone, and then hit you with that one-line stinger of "and then the galaxy burns" is amazing. And it really never ceases to amaze me how Black Library has been able to gather up some of the most amazing writers of our current age that I've ever really read from. Aaron Dembski Bowden, Graham McNeil, and for all the jokes I make about some of his characters and plot points, Dan Abnett is something I am wildly grateful for. And now, moving out of the vengeful spirit, the war is over. This one event single-handedly ends the entire siege of Terra and Horus Heresy. There's no follow-up, it just ends right here and now. The next chapter, which I'm just going to read a little bit of, I know I've been reading a lot of excerpts, is called Kairos and Chronos. Kairos in ancient Greek means the right time or the opportune moment, and Chronos means the personification of time. And that is relevant, because the thing is, time had basically stopped. All of time had gone completely haywire, like it was legitimately broken during this fight and during the Siege of Terra. But now that it's over, time is going to start again. This is the end and the death, but it is neither the end expected nor the death foretold. Prophecy is as confounded as time, and farsight is as useless as the plans that men have made. It is the death of Horus Lupercal. It is the end of heresy. It is the death of one man's dreams and the end of the Imperium he so carefully envisioned. It is the death of a brief golden age and the end of a promise. It is the end of a war, yet the death of peace. From here, the long slide begins. The terminal plunge into a grim darkness where the only constant will be war, and the only truth will be pain, and the only living will be suffering, and the only end of suffering will be death itself. War is now only ever the sequel to war. War will beget war, and so down through time, generation after generation, and so on thereafter, into a far future, where war becomes its own definition, and an end unto itself, where death becomes the reason for war, and war becomes the reason for death. Worlds without end. And in that future, the Old Four will continue to delight, for the quick death and sudden end they strove for here, and were denied, will be drawn out forever, instead across the infinite architecture of the galaxy, in one eternal act of worship to the powers they represent. For now, though, they scream. They gnash in anguish, thwarted and outplayed. They recoil in frustration, cheated and forsaken. They flail in pain, wounded and obstructed. Their screams of hurt and indignation are so shrill that stars at the hem of the Milky Way gutter out like candles. Their anchor is gone. The singular, perfect instrument they invested with their powers is destroyed. Horus is dead, and in the instant of his death, the grip of Chaos Incarnate is broken. The Old Four fall away, suddenly, hysterically, wailing in torment, dragging the warp with them. There will be a future now, in whatever unholy form it takes. The death of Horus is the end of the isochronal instant he wove around himself. The infinite neverness of Unwen, this day of days, ceases and becomes then, the past. Time falters, chokes on its own blood, and restarts, faltering and unsteady. Metaphysical continuity resumes. The clocks wind up and start to tick, like gold, dripping from a melting ceiling. And there it is, the dawn of a new and terrible day. Because this moment here, in reality, is the beginning of Warhammer 40,000. Grimdark as it is, where there is only war and only pain, and the far future is nothing but hopeless, endless darkness. But that can wait, because for now, we head over to Azek Ahriman, Kirill Sinderman, and Mauer in the Hall of Leng. What happens is that Ahriman's cards are starting to discolor, and when Sinderman asks what it is, Ahriman shushes him. There's no sound or movement, and the darkness around them is so tight and muffling, it feels like they're the last people alive on Terra. It is then that Ahriman states that the books have stopped bleeding. And interestingly, he looks even scarier and less human now, and he seems both scared and angry. He then states that there's been an unexpected and unexplained death, but when Sinderman asks who's dead, Ahriman just gets mad and says that he and Mauer have kept him from his studies and wasted his time. And then he informs them that he's just gonna leave them here, because whatever fate he's leaving them to is far worse than anything he could devise. Now, I don't think he means, oh, I believe something bad's gonna happen to you, like someone's gonna come in here and kill you. He more or less means, I'll leave you to the fate of the Imperium as it will become, because it is a fate too horrible to name. As we know, some highly psi-active people, such as Eldrad Ulthran, have seen the future of humanity, and it was enough to make them weep. However, Mauer asks, why now though, after everything that's happened? And Ahriman says, because now there is a now again. As we know, time has started up. Here's the thing, this is the end of the story with Cinderman, Mauer, who basically just dropped in here out of nowhere, and Ahriman. And it was all kind of pointless. It all really came to nothing, and didn't really do much to add to the wider narrative. They didn't tell us anything we weren't already seeing or knowing from other plotlines going on, such as in the throne room. Like, yeah, they showed us that time was haywire and that fate was all messed up, but I think we could have gleaned that other ways that were more interesting. Now don't get me wrong, I thought including Ahriman was really awesome, and Cinderman I absolutely love, especially since he was so focal to the first few books in the entire Horus Heresy. So it would almost be a disappointment if he didn't get some cool role to play. But I feel like it could have been better than this nothing. And even if you did have him meet up with Ahriman, it probably should have been in some way more substantial rather than this weird back and forth of them sequestered here doing nothing. And sure, there were storylines that came to less in this book and that I cared for even less, but the simple fact is, it feels like a waste because of the characters involved. This is a small gripe, as I've had across the course of this book, but it is one nonetheless. Now, back to the whole time resuming thing, because it does do so across the entire solar system. Violently. You see, time's pulse begins to race. Thready but alive, it may never return to full health. The interlocked and fused strands of the other three material dimensions, so inevitably and unnaturally spliced, do not revive so easily or so cleanly. When Horus dies, the four false gods who sponsored him flee into the warp. The immaterial deluge recedes abruptly, sucking back into the Empyrean like a swift ebbing tide. This rapacious drawback leaves a vast area of the Materium exposed and ruined, entirely jumbled and displaced by the immense etheric pressures that engulfs it. It is a catastrophic, maiming injury to real space, and Terra is the entry wound. The Materium shudders in shock, released from the warp's grip. It goes into spasm around the eschatonic rupture, and tries to heal itself to close the wound. There is no surgeon to tend it, no ministering apothecary to set its bones and repair its organs. Seizing and taut with traumatic pain, it repairs its own brutalized form in a clumsy paroxysm of utter despair. Across the solar realm and beyond, throughout the local galactic zone, the overlapped shells of real space herniate and shear as the immaterial forces that bound them together, and into which they have congealed, drain away like fluid from a compound injury. It is a lengthy and calamitous process. The material universe quakes and flexes, protests and fractures, unevenly and indiscriminately resetting itself. The dwindling winds of neverness, excited into one last gale of abrasive fury, rip through it. In the solar realm alone, another 16 million people perish. Many are never seen again, not even as tattered corpses. So as you can see, even after they've won, there has still been a massive catastrophe. The sudden rip back into proper time and the separating of the Materium and Immaterium has been ludicrously destructive, and it does kind of make sense. And again, 16 million people died when that happened. Now, just think about that for a second. Imagine surviving the entire Horus Heresy and the entire siege of Terra only to just get vaporized right here. I would be so mad. Terra is the heart of this cataclysm. As if it hadn't been punished enough, the throne world trembles, grinds, and bulges. The warp streams out of it like blood from a butchered hog strung up by its heels. That which has been unnaturally intersected shears apart. That which has been commingled dissevers. The abhorrent cartography of chaos is redrafted. The dominions of the Palace of Terra sunder from the vengeful spirit's Palace of Terror, which has invaded them like a feeding parasite. As in nature, the sudden and enforced separation of host and parasitoid leaves both sickly and atrophied. They slowly and cruelly shed apart, causing mutual harm, bleeding from the torn tissue that has grafted them together, leaking from the fissures where their chimerical fabric has conjoined. Now, one thing here, I want to note how much of a pain it is to actually read these passages because of the words that get used here. A lot of the really weird esoteric terminology going on here are words that I have never used before and that my mouth is not used to making, so I've been stumbling and tripping all over myself. Like, I used the word eschatonic earlier, and I don't think I pronounced it correctly when I did, but I got tired of trying. Now, what that means is basically relating to the apocalypse or end of the world, or the study thereof. I had to look that up. The other invasive realms withdraw, resecting to their ordained latitudes in time and place in frightful conflagrations. The pancosmic psychic facets, conjured by the duel between father and son, burst like carbuncles or snap back to their own wens along the numberless angles of space with whiplash force. The skeletonized city of dust splits free and drifts like an iceberg into the exoplanar gulf. The Marcher Fortress burns on the fringe of nothing. Kalistar shatters loose, its impossibly artificed towers swaying. The Desert of Gods, where no idol is permitted to stand, sags and pours away like the sand down the throat of an hourglass. The unquiet realms of the dead and the damned, the lost and the psychic, part ways at the crossroads of inertia in Uygubelach. Dolmen gates shudder, troubled in their long slumber. The psychoplastic flues and conduits of the webway creak and vibrate. Other realms do not survive the wrenching transition at all. Islets of exoplanar matter and archipelagos of haunted warp stars combust or implode. The worm-eaten fens of desolate Shabek, grey and forlorn, dissolve in the mist. Rancid superheated steam swallows the twilit glades and pain forests of shunned long woe, reducing it in moments to putrescent mush that drips into the dark abyss. The dry bone beds of fossil gods reduced to ash and blow away as the anemic unlight fades. Somnolipsis, the library of lost and mislaid dreams, perishes in a raging inferno and is never more remembered. The inevitable city itself, unseen by human sight for centuries, except to that of the saintly or the insane, shelves away, a tilting continent, and, over a period of 8 hours, slides back into the midnight of the Empyrean like some spectral parody of old Atlantis. It leaves a few parts of itself behind, tucked into lost corners and hidden dim edges. Some will later be found, but the stories of those discoveries are the province of other histories. So as we can see here, it's not just the material realm that has sustained great damage. The webway has, and so has the immaterium itself. Remember those realms that Horus and the Emperor were jumping through and fighting each other in? A lot of those have just been completely destroyed, or have slowly reasserted themselves back to where they ought to be, including the Plains of Long Woe, where Horus and the Emperor fought. That one, as we read, has just been destroyed. It also mentions some locations in the webway, specifically the Dolmen Gates, which are actually gates into the webway created by the Necrons during the War in Heaven, and which are, consequently, their only real means of faster-than-light travel. It also says that the city of Kalistar shatters loose. Now, if you'll remember, Kalistar is actually an abandoned derelict Eldari city inside the webway that the Imperial forces, namely the Adeptus Custodes, had occupied when they were fighting demons in the webway that were flooding in and trying to get to Terra after Magnus ruined the Emperor's webway project. It became their essentially base of operations. That was all covered in the book The Master of Mankind by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, and the Imperials themselves referred to it as the Impossible City. The really big one, though, is where it says the skeletonized city of dust splits free and drifts like an iceberg into the exoplanar gulf. You see, the City of Dust is covered in the Bequin series of books, wherein it is a city in the warp controlled by someone known as the King in Yellow, who has been puppeteering the Cognitae. I'm sorry, if you're not up to date, there's a lot of terms being thrown around, who are like a shadow inquisition and have been trying to bring down the Imperium. Now, in the City of Dust, this mysterious King in Yellow has been cloning winged Blood Angel Space Marines and creating these psychic blanks that he's been using to basically pilot these spheres of powerful light and basically orchestrate various events. The Eldari are terrified of the King in Yellow, so much so that they're willing to destroy an entire planetary system, even though they know it will bring down the wrath of the Imperium on them. And this is something members of the Inquisition who are sympathetic to the Eldari, such as Gideon Ravener, are trying to avoid having them do, and as such they seek to stop the King in Yellow, because everyone recognizes him as this great and incredible threat. Now, this is all covered in the Bequin series of books, which is a sequel to the Ravener trilogy by Dan Abnett, which is a sequel to the Eisenhorn trilogy by Dan Abnett. Now, the Bequin books only have 2 in them thus far, Bequin Pariah and Bequin Penitent, but the third one, Bequin Pandemonium, is going to be coming soon. Dan Abnett is still working on it, but he had to stop because of, well, the Siege of Terra. And honestly, a lot of things from the Bequin series come up in this book. They're mentioned here and there, like blink and you'll miss it kind of moments, like here with the City of Dust. And furthermore, it says bits and pieces of the inevitable city, that being the realm that was created when the Vengeful Spirit merged with the Imperial Palace, left pieces here and there, with hidden corners tucked into dim edges and whatnot. I think that is, too, a reference to the Bequin series, because the planet they're on, and the city in that planet, called Queen Mab, is said to be, quote, a place where things from the past tend to wash up. So since Dan Abnett is clearly tying the future Bequin Pandemonium with The End in the Death Volume 3, I think it's no accident he keeps talking so much about the effect all of this is having on time. Furthermore, it says the inevitable city has been seen before, specifically by a factor of centuries, not millennia or eons or anything like that, just unseen for centuries. That right there is something I can hardly make heads or tails of. Also, interestingly, we get here something that is, in some essence, akin to confirmation of the existence of the Deep Warp. Now, I know people say that's a theory that's been disproven and so on and so forth, but not really. It's kind of been proven here in my mind, and I really need to make a Deep Warp video at some point, because it specifically says here that the dry bone beds of fossil gods reduce to ash and blow away as the anemic unlight fades. There have been implications thus far throughout The End and the Death that there have been gods before, but they have all died and gone extinct. And places that used to be theirs and corpses that used to be theirs, like ancient whale bones, do exist still within the warp. Meaning, the warp has existed and gods have existed long before the 4 gods of chaos ever came into being, and have since died out. Furthermore, it is stated by Horus earlier that this universe will come to an end as many universes before it have. Not galaxies, universes. So, that really does imply that there is a cyclical nature in Warhammer to the death and birth of universes, and the gods of those older universes are now laid to rest in the warp to be forgotten. Plus, that desert where no idols can stand, which sand drains away like through an hourglass, is very clearly a reference to the poem Ozymandias, where a great statue is seen destroyed and alone in the desert with the inscription, "Look upon my works, ye almighty, and tremble." So very clearly, very real gods in the warp have come and gone. The Chaos Gods are just one of the latest iterations. Heading back to reality though, we meet up with an unnamed space marine who basically comes to on the battlefield, because this entire reshuffling and upheaval caused his memory to lapse, as with many people, wiped by the trauma of realms disintegrating and willingly blanked by those who have seen too much. He looks around him and there are bodies both around and ahead of him, and he doesn't even know exactly where he is. He starts to remember a bit, but he doesn't even recognize himself and his head hurts so much. Also, he is soaked in blood that he knows is not his own. This is corroborated by the fact that all around him are bodies torn to shreds. Most of them traitors, but not all. And he doesn't even remember what battle this was. He does hear, though, gunfire, and that whatever battle this is still going on. But it doesn't even sound like a battle, it sounds like a rout. So, he starts making his way towards it. Eventually, though, a space marine does approach him. It's a captain of the Space Wolves, Odi Sartak, and he explains that the enemy is in full retreat all of a sudden. Something happened, but nobody knows. And the rumor, reasonably, is that the War Master must be dead, and therefore the Emperor killed him. They do still need to fight, because They didn't just evaporate. And we do get the indication here that the Space Marine who lost his name and is kind of out of it is a Blood Angel, because he does recognize Sartaq and says, "Brother," he says to the Lone Wolf, "Sartaq, what is happening? I have lost my mind." "I would say so," Sartaq replies. "What do you mean? Tell me." And then again he explains basically everything's gone to hell in a handbag. He says, "Well, there's fighting to be done, a great deal more. Impressive deeds to be performed. The traitors have turned back and let go of their victory, but that doesn't mean that victory is ours, not by any means." He nods, he understands. "Sartaq, why are you wary of me?" The wolf sniffs. It's almost a laugh. "You have no idea?" Sartaq asks. "No, I can't remember." "Do you know who I am?" "Of course. You're Nasir Amet of the Blood Angels, 5th Company." Amet, Nasir Amet, it comes back now. The memories made of pain and torment, all of them glossy and red. Amet sways. He stumbles across the passageway and leans against the wall to steady himself. Sartaq watches him every step, his war axe ready. "Give me a moment, brother," Amet says. He tries to clear his throat again. He will never get rid of that taste. "I will come with you. Fighting to be done, as you say. We must secure our position. Sartaq waits. "Horus is dead?" Amet asks. "Let's hope." Amet straightens up. "Will you lower your axe?" he says. "Can you lower your axe?" Sartaq frowns for a moment, then slowly eases the axe down. Amet wipes his mouth. He looks back at the long and grisly lines of blood. "Wolf," he asks, "why do the bodies stop here?" "Because this is as far as you got," replies Odi Sartaq. So it's here we find out this unnamed amnesiac space marine is none other than Nasir Amet, aka my boy, and the future chapter master of the Flesh Terrors. So, what's really interesting here is that this ties up, in a nutshell, the experience of the Blood Angels. After Sanguinius died, they all flew into the first ever instance of the Black Rage, and basically went completely berserk, tearing into the traitors without any regard for their own lives, like wild animals. And yes, even killing a fair few loyalists too. However, the retreating of the warp with the death of Horus seems to have essentially snapped them out of it. So, as we can assume, a similar fate has likely befallen Azkalan and Raldoron and the other Blood Angels who are still alive. All aside Zephon Sorrowbringer, who is immune to this because of how used to he is to chronic pain. But what's really interesting is the fact that he's kind of delirious and hardly remembers what happened. I don't think that's anything to do with the warp though, and I think is more so a factor of just how blinded they all were in the Black Rage, like they completely blacked out. However, one group that was very much affected by the withdrawal of chaos were the Traitor Legions, and hearing about what happened to them, oh boy. The sudden evacuation of the warp takes the Blight of Chaos with it. As the immaterial flood drains out of Terra and the sacked dominions of the Imperial Palace, so the clutch of chaos loosens. The powers and gifts of the eightfold gods abandon their followers, leaving them bereaved and dispossessed. Stung by defeat and maddened by loss, the powers of chaos quit the material realm without warning or notice. The Imperium is freed from chaos in one death stroke. It withers so swiftly and so completely, few on either side of the war believe its threat will ever recover. Time, now limping but operational, will tell. The loss is so abrupt, it leaves the conquering traitor host quite bereft. A cold falls upon them, as if they have been eviscerated. It feels like the shock of an unanesthetized battlefield amputation. There is a yawning emptiness, a gap, a space where something should be. What belonged to them, and defined them, is gone. Some plunge into insanity, some into grief, some collapse in despair, some sink into fugue, many just die. Lament fills the air, the chants stop, the war horns fall silent, the imperative of conquest is stolen from them, even as they grind the palace to grit beneath their heels and raise it with their flames. In truth, they had won. The Imperial Palace had fallen to their siege, but for a few square meters, a few pockets of resistance, a few lines of suicidal defiance, the palace was theirs. And in this moment, it means nothing. They forgot what they were trying to accomplish, or the triumph that it signified. They forgot even why such a thing mattered to them, or what motive drove them on. Some just stop motionless when it happens, vacant with stupefaction. They are killed where they stand, slaughtered by the Loyalists' blades and guns. Others fall back, the fire gone out of them, and find themselves hounded to extinction as they attempt to flee. Others, remembering at least their military skills, or too damaged to know better, keep fighting. The siege of Terra becomes a long, bloody, lingering repulse. Across the dominions of the palace and the slaughter fields of Terra beyond, conflict continues long after the death of Horus. Loyalist forces, in their own way as shocked and disbelieving as their foes, drive back with revived vigor and unsparing vengeance. The surviving Loyalist forces are weary, weak, and horribly diminished. They kill all they can kill. They purge all they can purge. They make every effort possible to prosecute the traitor retreat and thwart their flight. Such is their wrath. It is calculated later that if the Loyalist armies had but a third more warriors surviving at the moment of the War Master's death, no single traitor would have escaped the throne world alive. In the annals of history, the Siege of Terra would have become a footnote to the Massacre of Terra. Still, the traitors flee. They flee to their transports and their drop craft. They flee to orbit. They flee to their fleet, or to those parts of it that have not themselves fled or been destroyed by the time the evacuating ground forces arrive. They flee in blind panic. They flee in grief. They flee screaming. Some disengage in systematic military order, fighting as they fall back, held together by the last threads of discipline and dignity, or by loyalty to their regiment or company or legion, bound by the few commanders who have retained the wit and composure to orchestrate a cohesive active withdrawal. That portion of the traitor host that escapes Terra, and the downfall of their cause, and it is a considerable number, runs for the stars. They understand the wrath that is pursuing them from the broken walls of the palace, and the implacable retribution that is approaching the throne world beneath the banner of Ultramar. None of them sue for surrender or offer terms. Or if they do, no loyal son of Terra bothers to listen. Let's take a minute and absorb that for a second. So many traitors died that if the Loyalists had but 1/3 more of their forces, none of them would have survived, and the Siege of Terra would have just been a footnote to the Massacre of Terra. The entire traitor host, aside from those that weren't on Terra, such as the Night Lords, the Iron Warriors that had left, and most of the Wordbearer's Legion, would have gone extinct right here and now. Also, the descriptions of the Chaos Space Marines, when the power of Chaos is ripped out of them, is so visceral. Like, there is a collective mass mental breakdown. There is one thing I do want to note, though, and it's the fact that so many of the traitors were killed over the course of the Siege of Terra, and, of course, right now here during the rout. But how many really made it back to the Eye of Terror? You see, it says those that made it out, of which there were many, did go into the stars. But here's the thing. If so many people died over the heresy, and then the siege, and then the rout, and then the scouring after that, how many really made it back to the Eye of Terror to form the legions that are active in the 41st millennium? Because even they, with their already reduced numbers, would have been greatly further reduced by 10,000 years of fighting inside the Eye of Terror. Because you see, after the scouring and after the traitors were settled in the Eye, they began something called the Legion Wars, where they started tearing each other apart for basically slaves, resources, planets, and just to sort of sort things out through hurt feelings, because honestly, what else were they even gonna do? It should be noted though, one of the legions that suffered the worst during the Legion Wars was the Sons of Horus, to the point where surviving members of the Legion were literally worried they were going to go extinct. But this would all stop with the return of Abaddon the Despoiler, who basically went into exile after they went to the Eye of Terror. He would then reform the surviving Sons of Horus and any others willing into the Black Legion and launch the first Black Crusade, thereby ending the Legion Wars. And then of course launching 12 more Black Crusades, coupled with a million smaller actions over 10,000 years. So between all of this, how are there any of the original traitors left at this point? Those losses are just egregious. And you have to remember, the Space Marine legions were big, but not infinite. The biggest legion at the height of the Great Crusade were the Ultramarines, with 250,000, and just behind them were the Dark Angels with a similar number. The biggest traitor legion was the Iron Warriors, with 150,000 to 180,000, and then behind them were the Sons of Horus, with around 130,000 to 170,000. The World Eaters had around 150,000, the Word Bearers had something similar, or could even have numbers almost as big as the Ultramarines, it was hard to tell, Blood Angels 120,000, and then basically everyone thereafter had legion numbers around 100,000 when the heresy broke out, barring the Raven Guard and Thousand Sons, who both had around 80,000 each, because they both had limited recruiting pools and very unstable gene seeds. So, again, how are there any Sons of Horus left kicking around? I know they're called Black Legion, but you know what I mean. It should be noted, though, that we learn in the Solar War that what the Sons of Horus started doing was, in essence, basically gathering as many Chthonian youths as they could find, and then brute forcing them through the Space Marine process. Whoever lived, lived. Whoever died, so be it. And they did manage to create a sizable number of green troops who were basically like rush job Space Marines that were used almost like cannon fodder for the opening stages of the Solar War. And sure, I'm sure that helped their numbers, but how many of those guys could there really have been? What, 50,000 at most? But even ignoring the Siege of Terra, we're told that the Horus Heresy had these massive cataclysmic battles. But look at the Battle of like Cannae, where the Roman Empire fighting against Hannibal of Carthage lost anywhere from 65 to 80,000 men. That's a cataclysmic battle. That's a big deal. So, like, how many Space Marines were dying in each battle during the heresy? Like 1,000 per battle at most? What was everybody else doing? It really just seems like the numbers don't add up. To justify the slaughter of the heresy, and especially, again, I know I keep beating this drum, the siege itself, there would have to have been more like 1.5 million of each of the legions to justify this galactic-sized conflict, and all the posturing and hype about how apocalyptic it is and how people were dying left, right, and center and blah, 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 because otherwise it just seems like the Space Marine battles were a footnote in the Horus Heresy, and the real action and the real slaughter was between the mortal units, the fractured Imperial army, and those planets that had sided with Horus. I don't think, when talking about conflict, we realize how little 100,000 really is to prosecute an entire war. Like, Cannae was one battle, and Rome just came back from that anyway. But that was the size of like a Space Marine Legion, 80,000. And yet you're still telling me that despite all of this, and the Legion Wars, and not to mention the elements of the traitor legions that were purged on Istvan III, there was still enough of them to form the Black Legion, which has been a menacing existential threat to the Imperium for 10,000 years? That is so scuffed. Okay, so before I give myself a headache running down that rabbit hole, let's change gears here. And that will take us to Maximus Thane. Basically, he's limping out, hearing bolter fire, and he doesn't know how long it's been. He has essentially been underground holding a passage against oncoming attack, and all 70 of the men with him are now dead. But what he can see is Sons of Horus fleeing, and he assumes they'll want to die fighting. After all, their catchphrase was, "My life for the Lupercal." However, he isn't alone, as he is approached and joined by a mix of loyalist forces. These are conscripts, members of the Imperial Army, members of the Old 100, and legionaries from basically every loyalist legion that was on Terra aside from the Blood Angels. Hell, there's even a Salamander and an Iron Hand. He then sees those Sons of Horus starting to form a defensive line, one he knows he's going to have to attack. But he's not worried about that because in his mind, those legions and soldiers with him are his brothers. That's very interesting, because on the loyalist side, those intense rivalries between legions have completely melted away. Those distinctions are gone, and we're starting to see, again, the death of those separate identities that were present in the Horus Heresy to the creation of that more cohesive imperial identity. You know, even loyalist chapters used to be rivals, but now not anymore. They've gone through all this together and are now all of one mind and purpose. That is something that's going to be reinforced through the Great Scouring with the creation of the chapter system. But here you can see the beginnings of that. Then we get some more background narration about time starting to move forward. So ends the Day of Days. It closes in fire and damnation. it has kept none of its nefarious promises, or made good on its venomous threats. It sinks into a bloody twilight where the only currencies are wayment, misery, and loss. In this half-light of ash and tragedy, all color bleeds and fades. The imperial hosts of Horus Warmaster lose their darkling majesty and their degenerate luster. They lumber as revenant outcasts in the twilight gloom, their souls scorched, their banners lank and meaningless, seeking solace, absolution, and escape. Where is their fury now? Where is their purpose and their certainty? Where is the unquenchable devotion that brought them to the brink of triumph and almost won them the galaxy whole? Gone. Gone into the dusk. Gone into the flame. Gone so utterly, it might have never existed at all. Gone with it are the allies that stood with them. The baying legions of demonkin do not retreat. They vanish into smoke, into dust, into the dismal rain. As the warp declines, so the Neverborn become extinct upon the material plane, for their embodiments and possessions cannot endure in the mundane realm. They depart, unwilling and thwarted, as night begins to fall, and leave their screams upon the air. Those keening wails of anguish and spite become the even song of the dying day, and those who hear them, traitor and loyalist alike, will never forget them. The screams of demons will haunt them for the rest of their lives and wake them in the dark of other midnights. From the smallest vermin breed, gnawing bones and collecting skulls amid the corpse heaps, to the cloven-hooved arch-fiends, piercing the sky with their obscene horns, the Neverborn decay and demanifest. They leave smog behind them, foul air, a spatter of ichor as their protean forms deliquesce, the dew of their blood, the rotting stench of their brief and heinous incarnations. But they remain in the memories of those who have seen them as an indelible stain. Demons have walked the face of the world. Their terratoid horror has been seen in human eyes, and felt by human senses. Though the Neverborn vanish in a blizzard of disillusion, the fact of them lingers. The demons endure, in peripheral memory, in pouncing nightmares, in the shuttered rooms of sanity and the cellars of thought, in that shadow there, by the window where the sunlight does not reach. The demons will always be here now. This is really interesting, because throughout the Horus Heresy, the presence of demons was a much more minimal and controlled thing. They weren't running rampant in these gigantic hordes across the stars, but instead were showing up in a limited capacity in very specific situations, usually when summoned. But here, they were used en masse in a full fighting capability, far more than the other time they were used en masse during the Heresy, that being the Battle of Kolth. And it says here that that genie is effectively out of the bottle. That's never going away, because once the existence of demons is confirmed in your mind, something that didn't really exist in the atheistic Imperium that was, but very much exists in the new religious Imperium, they never really go away, and they can always manifest. The knowledge of them is effectively a mimetic hazard, and this is actually something talked about by characters across Warhammer. Here in The End and the Death earlier, Kirill Sinderman states that, quote, "The Emperor should have prepared us. He should have told us about demons and what was out there so we could be better protected, instead of being caught sandbagged like this at the 11th hour. But 10,000 years later, after returning to the galaxy, mentally comments on how the Emperor was actually right to keep demons a secret from mankind, because if all of humanity knew about these horrors, it would be all they ever think about. It would drive everyone in the Imperium to paranoia and madness, just wondering when these things are going to crop up or what damage they're going to do. There is, in reality, a very real living debate regarding whether or not the Emperor was right to keep demons a secret from mankind, and furthermore, the wider nature of the warp, and the argument does have merits on both sides, but you can kind of see the book leaning in favor of it here, that now that they are known to humanity, they will never be unknown to them. Heading back to some of the Marines we've met along the way, we go now to Sojuk the White Scar, who was, in essence, calling himself a life seller last we knew, because he was locked out of the Eternity Gate when it closed. And he, along with the other Marines in that situation, started thinking, okay, now I'm gonna die, so I'm just gonna look to sell my life for the highest price I can get. How about 5? No, give me 6. Who? Do I have 7? Do I have 8? Basically that way. How many of them can I take with me before my life is taken? But he has survived, and he held everyone off. And he, like everyone else, was stunned when the Blood Angels went mad. He does reason, though, that when a man has nothing left but destruction, he becomes destruction. And we learn that the frenzied Blood Angels broke large trader holds. They absolutely blunted their charge and scuppered their momentum. He's completely dumbstruck as to why the traders are breaking, though, and to why the Blood Angels have suddenly become sane. And he thinks the two are related, because he didn't actually realize that the death of Sanguinius was what caused the Blood Angels to snap. And then something very interesting happens. He starts crying. He sinks to his knees and lays his sword on the rockcrete beside him. He finds himself in the most unexpected place of all, alive. He was so resigned to death, so ready for it, but it never came or found the right price. Sojik realizes he is sobbing. It isn't relief, it's shock. Death had been so certain, and now nothing is certain. He doesn't understand the world anymore. It almost feels like victory, but he doesn't trust it, because it also feels like defeat. Perhaps this is what it feels like when everything is lost, even the certainty of death. He hears a noise, unmistakable. He looks up in time to see 3 jet bikes pass overhead at high velocity, banking to the east. They are jet bikes of his legion. The false sunlight glints on their flanks as they turn. They're chasing down the fleeing traders 8 kilometers out. Sojik didn't know there were any still operational. He instantly wants to be one of them. He feels the yearn of Yarok. He wants to chase into the distance. If the men of the Keshig still have a purpose, then there is some meaning left in the world. It just hasn't been shared with him. Sojik rises to his feet and watches the glinting specks as they run off east. He feels the spirit of the Kagan. Whether the great Khan of Khans is alive or dead, he is riding still, and suns ride with him ever onwards. Where all he thought he had left was death, Sojik finds he has hope, and hope has cost him more than death ever could. Here we start to see one of the most defining themes of 40k if you really look into it with your soul, and it's that no matter how bad things get and how uncertain all becomes, you can still find a glimmer of purpose, still find a reason to stand back up if just one more time and get something done, because there is always that little spark of hope. And even hope can be dangerous. Hope is not easy. As they say in Shawshank, hope can drive a man insane. But sometimes to stay on your feet, you do have to be a little crazy. You see, this is one of the big things that separates the Horus Heresy from Warhammer 40,000, aside from just the obvious. The Horus Heresy was about the loss of hope and the death of the dream, the great dream for a golden future of mankind, while Warhammer 40,000 is about finding the will to persist in the face of that ruined dream, even if it is something as simple as wanting to ride with your brothers in the name of your Khan. At the end of everything, hold on to anything. This end, then, is the end of dreams. This death, the death of certainty. All that mankind trusted as empirical fact is excised from the human psyche, and in its place is crudely transplanted the sly nightmares of the possible. Hearts beat differently now. Minds tilt at an unsettled angle. The limit of what is possible has been extended beyond the wall of reason into the dark forests of the imagination, where few have dared to venture. Anything has become possible, and thus nothing is unimaginable. There is no longer consolation in rationality. Mankind stands at the foot of a hollow mountain filled with doubt and the darkness of unknowing. The candles of science and axiom will not stay lit in the night wind. The only light that can act as a guide is faith, as blind and undefinable as the darkness it seeks to illuminate. Mankind can now imagine the worst, and every time it does so from this moment on, the worst will be worse still. The greatest dream of all, the cherished dream to which mankind has clung and in which it was invested, the spine that kept the very idea of the Imperium upright, is broken. The dream, a polished mosaic of faith and truth, is bleeding out on the deck of a burning flagship, and nothing can staunch the wounds. The great and ordered plan in which the future was molded, with a craftsman's eye for perfect scale and exquisite detail, is undone. His vision of the future has failed. So there it is, in no uncertain terms, the Emperor of Mankind failed. Yes, he is still alive. Yes, he is still active. Yes, he is still doing things, but make no mistake, he failed. Heading back to the trader's perspective of things, we join up with a group of people who we've actually seen very, very little of throughout the heresy, and that is the heretics. The Mechanicum of Mars under Kelbor Hal, the Fabricator General, who sided with Horus, and saw a large contingent of their group split off to side with Terra and form the Adeptus Mechanicus. The heretics, generally speaking, are completely struck dumb by what's happening, because they can't figure out what's going on in the new sphere or with their sensoria. One heretic is trying to figure out what's happening, but everything just returns status invalid, and she knows it's not like a scrap code attack or anything. Then she realizes her face is wet, and it's because she's lying face down in the water, or wet mud more or less, after falling from her palanquin. She rewinds the data and notes that it was the insane behavior of the Blood Angels that stopped their advance. What she's dealing with right now is essentially a loss of data, and parts of her own data shadow are completely removed, so she's like alone, blind, and mute. But she realizes the warp is unavailable and she's unsupported. So at this point, she has to switch to manual senses, and this pisses her off because, in her words, her mechanical beauty is spoiled by the fall. But a Skitarii does help her, and she does take it over. So now, using its senses, she can see the real world, and she is basically shocked at what she can see. Everything is desolate, and she doesn't know where anything is. And moreover, everything the warp was in is now rusting, and everything is succumbing to years of wear and tear on the spot, and she knows internally that she must be too. However, this changes when she realizes Blood Angels are approaching calmly, and she deduces that the loss of the warp shocked them back into stability, and she knows she is now as good as dead. So, she closes the Skitarii's eyes, not just because she doesn't want to see it coming, because she can sense that the Skitarii is scared too. And they both literally hold each other tight and huddle in fear. We then get more narration. This is the end and the death. There is no victory to be claimed, not for those who came here to seize it, nor for those who fought to prevent them. Terra, disfigured, writhes in a delirium of its own pain, flinching to ease the agony of one wound, only to tear open another. Each flinch is a tectonic spasm that furrows continents. Each contraction is a seismic rictus that cracks the spines of landmasses and grinds their bones. Its mouth is filled with its own blood, and its blood is magma fire. Some will wonder in the years to come if the throne world should be left to die. It is too broken, too tainted, too contaminated by the poisons of war and warp. Any other world so fundamentally exposed to the immaterium and to the blight of chaos would be discarded in an instant and shunned forever, or sterilized by exterminatus. But it is Terra. It is the cradle of the species. It is the earth from which the seed of humanity grew. The thought of its abandonment is inconceivable. For to perish in a war is one thing, to survive quite another. Survival carries its own burden, an obligation that is, in its way, more onerous than war itself. No matter the injuries a survivor has sustained, no matter how mutilated and close to death war has left them, be they human soul or planet, they have endured, and so they inherit the reckoning of war. It is their solemn duty to preserve the cause for which they suffered, and for which so many died. For if that cause is not remembered, then war is just an empty horror. Those who find themselves alive when the war with Horus ends are so benumbed, they long for the release of oblivion, but they must live, to honor those that did not. They must remember, for those that no longer can. A cause must survive the war for which it has been fought. This is all the dead expect of those they leave behind. Make sense of us. Make sense of that which seems so senseless. We are gone, but you remain. Remember not the way we fell or how. Remember why. What I really like about this passage here is that it drives home that this is very much a Pyrrhic victory. There is no cheer, there's no celebration of triumph, nothing. Just this slow, empty delirium as Terra drags itself, stunned and bleeding, into a new terrible age. And the people who survived this, their lives are going to be hell. They're going to be plagued with nightmares and the knowledge. They're going to be dripping PTSD. And furthermore, most of the people who fought in this war are not going to live very long after the fact. You see, everyone who fought on Terra was exposed to massive amounts of radiation. This was known in one of the earliest books in the Siege of Terra, The Lost and the Damned, where Katsuhiro realizes after hearing Geiger counters go off everywhere that, quote, "We're dead. It's only a matter of time." And someone jokes with him, "Yeah, well, that's the question that was asked the day you were born. You were gonna die sometime, weren't you?" But still, I would wager that most regular mortals, people without the means, who fought during the Siege of Terra, will be dead in like 10 to 15 years at most. And considering a lot of these people are in their 30s or even 40s, that's not a long time. And it's not going to be an easy death either. They're going to start showing so much cancer and internal damage, and not to mention the physical injuries, and it's going to be an agonizing way to go all the way down. And those are the people who are going to be tasked with picking up the pieces of Terra, and furthermore, the Imperium itself. That is such an unenviable position to be in, and honestly, I think I might have rather have just died during the fighting. And there's actually people who can't even let go of the fighting. Two such people are none other than Fafnir Rand and Zephon Sorrowbringer, who are actually still chasing after the traitor host, which is completely shattered and in disarray. But they're still going after them because they feel like their wounds are so bad that if they stop, they're just gonna die. Their determination is the only thing keeping them upright. And they're not alone. There's a lot of other fighters with them around a place called the Hasgard. However, Rand tells everyone to stop even though they don't want to, but eventually they do. And then he starts clambering his way up a pile of bloody rubble, and basically a mountain of Astartes warplate. And he explained nothing when he started doing this. Everyone around him is just like, "Yo, Lord Son of Dorn, what's up, what's this?" However, he just tells them to hang on for a minute. "Wait," he shouts. He looks at them for a moment. The pride of the Imperium brought to this. A few white scars, a few Imperial fists, disfigured and torn, their plate now as red as Zephon's. There are some Blood Angels among them too. They are ashen and haunted. Their rage collapsed just as the traitors broke. Another mystery that cannot be explained. No one knows anything. And that's why Rand has told them to wait. They need something. Night is falling, perhaps forever. This place, Hasgard, was where they were going to die, and they may yet die here. Mindlessly chasing the enemy is not enough. They are exhausted, broken, bleeding out both literally and metaphorically. Whether they catch up with the enemy or not, most of them will not live another hour. Rand blocks out the pain of his wounds. He finds what he glimpsed from below as they advanced. He reaches for it and struggles to free it. Corpses slide and clatter down the heap as he disturbs them. It comes free, the grip of the dead broken. He pulls himself upright and raises it so that the men below can see it. It is a standard of the Imperium, a banner of the Emperor. The pole is bent and the cloth torn. The aquila is missing from the finial. The banner itself is so soaked in blood that its symbols and heraldry are hard to make out, but they know what it is. Rand raises it aloft, ignoring the blood that drips from its hem onto his face, ignoring the blood that is running down his back and chest from the wounds in his shoulders and neck as the effort of raising the standard pulls them open. "For the Emperor," he yells. Remember when I said this is very much a Pyrrhic victory? Well, don't forget, it's still victory. They have won the day. And it is so important for Rand to do this because he knows it is very likely the last thing a lot of these men with him, who almost died with him, are ever gonna see. And he knows that they deserve to see their victory declared, if just one last time. That is very deep. And what's even deeper is the symbolism of the banner itself. So much is missing. It's bent, it's broken, the aquila's gone. It is literally so soaked and dripping blood that it's almost unrecognizable. But the symbolism of it and the nobility therein persists. Even though the Imperium is a bloody, broken mess, it is still the Imperium, and that noble seed planted in it during its creation will still be there to those who are willing to see it and know what it means. And what it means will never be forgotten or lost as long as there are people like Fafnir Rand and everyone with him who will ignore their hurt and their pain and all they have gone through in order to muster the strength to raise that banner one more time and cry victory. Dan Abnett, you are a phenomenal writer. Next, we head back to the Vengeful Spirit, which tears away from the palace as the warp recedes, leaving the ship very much damaged. And also unchanged, because, as we know, parts of it became like meat. but now those parts are once again metal. And during all of this, Dorn and Valdor, who were fighting their way to the Emperor, are fighting to stay upright during all of this. They had been fighting demons, but they all essentially vanished all at once. And even though Dorn and Valdor don't say anything to each other, and don't know what's happened, they know something has fundamentally changed. Until Valdor just says, he's dead, but when Dorn asks who, he doesn't say anything. Then, skulls begin to wash past in a flood of rainwater and oil. They do see a light, but Valdor turns around to see something else, and it turns out to be Diocletian and other Custodes. Dorn feels that it's a pretty dry reunion, all things considered, but it is nice to see them again, because they were also following the storm as Dorn and Valdor had instructed. Now they're all converging, and they advance into a destroyed chamber. Dorn sees first the remains of Kaikaltis Dusk, then Sanguinius's mauled body. Dorn knew the angel was dead. The woman told him so. He thought he had prepared himself, but to see it, to actually see it, to see the corpse so brutally mauled and so casually discarded. In the center of the chamber is Horus Lupercal. He is crumpled on his side, his warplate scorched and blackened around the cadaver it contains. The empty sockets of Horus's broiled skull gaze at Dorn. His defleshed jaw is twisted open in a scream. Nearby, a solitary Astartes kneels in vigil beside the other body. Constantine was right, whichever way he meant it. He's dead. They're both dead. So it does seem, at least by their perspective, that Dorn and Valdor went through all of this only to get here just too late. And despite the fact that the Emperor won, we can see the state he's in. He is basically down and out. And as we all know, that Astartes kneeling beside him is none other than Garvia Loken. Loken actually sees Dorn gaze in disbelief, and there's nothing to be said. Dorn gestures to Loken to move and kneels by the Emperor, laying unmoving on his back, and he says, "You can't die. Not now." Throughout the entire heresy and siege of Terra, we have never seen Dorn's composure truly break, even when he was trapped in an unending labyrinth, tormented by Khorne for centuries. But through it all, he never lost his composure. But he loses it here. This is what breaks him. Dorn actually listens in, trying to inspect for any sign of life, and he hears that rattling, gasping breath in the Emperor's throat. And he doesn't take joy in that because he knows what it means. That's a death rattle. He's heard it many times before. And Loken says, "I did all I could, I was here the whole time." And then Dorn's like, "I don't doubt that." So Loken explains, very briefly, that the Emperor fought, and then as soon as Horus was destroyed, he just collapsed. Like he mustered up just enough strength to strike that final blow. And Dorn, after saying that he knows Loken did all he could, he says what really matters is what they do now, and then he calls for Valdor. That's when he turns and sees him. Dorn looks up at Constantine and is shocked by what he sees. Valdor is gazing down at the Emperor's body, and his eyes are full of tears. Koros and the other Sentinels are clearly weeping too. It's not their expressions of grief that shocks Dorn. To hear the lament of the Custodes would be unbearable. But this is utterly silent, and somehow far worse. "Constantine," he says. "Constantine, we need to get him out of this place." Valdor nods. He clears his throat. "He yet lives," he replies. "I can feel it." "Tribune?" Koros steps forward. "Teleport homing beacons are active, my captain," Koros says. "No signal responds. Noosphere is down, Vox is down. Retrying to establish contact." "There isn't time," says Loken. He can no longer hear the Master of Mankind in his head. He can no longer sense the light of him, and the flames of Rubio's blade have gone out. The Custodes may be more sensitive, for they are more closely bound to the Emperor, but Loken can feel that extinction is but a few breaths away. There's no time to make contact. We must carry him. Dorn agrees, and they know they're running out of time, but the ship is dying, and they don't know where to go. Valdor asks, where to, but the palace has separated away from the ship, so it's far away. So they head to the embarkation deck and just pray to find a Stormbird. So they pick him up to, take him there, but the minute they do, his head just flops backward and black blood starts streaming out of his mouth. And they set him down, with Valdor saying, "Just stop, you're just killing him faster." And they go to make a gurney out of anything they can find, like deck panels and wall plates. They start ripping metal out to just make a plate to hold him on. But just then, all the Sentinels stop and abruptly bring up their weapons in defensive poses, because there are figures standing in the shadows of the hatchway, lurking there. and they are apparently surviving Blood Angels from the Anabasis detachment that came aboard with Sanguinius, led by none other than Raldoron himself. However, Valdor is immediately wary of them and says, if you've come for more killing, there's nothing left to kill, and he screams this at them. And when Dorn says, dude, Constantine, chill, he says, no, they're animals. Animals drawn to blood. But Dorn is basically able to talk him down and say, just look at how pale with grief they are. Look at how ashen and drawn they are. Like, it's okay, calm down. But Valdor obviously does not trust them. Dorn does talk to Raldoron though and say, last time we met, you really were like a wild beast. But Raldoron can't remember. And he actually says he would prefer that fury than just this because of the ashen emptiness that's just crushing him right now. Dorn, though, does set him a task and says Sanguinius's body cannot be left here, so the Blood Angels are going to take Sanguinius's corpse with them. But then Raldoron also asks what they do with the War Master's body, and Constantine just says, screw him, like, let him burn with his ship. But then, they all start getting Vox transmission from none other than Hegemon Command, those mortal humans still in charge of whatever's going on back on the surface, and they start asking for immediate extraction. But it should be noted, the link is quite poor. But Loken takes this opportunity to kneel beside the Emperor and say, they will bear you home, my lord. Do not die. Your palace awaits you. My lord, I cannot imagine a future that does not have you in it. We need you to guide us and show us how to put back what has been undone. But then, someone says, he can't hear you, Loken. Loken looks up and sees it's Litu standing a few paces away, and Loken is surprised that he's alive. And Litu looks like crap. He looks exhausted, and his armor has this weird kind of sheen to it that makes it look like it's been exposed to extreme heat. Because if you'll remember, he was literally jettisoned to the feet of the Chaos Gods themselves. And one thing that was actually really funny was the fact that Dorn asks, Loken, who the hell is this? Because I just realized Litu has never met anybody from the series at all. Like, aside from the Perpetuals and then the Emperor and Loken, he has not communicated with anyone, and for all intents and purposes is just a random person in unmarked armor who has materialized here of all places at what was damn near the end of the world. So Dorn is just like, Loken, who's this? And Loken basically brushes it off and says, listen, his name is Litu, he fought alongside me, I'll vouch for him. And that seems to be good enough for Dorn. But then Litu tells him, hey, my lord Dorn, just a heads up, there's a chamber off to the side that Horus was using as a shrine. I think Ferrus Manus' skull is in there. You want to get that? And when Dorn leaves, Litu actually states that extraction isn't going to come fast enough, because the ship is essentially dead and basically gonna come apart. And interestingly, Loken also doesn't believe the damage to the Emperor can be fully repaired, but Loken says we have to try. Loken is a very interesting character, because he is essentially the representation in character form, or the characterization, I should say, of hope itself. Throughout all of this, Loken never gave up hope. Hope in a better future. Hope that some noble part of his father was still alive deep down. Hope that the Emperor would pull through. Hope that the Emperor is still alive. Loken has more hope than the Custodes and Valdor, so in the same way Nathaniel Garrow represents faith, Loken represents hope. And when you keep that characterization in mind, and go through everything he went through during the heresy, and especially everything in this book, it really puts things in a new and very interesting light. And then Valdor, who also does not trust Litu, comes up and says, yeah, we're gonna have to carry the Emperor and Sanguinius. And when Loken asks why, he says it's because the Hegemon can't lock on. There's still too much interference. So they decide they're gonna give the Hegemon another 3 minutes to try and teleport them out before they decide to walk. And Loken says, in case we do, Deck 3 is the closest one here. And then one of the Custodes says, yeah, I bet you would know the inside of this ship better than anyone else. And this is very clearly a dig. It causes Loken to wince. The stain of Horus's curse will apparently never be forgiven, and being Horus's son will never be forgiven no matter what. That aside though, things are looking grim, and according to Loken, the Emperor's breathing sounds like the crunch of broken glass in a bag. But Litu starts digging around for things, and when asked, what exactly he's doing, he says, if he's alive, there is still hope he would tell us what to do. To which Valdor literally says, he can't speak, you idiot. Valdor literally just calls him an idiot right then and there. And Litu says, I know, sir, but he bends down to pick up something. But he'd show us if there was a chance. He'd find a way to show us, that's what he does. And he realizes that he's holding a tarot card. It's specifically the Scorched Knight of Mendacio card. Valdor basically just scoffs at him right on the spot, but Leetu starts picking up more. And as we know, the Knight of Mendacio is representative of Loken. And then the other card Leetu pulls up are the Space Marine, and then the Lantern, and then the Guardsman card torn in two. The Guardsman, as we know, was Alanius Persson, who is now dead. The Lantern is the Astronomicon, and Valdor starts getting pissed and just says, enough of that. But Leetu's like, no, hear me out here. He then finds the Throne, and then the World. And then there are others, which are actually cards from Horus's deck. The Orphan, the Revenger, the Despoiler. And Valdor just then snaps at him and he says, stop that. So help me, the King of Ages is dying and you play with cards. But Leetu says he would show us, and he turns to him, if there was a way he would show us, and these cards are all that's left. So what do they tell you, Valdor sneers. Leetu looks at the cards he has found. There is no sense to them. If there is a reading here at all, it is poor and incomprehensible. I don't know, he says. Then damn you, says Valdor. Damn you. Leetu nods. The Captain General is right. This was a foolish idea. And he reasons that since the warp has left, the cards are no longer psi-active, which means the Emperor is now fully silent. However, someone tells Leetu not to despair and claims that he is in fact onto something. And that people, of all people, is Rogel Dorn. See, Dorn walks up in the middle of this and says, yeah, the Leetu guy was right. Ferris's skull is right there, and it is some kind of weird shrine. And Valdor's like, oh wow, he was right about something. Did you know this guy was playing with cards right now? And Dorn is like, actually, Dad put a lot of stock into what tarot cards used to say. And so did Malkador. You should know this, Constantine. I just find it really funny out of all people to suddenly not only take Leetu's side, but sandbag Constantine Valdor like that. It's Dorn. He then starts probing Leetu for questions, asking, hey, so where exactly were the cards when they fell? And Leetu's like, oh, are you a student of the cards? And Dorn's like, no, actually I've never liked them at all, but Malkador showed me things in them that have come true. So even though I don't like them, I can't ignore them. And what's interesting here is that when Dorn says Leetu, it's written in the book, capital L, capital E, space, WTO. So I can only imagine Dorn pronouncing it Leetu instead of Leetu, which is just funny to me. And Leetu informs him that, oh, this one was closest to your father, it was right beside him. Sorry, his blood is on it. And that card is the Throne. And then Dorn actually laughs a little bit. And he says, so he is still speaking to us after all. This is where we need to take the Emperor. Like, Dorn actually had no idea that the only way to save the Emperor was to hook him up to the throne. He was kind of going by the seat of his pants, but he realizes this is the key to saving him, hooking him up to the throne. And then he asks Leetu, are there any other cards? But the last one was this one, Revelation, which was lodged by the body of Kaikaltis Dusk. Well, I say body in like the loosest sense, because it's all just ash aside from a few bits of armor. And looking at Kaikaltis Dusk's chest plate, he notices the sigil Malkador licked onto it. Well, licked onto his finger and then drew on the armor. That eye sigil, which helped Kaikaltis Dusk stay alive in the face of Horus's blast. And then he hears the voice, do not fail him. Bring him back to this seat. You hear me? Bring him back alive. You do all you do for him, but do this for me. It's not as though Malkador is speaking to him, he just hears the memory of it. This is basically yet further reinforcement of what he must do. Bring the Emperor back to the Golden Throne. And that's going to be a lot easier because suddenly they get notice from Koros that the Hegemon has locked onto their position and they're about to be teleported out. So, when the teleport shimmer starts to begin, they say, okay, quick, everyone get both of their bodies, the Emperor and Sanguinius, and bring them aside. We're about to port out. However, Loken isn't moving. Loken, Dorn yells. Loken, come on. Loken is hunched beside his father's body. He looks over at Dorn. Someone must stand watch over him, my lord, he says. Someone must stand vigil here. Loken! He was Horus Lupercal, says Loken, and he was my father. I'm the only one left who cares. He stands. He makes the sign of the Aquila and holds it in salute until the bang of the teleport flare begins to fade. They are gone. The wind drops. Sparks of decorporealization drift like fireflies, and the transmaterial dust begins to settle. Loken kneels beside his father's corpse. He places his hand on his father's shoulder. Now there is no one left to see. He weeps. The idea that Loken was willing to stay behind and stand vigil over the corpse of someone who is effectively seen as Satan by the entire rest of the galaxy, in some instances literally, is such a beautiful visual in my mind, and just says so much about him as a person. He never lets people go. He never gives up on people. Garviel Loken is someone who loves so deeply and sincerely that he can't help himself. The way he views his friends like Mercedes Olaton, arguably one of the closest things we have to a human and space marine romantic relationship, or the other members of the Knights Errant and Garrow, is just so tender and kind and so human. Or his interactions with not just Tarek Torgadon, but the ghost of Torgadon that one time is, I don't know, there's just something so great about it, and I wish we got more characters like him who were allowed to establish these deep personal relationships with other characters. Like, Grimaldus and his relationship with the other Black Templars under his charge was really interesting, but Loken just takes it a step further. And him staying behind on the Vengeful Spirit like this really piqued my interest, especially since he didn't die in the fight with Horus like I assumed he would. I was, at this time, very, very hyped to see where his story would go. And we're gonna circle back to that. For now, though, we head to the Imperial Palace, and to none other than Malkador the Sigillite on the throne. Thus my friend is returned to me. This was the plan I made, and thus it is accomplished, but not in the way I imagined, or the way any of us imagined. Plans are the decision of man. We make them to feel safe, and to secure the future. But the future is a shapeshifter, a fluid trickster. It is mercurial and ever-changing, and it wears many aspects. It can be whatever it decides to be, and no plan can fix it or pin it down. It mocks the plans we paint upon the walls, for those walls will not stand forever, and may not be there tomorrow. I know this. I have seen the future, and it has seen us. Plans cannot be trusted. We place such faith in them, but they are fragile, devious things that alter the moment we look away, or break like oaths, or melt like snow. Some are simply lies we tell ourselves, or promises we cannot keep, or dreams we hope will see us through the night. Those few that last, and come to fruition, seldom do so in the ways we expect. Yet still, we make them. We have always made them, and those that come after me, I'm sure, will continue to do so. They are all we have, our only armor, stronger than Warplate. My friend knows this. He has known it from the very beginning, so he has made them anyway, plan after plan, down through the ages that he has ruled as king. Not because he is stubborn or a fool, but because he knows they are the best we can do. The trick, and there is always a trick, is to expect them to fail, to anticipate the way the future will squirm to escape them, to compensate, to build contingencies, to make not one plan but many, and layer them, thick and overlapping, so that when one fails, there is always another. Like Warplate indeed, and like Warplate, a blade will always find its way through all those layers if it really wants to. The future's blade is very sharp. My friend made many plans, and the blade has passed through almost every single one of them. My last plan, so hasty and impulsive, has worked. It has brought him back. But it has failed too, for it has not brought him back safe and whole. I see this the moment they escort him in. I see it from the fact that they are having to carry him in. There, Rogel and Constantine, and 4 fine sentinels, bearing him upon their shoulders. They are weeping. Of course they are. A silence falls upon the throne room. Vulcan starts forward to meet them from the foot of the dais, and at his side, Uzkarel and the other custodians leave their place to help carry their lord. This is a time of grief, but I am glad I'm here to see it. My last bequest is fulfilled, however imperfectly. I am not alive to witness it, but I am present at least. My whole self burned away hours ago, and even the sigil of me that remained is all but erased. But it has persisted this long. The material man may perish, but the informational man lasts a little longer. Some part of me will last for years to come, I think, as ideas in the minds of my chosen few. That's my plan, at least. I have lasted this long because I had to, not to see him home, but to hold the throne until he returned. As they bring him up the steps towards me, I feel their urgent expectation. The throne is his only chance. It will save him. It will restore him and sustain him. This is what they have understood from the signs and symbols that both he and I have tried to show them. For signs and symbols are the only language we have left. This will save him. Like plans, though, symbols are imprecise. They're fluid, and they seldom mean what we presume they mean. Rogel and Constantine believe they are saving him. They think that the throne is the only chance. In fact, the reverse is also true. He is the throne's only chance. I know it, and my friend knows it. This is what we were trying to tell them. Yes, the throne may stabilize him and suspend him, as it did me, but that's besides the point. He is the only one who can stabilize it, for I can no longer perform that task, and thus it will tether him here, to this seat, to this room, to this reality, on the brink of death and the verge of life, both wounded and whole, unborn and yet reborn, ended yet unending, now and forever. It was never his intended plan, but it was a contingency. My King of Ages knew it might come to this if the permutations of the future aligned in this particular way. That's what he told me anyway. He had me believe he would be ready if there was no other choice, and I see none from where I am sitting. It will be agony. I can vouch for that. I have tasted but a brief moment of that eternity, and that is more than enough. May your death live forever, my friend. There is nothing immortal about this. And so they come. They ascend the steps. None of them speak, but I feel the hope in their minds. What they do now, they do only for his salvation. I want to correct them. I want to explain their mistake, but I can't. And even if I could, perhaps I wouldn't. The truth is brutal. At least this way they have some solace, some small consolation in the face of tragedy. They should have that much. They need to be strong for what lies ahead. This is where it will end, here in my flames, but it is also where it will begin. After a fire, all that is left are foundations, and it is a good time to rebuild. They are our foundations now. I wonder if they have learned enough. They're close now, Rogel and Vulcan stepping forward while, behind them, Constantine, Koros, Uzkarel, and Lemora lower the beer. Oh, Vulcan, my boy, I have been glad of your company in my last hours, and humbled by your devotion. And you, Rogel, my heart breaks to see the tears in your eyes. I never thought I'd live to see that. I suppose I haven't. I hope you have seen enough, Rogel. I hope you have seen enough to learn. You, the master planner. Plans do not work or last. You have to learn to change them as you go. Change them, all the time. Make new ones. Make better ones. Make them strong and layer them deep. But make them flexible. They never work the way you think they're going to. Not even this one. Does he understand? He doesn't hear me. He and Vulcan reach down to lift me from this seat and I no longer sit upon the throne of Terra. And this, at last, is my end and my death. For a moment, finally, I feel something. It's time. And so ends the story of Malcador the Sigillite. Or should I say Malcador the hero, as the Emperor decreed. And in his final moments, all his thoughts and concern are not even very much on the future, but on those he sees in front of him. His friend, the Emperor, the Primarchs who he views almost like his own sons. And if nothing else, he got to die knowing he did the best he could, and that in the end, it was just enough. Things are going to be terrible from now on, and he knows this, but at least they will go on. What's interesting here is that they knew this could happen. It was a possibility on the books, but God knows it is not at all what they wanted. If there is one thing I wish though, it's I wish we got a moment of dialogue, at least mentally, psychically, between the Emperor and Malcador. Yes, the Emperor can't physically speak, but he is still alive, so psychically he should be able to communicate in some form. And I really wish we got here just a few parting words between these ancient friends. One Warhammer fan artist named M. Whatnot, who makes a lot of very famous meme drawings, actually made an animation of this moment where the Emperor and Malcador see each other one last time and have a flashback before Malcador dissipates of their entire time together and all the accomplishments they've had over the long millennia, all set to the song Time to Say Goodbye, and it's absolutely beautiful. I wish we got, at least in some part, a moment like that. But if nothing else, I'm pretty happy with this. So now here we are in the final stretch. There's about 30 pages left in the book itself, and in audiobook form, exactly 1 hour. Like, this is the wind down, where we start catching up with everybody and starting to settle into the proper end of the book after all has passed and everything is now settled. So we enter part 11, chapter 1, which is simply titled, After. And after the flame and the wind, and after the steel and the rain, after the banners and the baying horns, after the firelight on shouting faces and the sundering of stone, 10,000 new years begin. They begin in a silence that falls like a shroud and settles like dust. They begin in the smoking shell of a city that once crowned the top of the world. They begin on a wounded planet that circles a damaged sun on the stabbed flank of the galaxy. They begin on the endless tracts of waste and rubble that war has left behind, and they will take root and sprout there, and thrive like the weeds and wildflowers that will flourish across those fields long before the debris can be cleared, binding old bones and broken plate, climbing the skirts of rusted tanks, garlanding the heads of silent engines, roping the sleeping dead, and budding shoots from the sockets of their skulls. The silence is eerie, the sky is yellow, and streaked with smoke from fires that will burn for decades. There is a light behind the clouds in the north. It is not sunrise or sunset, or a bright and steadfast star, but it lights the northern sky, and beyond the drape of smoke, it lights the worlds above, and the worlds to come, and the numberless zodiacs of the stars. Some will see it as his light, but it is simpler than that. It is a direction, where once all directions were lost. The years begin here, in squalls of rain and banks of mournful fog. They begin in the stillness of the open kilometers of flat and glassy mud. The lakes like mirrors, the craters changed to reflective pools. There used to be a city here. There, below a column of soldiers, toiling across the oozing plain, dragging their old field guns, leaving a long and rutted line behind them in the mire. They are but one of many units, rediscovered now that the Vox is speaking again, recalled for resupply. There is fighting yet to be done. This here is none other than Marshal Agatha with her troops that have defended the Black Manse and projected the fateful message that basically saved the Imperium and the galaxy. I really wish we got to see some more fighting from them, because we heard that basically the entire warp was descending on their position, but we never really got to see anything of it. Still though, here they are making their way back for resupply because there is more to do, and they have fired almost every shell they had to keep the enemy at bay, right up until they all suddenly fell back. And she knows they defeated nothing. The victory was won by other people in faraway places in her mind, and she thinks that all they really did was hold death at arm's length. But they did it well, these men, these nameless or half-named men. They ran those guns with diligence and determination, until the barrels began to glow, and the target line 2 kilometers away was a constant forest of smoke and flame. As a commander, she could have wanted better. Better men, better troops, better ordnance. As a soldier, she could not have asked for more. Initially, I found these guys to just be a weird side story, but they did start to grow on me, especially here in this part of the book. And one thing that's really interesting, had this been any other scenario, these guys would have been the protagonists. They would have gotten their own book, start to finish, detailing something that was only like a fraction as dire as what they went through. And yet, given the nature of everything that was happening, they became a near imperceptible footnote. The only reason any eyes were on them at all was because Katerina Moriana happened to be there with them at the time. And you have to imagine, scenarios like this must have been playing out over and over again, planet-wide, not just around the Imperial Palace. So many stories of brave last stands and heroism, and soldiery that would not be matched for another 10,000 years. All of it gone completely unremembered as the world turned right there aboard the Vengeful Spirit. And yet, if these nameless and half-named people hadn't held out, the Vengeful Spirit battle would have been lost, the Emperor would have been slain, humanity would have been doomed. As small as their effort might seem in the grand scheme of things, it was a collective effort that saved the human race on Terra. There's something really beautiful in that thought. What's really interesting, though, is the fact that as they march, Caterina Moriana is talking to the soldiers and telling them the made-up anecdote of Alanius Pius that was first devised back in the book Saturnine. And it says, as she catches up with her, Agatha hears her telling, yet again, the story of the lone guardsman. An inspirational anecdote, and surely made up. A lone guardsman just like them. Very ordinary, nothing special. He had nothing but his rifle and his loyalty. But he stood with the Emperor, right at the Emperor's side. He faced Horus personally. Yes, face to face, to look him in the eye. He kept the evil of Lupercal at bay for just a few short seconds, just long enough to buy the Emperor a moment in which he could win the day. That's what soldiers do. He died, but he died well. No one lives forever. You do what you can with the moments you have. Yes, he was just like you. His name was Olanius, she hears the woman say. So Agatha talks to her and says, oh, telling stories again? And she says, yeah. But she says, well, even if it's a lie, it's good to tell stories. And Moriana says, yeah, a good lie is better than a bad truth, because the soldiers deserve consolation, and that consolation can be what you need to get through a horrible situation. This was again something that Olanius Pius actually said, that soldiers always lie because that's how they deal with the horror. However, as they talk and walk, one concern comes up, and it's that a lot of the soldiers in that regiment were all convicts and are terrified of what will happen when they get back to the palace. This was, in essence, almost like a penal battalion, and yet they managed to change the fate of the galaxy, even if they don't entirely realize it. But they're worried they're gonna get discovered and court-martialed or maybe just executed, because who's gonna want to deal with them? But Kat reads Agatha's thoughts and hears her idea about what to do about this. And the idea is that there will be a lot of confusion and loss of data and so many people just unaccounted for that it would actually be very, very easy to claim that the regiment's data was simply just lost along the way in the confusion and have new identities forged for them from quote-unquote memory. And it would be very easy to verify that data for someone with, say, the seal of the Praetorian of Terra. And Moriana says, even then, I wouldn't be going against Dorn's wishes because Dorn is gonna need good men in the years to come with the fighting that will soon be happening, because even as this war ends, a new one is beginning. And Moriana says she serves the truth when Agatha asks if lying just comes naturally to her. Now, one thing I just can't get out of my head is the name Moriana, because as previously stated, but I will say it again, there are two Morianas thus far. Caterina Moriana, a Gestalt human made of Cyrene, the Blessed Lady of the Wordbearers, and Kat, the Psyker who had followed Alanius Persson all the way from Kalth. This person has the authority of the Praetorian of Terra and is very, very powerful, and is the one who came up with that whole line about we must stand with the Emperor, we are of one soul, us and Emperor, Emperor and us, and all that. And the other one is Moriana Muhausen, that being one of Malcador's chosen, who was meant to carry on his legacy and finish his works. These humans would become the first members of the Inquisition, and Moriana Muhausen is known as one of the first radical inquisitors, and she would eventually leave the Inquisition and the Imperium altogether and become a soothsayer in the service of Abaddon the Despoiler for the past 10,000 years. In fact, her input was instrumental in letting the traitor Marines know what the galaxy was like ever since the end of the heresy and before the First Black Crusade. So, she is this arch-heretic. What I initially thought just now was that, hey, maybe Moriana Muhausen does leave the Inquisition like we've heard, but Caterina Moriana is the one who steps in to become a radical inquisitor. I mean, after all, she does say that she serves the truth. However, it should be noted that one of the reasons Moriana left the Imperium and entered the service of the Black Legion was because she was disgusted with what the Imperium was becoming. So perhaps her saying she serves the truth here is her foreshadowing that she serves the Emperor's truth, something the Imperium of Man arguably turns its back on. So she then defects. And this is coupled with the fact that she has the Blessed Lady Cyrene of the Wordbearers inside her. Cyrene, who seized control of the Alpha Legionary Ingo Petch and sought to use him as a tool to seize control of chaos. So perhaps that arguably insane tendency and desire to do exactly that still exists within her. But where does that leave Moriana Muhausen, a character we had literally never heard of right before Malkador sent out his final requests to his chosen? She was in the throne room with Malkador and Vulcan the entire time this was all happening. Vulcan thanked her for her help. So, it really seems weird that someone who went through all that would turn their back on the Imperium. But then what happens to her? Where does that leave her? Maybe Moriana Muhausen actually is the traitor, and she views what the Imperium becomes as an affront to Malkador's legacy. It's really hard to say. I really ought to release a video at some point about Moriana specifically, probably titled something like, The Most Mysterious Character in Warhammer. And I really pride myself on my ability to, at the very least, have an understanding about things, and be able to form at least an understandable or reasonable theory. But in this regard, I'm completely flying blind. We now get yet more of the flavor text. Years begin everywhere. They begin in the first divisions of exhausted warriors, moving out from the Sanctum's broken gates to reinforce those who have never left the field, but who have turned certain defeat into pursuit. They begin with the hounding and the purging of the enemy multitude as it tries, in its horror and despair, to flee the throne world and find some shelter where it can lick its wounds and calculate its losses and begin to understand fate's cruel reversal. They begin in the dominions and fringes of the palace, and out across every continent of the planet, where wars of vengeance and escape ignite in the aftermath of the siege. To most, these wars seem to just be a continuation of the conflict, but they are not. They are a different breed entirely. The metal and temper of them has changed, like the blade of a sword drawn back into the furnace heat to be refashioned. Concepts of conquest and defiance, which once gripped the world like talons, are spent, and in their place come vengeance and fear, righteous anger and desperation, vindication and hubris. These will be the wars of liberation, but they will also be the wars of succession, perhaps on both sides. Before it has even been declared, a scouring has begun. There we get the name drop of the Scouring, that being the period after the Horus Heresy, when the Loyalists rebounded for several centuries and slowly purged the galaxy of any traitorous elements that still hung on. This is where we would see the vast majority of the Loyalist Primarchs finally disappear from the galaxy. And it is also known now that we will be getting a Scouring book series. We don't know how long it will be, but it is likely going to be a series. You see, GW released a cover for a book that's going to be coming soon called Ashes of the Imperium by Chris Wraith. It specifically says, The Horus Heresy, Ashes of the Imperium, The Scouring. And those smaller subtitles are often given to books by Black Library that are part of a series. Like on the cover of all the Siege of Terra books, it specifically said The Horus Heresy, Siege of Terra, and then whatever the title of the book was. And similarly with like the Watchers of the Throne series, also by Chris Wraith, the words Watchers of the Throne would be in smaller text near the normal title. So seeing that on the cover of Ashes of the Imperium, The Scouring, implies to me that there will be at least a mini-series of Scouring books. Maybe like 3 or 4 or possibly even 5. Maybe something more akin to like The War of the Beast or the Siege of Terra itself, not say another Horus Heresy. And this is exactly something I and many others have predicted multiple times. It then says, they begin in the low skies of the orbital spaces. They begin between the circuits of Terra and Luna. They begin as the avenging fleet of Admiral Su Kasen and Rabute Gilliman descend like a fire from heaven and lance into the ship lines and formations of the traitor fleets as they attempt to take flight. They begin as an inferno in the void, with ships engaging close, all guns brought to bear, while others tumble from the sky like burning leaves. They begin with the thunder of the Phalanx's main batteries. They begin as that thunder peals out across the solar realm, and the Void War multiplies and magnifies. They begin in the battered Rotunda as Sadrine Icaro calls her war court to order, and with her systems renewed and operational, freed from the spit and crackle of the warp, she commences the direction of a war of repulsion and execution. They begin with grief. They begin with warriors who have lost their reason and their way, who were once gods and are now men again, and who cannot begin to fathom the loss of the powers they commanded. Chaos has withdrawn its gifts, and the strength with which it blessed them. They lament, they grieve, they howl, they rage. They do not understand why their gods have abandoned them. They yearn for the certainty they have lost, and the cause that united them in their fury. It seemed so certain. it seemed so clear. Victory seemed so secure. Racked by that grief, they fight. Not for Horus, not for the Old Four, not for the future, or to bring down a hated foe. They fight for themselves, merely to survive. They are not alone in grief. At the foot of a golden throne, the last loyal sons of Terra kneel and weep. But they do not say farewell or offer eulogy. For he still lives. He does not die. The throne will sustain him, and renew him, and when his wounds are healed, he will rise again and stand with them. So, as you can see, the Emperor has now officially been interred on the Golden Throne. However, what's interesting is the fact that everyone thinks this is temporary. They think the Emperor is going to heal, he's going to get up, everything's going to be fine. But that's not the case, as we know. But in a way, it kind of lends credence to this theory that a lot of fans have had, and it's that the Emperor is kind of being held back by the Golden Throne. Yes, he needs it to stop Terra from being destroyed and to keep the Astronomicon lit, but if somehow he was taken off the throne, he would then restore automatically and be healed, because as we know, he has an insane healing factor. Or he might actually need to be killed, and then he would be reincarnated or reborn altogether on the spot. And many people believe this would be the impetus for a sort of Age of Sigmar style reboot of Warhammer 40,000, something people generally refer to as the quote Age of the Emperor, but that is a can of worms all unto itself. Now though, we head back to the Vengeful Spirit and to Garvia Loken. For Chapter 2, Vigil. He kneels before his father and he waits. After all that has been done, despite it all, his father should not be alone. Someone must wait with him until the end comes. It's coming closer. The air is growing thin and cold, and the creaking groans of the dying ship grow ever louder. Through the high compartment windows above them, only darkness is visible. The nightscape of space. There are a few specks of light that might be stars or distant ships, but they are turning fast in a wild and uneven procession. The ship is shifting, uncontrolled, adrift. A broken shell slowly rotating in an orbital decay. There is no way to tell what its final fate will be. From the sound of shearing collapse and structural failure, Loken suspects the Vengeful Spirit will soon suffer a critical loss of integrity and break up. But it may burn up before that, caught in Terra's gravity and dragged down to a fiery stratospheric demise. Whole or in a million fragments, it will light up the skies of the throne world, like a meteor shower or a doomed comet. "I feel the hand of the ship upon me," Loken says. "You know that expression, father? Of course, you will have heard it many times. There was always that bond between us all. I miss those days. That's why I stood where I stood. I make no apologies and expect no forgiveness from you, but I stood where I stood to fight for what we used to have. It was a fine thing. The finest. It should never have been lost. So I fought for it. I fought for you." He looks at his father. Darkness gazes back from empty pits. "It's true," Loken says. "I fought for you. Am I not a Luna Wolf? I fought for you, and for the you that used to be. The father I loved, not the thing you became. I fought to get you back. I don't know if you became what you became willingly, or if it was forced upon you. A little of both, I fear. I mean no recrimination. I have seen the other side of this world now. Like you, I have looked into eternity. I know that chaos merely takes what we already are and uses us. You, father, you were strong, you were proud, and you were fierce. So that's what it made from you. And no, I do not think I am better than you because I resisted where you did not, father. The Old Four never came to me the way they came to you. You were War Master. You were always the prize worth stealing. So I fought for you, which meant I fought against you. I kept the oaths you broke. I fought to bring you back. I was fighting for you all along." He sighs. "And you did come back, didn't you? Just for a moment. Just for a second. You saw it all, just like me. So, you understand. The old you, I mean. For that at least I am thankful." A shudder runs through the deck, the most violent one yet. There is a distant thump. Loken rises to his feet. "I don't think it will be long now," he says. "Not long at all. We can go together. I have nothing left to fight for, and you shouldn't go alone." Another deep thump, a muffled grinding whir. Loken sways as the deck tilts. In the hallway outside the chamber, there is a flash, and then another, power surging fitfully, lighting the passageway lamps and then shutting down again. The lamps go on, then off, then on. Light shines in through the hatchway and shafts across the deck. 3 figures step out of the light and into the chamber. "He's dead," says Loken. "There is nothing left." Abaddon stares at him. His warplate is gouged and cracked, and his cheek is caked in dried blood. His sword hangs in his hand. His eyes are sunken and lost. His cheeks drawn. His skin pale and feverish. He looks exhausted and famished, as though stricken by some wasting disease. "Dead," he echoes. Loken nods. "Why are you here, Loken?" Abaddon asks. "I stayed with him," says Loken. "He was alone." Here we can see Garviel Loken basically rationalizing everything to the body of Horus, because while he doesn't regret the side he chose or the actions he took in any way, he regrets that he never got Horus to see his side of things, and that he never got through to him. That he never got to properly talk to Horus one last time and explain his position, which I'm sure he would have really liked to do, or at least explain to him in a way that would have got through to him. You see, the last time these two spoke outside of Here and Now was when Loken was part of the strike team that infiltrated the Vengeful Spirit, made up of Malkador's Knights Errant. And here, some of them that survived, including Garviel Loken, came face to face with Horus, where Horus recognizes Loken and tries to get him to come back to his side, and says to him, "Come, Loken, come and be part of something greater than anything else." And Loken replies to him, "I already was part of something greater than anything else. It was called the Great Crusade," right before Loken turns and abandons the ship. So, as we can see, this has still been weighing on Loken, but he saw that expression on Horus's face and how Horus let the Emperor kill him in those final moments, and is satisfied that, in the very end, his father did come back, if only just for a moment. And that's enough for Loken to basically accept his fate, believe that his purpose is done, like it's over. Again, I have to stress this, Garviel Loken, personally, was the closest thing that could be considered a protagonist the Horus Heresy had. So everything with him has incredible weight to it. And him basically talking to Horus's corpse like this really helps bring everything full circle, coupled with the fact that he refers to the bonds of brotherhood first featured in the book Horus Rising, back when they were still the Luna Wolves. You see, back in those days, there was such a great character to the Legion, where they were these gruff, rough-and-tumble warriors, but also still had this sort of put-together nobility about them. This really good halfway point between some of the more uncivilized legions like, say, the Space Wolves, and the more proper ones like the Ultramarines, and it just made them so compelling to read about, and it made it really sad when that went away. But even after it did, the Sons of Horus Legion were some of the most interesting to read about out of all the traitors, especially as their relationships began to evolve, and more importantly, deteriorate. Plus, he also uses the term, "I feel the hand of the ship upon me." This is, again, a term first used at the very beginning of the series, wherein it is said by members of the Sons of Horus / Luna Wolves whenever they feel particularly angry or vengeful, but in like a righteous way. Because it's first said, as far as we hear, when a member of the Luna Wolves named Hastor Sejanus is killed during a diplomatic mission, and everybody apparently loved Sejanus. So when they find out he was killed, they say, "Oh, I feel the hand of the ship upon me. I want to get these guys. I'm so mad right now," because the ship is named the Vengeful Spirit. Now, what I find really interesting about the name Vengeful Spirit is the fact that over the course of the entire Horus Heresy, and eventually the 10,000 years after, it takes on this very different connotation. Initially, it's a righteous kind of vengefulness, the spirit of vengeance for humanity based on what has been lost and the vengeance against injustice that the species has suffered throughout Old Night. But then, as the Horus Heresy begins, it becomes sort of the vengeance of the Space Marines who feel themselves wronged, going to take revenge on the tyrant emperor and so on. But then, 10,000 years later, it almost feels more like the ship genuinely is a ghost, like this angry specter of the past that refuses to be banished or be put to rest no matter what. Because in some regards, that's what Abaddon is. And speaking of Abaddon, here he is, on the Vengeful Spirit before the body of his father, and a brother who in the minds of his compatriots is a traitor. And we see this when the other ones with him, such as Sykar, immediately start getting angry and getting ready to attack Loken, gearing up to encircle him and pounce on him. And when they call him a traitor, Loken actually laughs and says, Really? You're gonna call me a traitor out of all people? However, right as Sykar is about to lunge and go to blows with Loken, Abaddon steps in. Stop, says Abaddon. But stop, Sykar, I said stop. You two, Baraxa, just stop. Baraxa lowers his blade, frowning. Sykar glares at the first captain and then takes a step back. You want me for yourself then, Ezekiel, Loken says. Abaddon draws breath and takes a pace forward. Face to face, they stare at each other. Abaddon shakes his head. No, he says. No more killing. No more of it, Loken. There are far too few of us to turn on each other again. I agree, says Loken. Abaddon isn't really looking at him anymore. His gaze is fixed on his father's corpse. You waited here, he asks. As I said, says Loken. Yes, of course, says Abaddon. He moves past Loken and kneels. He gently places his hand on his father's body. That was the right thing to do. The respectful thing. A fine warrior is owed that, no matter what. He shakes his head. He withdraws his hand. Horus was a fool, he says. Our father was a fool. He was a puppet, Ezekiel, says Loken. He was made a puppet. Chaos chose him and used him and discarded him. Discarded him? Yes, in the end. Because he wasn't enough? Asks Abaddon. Because he was too much, says Loken. He was the most terrible thing, Ezekiel. He was absolute and everything. But he was also Horus. He didn't want gifts and tributes. He didn't want to be a puppet or some pawn of the old four. He wanted to rule. He wanted control. Control, Abaddon replies sharply. He looks at Loken. Control? Loken nods. It was the only thing they wouldn't give him. Power, yes, but the authority to use that power? No. He was just a weapon to them. A weapon to kill the one thing that threatened them. A weapon to end the human race. They were never going to let us live. They were never going to let him rule anything. And you know this how? Asks Sykar. I was there, says Loken. Abaddon rises to his feet. Then he was a fool, he says. He was a fool to have believed otherwise. I warned him. I feared for him. I tried to make him see sense. He wouldn't listen. He was Horus Lupercal, says Loken. I loved him, Ezekiel, but it was never easy to tell him things when his mind was set, and he had not set his mind himself. He was no fool, but he was played for one. Abaddon makes no reply. Do not make the same mistake, Ezekiel, says Loken. I will not, says Abaddon quietly. I will not be made a fool. This is never going to happen to me. Abaddon turns to him, and he clears his throat. I believed in the Imperium, and it betrayed me, he says. I believed in my father, and he disappointed me. I will never be beholden to anything or anyone again. I will follow no one, no Primarch, no demon. I will lead. Then lead wisely, says Loken. And I ask you, Ezekiel, lead what? Abaddon stares at Loken for a second. I have the authority now, Loken, he says. As first captain, I am the heir to command. Do you oppose that? No, says Loken. We were trying to right the ship, says Abaddon, to make some running repairs and restart the drives. That won't be easy. The damage is severe. Indeed. Not easy at all. But the vengeful spirit has always been a resolute vessel. Strong. Enduring. We have made a start. We'll see how far we get. That's your plan, says Loken. Would you advise differently, Abaddon asks. I would advise surrender, says Loken. He hears Sykar snort. We don't surrender, Loken, says Abaddon. No, says Loken. But a coming to terms would be the best conclusion. There's nowhere to run, not on a wounded ship, and the forces that are coming for you are fired with vengeance. This war will persist until the galaxy ends, unless one side lowers its guard. Chaos is fled. It's gone. There will be others like you, Ezekiel, others of your cause who regret their actions, or who were misled and duped, or who have simply seen the error of their ways. But if the first captain of the 16th sets an example, they would follow you. Guilliman will kill us, says Baraxa. Guilliman wants the Imperium restored, says Loken. He wants it whole again. I believe, if the terms were right, he would accept the return of Astartes' brothers and spare them. He doesn't want to lose 9 legions. There was a mistake born of misunderstanding. Not all of your side are beyond redemption. So set an example. Begin the process. Bring others with you and demonstrate your contrition. It's too late for that, snaps Sykar. It's better that, says Loken, than the alternative. A crusade to hunt you all down, to exterminate you all, to scour you from the stars. This civil war perpetuated under a new name. no mercy, no quarter, no forgiveness. Where would you even begin to run? I'll think of somewhere, Abaddon replies. Ezekiel. So, there's a lot here. Firstly, Abaddon is just so innervated that he steps in to save the life of Loken from the other Terminators in the room. That I think says a lot. But what's weird here that I can't really square is the fact that, again, Abaddon does say he's going to lead the Sons of Horus. However, by the time we meet up with the Sons of Horus in the Eye of Terror, Abaddon has gone into self-imposed exile with the empty vengeful spirit somewhere in the Eye of Terror himself. So what this here is implying that Abaddon claims the mantle of leadership for himself willingly, by his own words, gets as many members of the Sons of Horus as he can aboard the vengeful spirit, makes for the Eye of Terror, and then just dumps them there on the planet of Malium, which is the planet they settled on, then takes the vengeful spirit and just goes into exile. That doesn't make sense. It's hard to square that. Maybe that gets cleared up in the confirmed coming Scouring series, but still, it just doesn't line up to me. There should be a little more hesitation on his part, and say, maybe people asking him to take charge, even though he's like, no, we should all find our own way and go our own way because leadership has brought us to ruin. We should all be for ourselves and things like that. Meanwhile, other people are like, no, you must lead us, blah, 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 and things like that. In fact, having Loken persuade him to take up that mantle would actually be a very interesting irony. And the thing about Loken here, when I said he represents hope and optimism, I meant it, but in Warhammer, hope and optimism can be sorely misplaced. Like, he puts forward this assertion, oh no, if you just try to come to the table, Guilliman would happily accept you back into the fold because there's so many of you, it would be really useful. And he's all for keeping the Imperium together. You know, he's not frothing at the mouth and bleeding at the nose with the desire to vaporize you. He would totally be willing to bring you guys back into the fold. And it reminds me of this moment in, of all things, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where right after Goku has beaten Vegeta, and Vegeta's about to flee planet Earth in his escape pod, and Krillin is actually about to kill the weakened Vegeta, but Goku says, Krillin, wait! Vegeta, are you sorry? And everyone is like, what? And he's like, if he's sorry, we can't hurt him and he won't be a threat to us anymore. That was an abridged parody, and yet Loken is doing that, but for real. Like, Loken, I love you, but be so serious. And even the other people in the room recognize that that is completely ludicrous. They're like, what, are you nuts? Guilliman will kill us out of hand. However, Loken is absolutely right, and he does kind of have a point. Even if the traitor legions were gonna get killed, some part of me thinks they should have been willing to accept that fate with some dignity, rather than run off into the stars and continue this fight, because Loken says, this fight will never end. What are you even fighting for at this point? What are you even trying to do anymore by running and continuing on? Like, just let there be an end to it, because this would just lead to a civil war that would drag humanity lower and lower and just be a war of no mercy or quarter forever until the end of the galaxy. And Loken is absolutely right, that is what has happened. Like, once you know Horus is dead, what even is there anymore? I think the traitor marines that I see as being the most reasonable when taking into account Astartesian ideals and their general ingrained way of being would be the ones who decided to stay on the surface of Terra and keep fighting to the last breath to die with honor and dignity. That's probably the most understandable, and very likely what I would have done. Like, there's nothing after this. Terra was supposed to be the goal, so might as well just, if nothing else, leave my bones on the throne world. However, I think Abaddon's rationale really shines a light on the entire motivation for him and the traitor legions as a whole, barring the ones that are just too enthralled by chaos to know any better, like the World Eaters, or the Emperor's Children, or the Death Guard. He says, Azelas is right, Loken, Abaddon says. Guilliman will kill us. He will never forgive what we have done. He will never accept that we were right and our grievances justified. See, here's the thing. When Horus launched the Horus heresy, he did so because his father, the Emperor, had lied to him. At least he believed as much, and to a degree, yes, that was true. And he believes his father had withheld power from him. So, Horus began to have this great enmity against the Emperor, and so did eventually the other traitor Primarchs for many of their own separate reasons. But that's their problem. It's not good enough for the legions. And sure, just saying that would have been enough for a lot of Space Marines to follow their Primarchs against the Emperor, but it wouldn't have been enough. And as such, the Space Marines on their sides had to have their own rationale for why they were doing all of this. And much of it was because they despised the fact that the worlds and space they conquered were going to be handed over to scriveners and bureaucrats. That's a term that comes up ad nauseum in the earlier books. Scriveners and bureaucrats. They hated it. No, these wars were won by warriors, and the world should be ruled by warriors. Yet oddly enough, at the same time, Space Marines show no inclination towards administrating planets other than, the Ultramarines. Simply put, the human race was going to be the one to inherit the Imperium, and many of the Space Marines of the Sons of Horus, at least that we know of, did not view themselves as human at all, but something entirely different. Furthermore, they believed, justifiably, that at the end of this, after all was said and done and there were no more worlds to conquer, literally, they would have been discarded, and possibly purged. Because even though they don't know about what happened to the Thunder Warriors, there are inklings of it. Rumors of the purge of the Thunder Warriors by the first Space Marines and Custodians that have existed on record in some of the deepest vaults of Terra. But here's the thing though, they have these arguably legitimate grievances and fears, but they have no plan on how to deal with them. Oh, we would be purged when all is said and done. Well, what's your plan otherwise? When there are no more wars to fight, what do you do with these living weapons that you are? Plus, what would you do to keep yourselves relevant? Start instigating wars willy-nilly against each other? That seems like your only plan at this point. Because, again, if you conquer all enemies, you have no one left but to fight amongst yourselves. And then, who's gonna rule those planets if you don't want scriveners and bureaucrats to do it? Those people are pretty important. Like, you want to be waging wars and being a warrior, but you're also going to have to be the head overseer of the administrative apparatus. Do you really want that? It's just very shallow and poorly thought out on their end, and it seems like most of them blundered into this just hoping that Horus had a plan or some idea for a future that included them. But funnily enough, we know he didn't. We know he would have done the same thing, because he tells us as much in his internal monologue when fighting the Emperor. These sons of his, who were willing to do all of this for him, were just in his mind tools to be discarded. There's such a gorgeous irony to it that I love so much. However, Loken then says, yeah, maybe Guilliman won't understand, but Guilliman wasn't there. Dorn was. And he might listen. And, he is the Praetorian of Terra, and he did, again, go through all of this. And Loken offers to vouch for them. He says, Abaddon, if you're willing to commit to this, wholeheartedly, I will vouch for you and the 16th. I'll make your case. I can negotiate as the go-between. I have my oaths and Dorn trusts me. And Abaddon's shocked. He's like, you'd really do that? And Loken says, I would do it for my legion and for the honor we once had. I would do it for our father as he was before this darkness fell. And he looks at Horus's corpse and says, that's what he would want me to do. My life for the Lupercal. I can't give it to him now, but I can give it to his memory. And Abaddon asks, well, what if I say no? What would you do about that? And Loken says, well, basically nothing. I'm not really in a position to do anything. Would you kill me? And Abaddon says, no, I could use all the brothers I can get. But Loken says, I won't fight for you, and I'm certainly not going to go on the run with you, but what I will do is come after you, at your heels, and remind you every hour of every day that my offer still stands. And Abaddon mutters, some Mournival. And Loken says, so what do you say? But Abaddon says, you were always the idealist, Loken, always. I was the pragmatist. The legions built the Imperium, through blood and sacrifice, and the Emperor would have discarded us. He would have cut our throats to make way for the human ascendancy. They would have no Imperium but for us. The betrayal is unconscionable, and our outrage burns as bright as ever. I'm sorry. This is a time for pragmatism. We're going to run. Fight for our birthright. Fight for what is owed us. Fight for our lives if we have to. That's the way it is. My decision. You can come with us, or you can go. I won't stop you. So the two of them essentially reach an impasse here, where neither of them can proceed forward, and neither is willing to act against the other. And if things had played out like this, I'm really curious what would have happened. Would Loken have actually gone after the traitors to, again, keep trying to bring them back in the fold? How long would it be before he recognizes that they're just too far gone and gives up? Possibly never, because most of the Space Marines would need to be euthanized. They were just too deep in chaos even after it was gone. But those that were reasonable would eventually become too far gone to reason with. But Loken would still keep trying because that's who Loken was. And yeah, was. Loken sighs. He starts to speak. Blood comes out of his mouth in place of words. Eyes wide, he falls forward into Abaddon. Abaddon catches him and lowers him in horror to the deck. "What did you do?" Abaddon snarls. Erebus slides his athame out of Loken's back and whips blood from the blade with a flick of his wrist. "He opposed you from the start," says Erebus. "He wasn't about to stop. He was a traitor to your legion." Abaddon rises. His sword comes up and jabs against the wordbearer's throat. Erebus does not flinch. "What did you do?" Abaddon spits. "He stood against you, Abaddon," Erebus says. "What do you not understand about that? He would have killed you all the moment the chance arose. Killed you or betrayed you. Besides, he had to die." "What do you mean?" "He had to. He had to close the circle and complete the cycle," Erebus smiles. "We have lost today," he says. "Horus has failed. But this isn't the end. There will be other opportunities to do it, and do it better. We will learn from our mistakes. We will be stronger. We will be far greater than this. If it takes 1,000 years or 10,000, we will triumph. And to do that, we need guidance." "Do you know how demons are born?" "Why would I know that?" Abaddon growls. "It's a thing you should learn," says Erebus. "A demon may die long before it is born. Time is meaningless to them. A circle, you see? They come back because they never go away. And some of them are great powers of special significance. One of those played a vital role in this. It must exist to do that, just as it must exist to help us in our future efforts. So it had to be born, and this happened to be the moment." "Speak sense," says Abaddon. "A demon is born in the warp in response to an event here," says Erebus. "A death, for example. Something especially vindictive and abrupt. Something unjust, perhaps? A demon was just born, Abaddon. You will come to know it well. It will be the footsteps at your back. It will be the one who walks behind you. It will be the only name you hear. Watch for it. Look out. It's already here." When I was listening to this on the subway, the face I made could have probably stopped the train car. So Erebus just stabbed Loken in the back mid-sentence with the athame dagger in order to ensure the birth of Samus, that demon who has been prevalent ever since the beginning of the Horus heresy, and first took control of a Sons of Horus Space Marine, all the way back during the tail end of the Great Crusade. Here's the thing. Garviel Loken already confronted Samus, who tried to tell him, "Oh, look at the burning Terra, ooh, everything's horrible, ooh, it doesn't matter because everything's doomed," and Loken's like, "No, it does matter, because it does," and he defeats Samus. And there was a meme going around about Samus where he shows up, says his paragraph-long catchphrase, and then dies immediately. And he shows up a few times across the heresy, but never really does anything of great import. Sure, he was the introduction to the concept of demons to Horus Lupercal and the Sons of Horus, but still, that didn't have much of a hand in corrupting them. He just was not that important, but he keeps getting inexplicably hyped up as if he was. And might I remind you, one of my least favorite books in the entire Siege of Terra was The Solar War by John French, which had Samus as a very big presence throughout the book, and had Jonathan Keeble whispering right in my ear in the most annoying way possible. I need to stress this character is the only other one aside from John Grammaticus who verbally got me to tell a book to shut up. Here's the thing, even though I didn't want Loken to die, I knew he was gonna. It was just the only logical conclusion to his character arc, and I wasn't opposed to the idea of Erebus killing him, but right in the last 17 seconds, where it says it will be the footsteps at your back, I just groaned. And here's another thing. The idea of having Garviel Loken, the protagonist ever since the beginning, die in order to bring into existence something that helped instigate all of this is actually really interesting and a really cool way to just bring it all full circle very symbolically. But the fact that it was Samus, a character that is so useless and annoying and just accomplishes so little throughout the heresy, makes this such a waste. If Samus was a more interesting character, like in the way Ka Bunda is, and if Samus had been, say, directly responsible for helping corrupt Horus, like if Erebus had used him as a tool to instigate that corruption, much like the Anathame itself, or even better, if Samus had been the thing responsible for getting the Anathame from the Interrex to Erebus, thereby kicking all of this off, that would have been absolutely perfect, and I would have absolutely loved this moment. But Samus was just such a nothing character and was just so annoying that this just became the biggest miss in Warhammer. And what's funny is I actually released a video once called Why Everybody Loves Erebus, and it was an explanation of the fact that all the hatred and memes about hating Erebus is actually a form of affection because he's meant to be hated. He's meant to aggravate you. Like, for all the hatred people have of him, nobody ever wishes that he was removed from Warhammer, or thinks that his presence brings down the narrative, or that he's just a badly written character in the same way John Grammaticus is. But here is, I think, the only moment where I genuinely disliked what Erebus was doing for the narrative, in a sense of it's bringing things down. This passage was so bad, it actually got me to hate Erebus a little bit. Now from here on out, there are 3 short chapters left, totaling 13 pages. So then we head to chapter 3, The Remains. The years begin here. They begin with burials and mourning. From the rubble of the city, tombs will be the first things to be built. There will be splendid mausoleums for the mighty and the great, each marked with fine words and noble epitaphs, and mass graves for the unidentified, each marked by lonely centigraphs and eternal flames. There will be no statue of guns, neither for the great nor the unknown, for the guns have spoken too much already. There will be a new breed of remembrancer, a whole species of them, who will spend their lives remembering other lives, and who will make their deeds the solemn recovery of other deeds. There will be stories of giants and guardsmen, of demigods and mortals. The immortals have begun to die. This passage here, I think, is really important with regard to understanding why the Imperium became what it became. This massive adherence to death and sacrifice and religion as a binding glue to keep society together for them was in many regards a trauma response to all that was endured here. You see, the Imperium would begin again by and large from Terra. All of the Imperium is downstream from Terra. So as the people of Terra begin to adopt this very moribund way of being as an act of mourning and a way to cope with all of this, and moreover begin to turn to both religion and fantastical stories as a means to make the horror in some way comprehensible and make sense of it, this would radiate out to the rest of the Imperium of Man over time. Plus, stories like Olanius Persson and these more fantastical tales from Terra would be just what the Imperium needed to glue itself back together, rather than just shatter into pieces and not actually reassemble properly. Sure, the force of the Scouring was a part of it, but to get people to actually properly accept that reintegration, you do need some foundational mythology, and that is what this was. However, we can see how with time it all started to go out of control. We also get here the funeral of Sanguinius. It's a very brief part, where Raldoron and Azkalan and Nasir Amit and all those other Blood Angels we've been hearing about across the Siege of Terra are now leading this procession of around 500 Blood Angels, and it is their hope that their shame will be buried with Sanguinius, and all of them are basically silent, because to him one single death, even the great angels, when there is not a life in the world untouched by death, would be unseemly. Sanguinius would not have wished for that. Again, this is yet another example of just how numb everyone is by all of this. In any other scenario, this would be a tragedy of the highest order, and a funeral like this of Sanguinius would be playing out with so much pomp and circumstance and wailing and weeping, but everyone is just numb. Aside from that, they're also doing so many calculations across the palace, where shrouds are draped over so many statues of purple and amaranthine. They're making lists that are impossibly long, both to number the dead, but also to take stock of everyone who is still alive, because it will be vital in the years just now beginning. The equations of war must be recalculated without delay. Then it says, the years begin here, with an elderly man listening to his pocket watch, and discovering that it is running again. Kirill Cinderman winds his pocket watch, but has no idea how to reset the hands. There is time again, but no way of telling what that time is. Generally speaking, we get a lot in this book set up about how time is an issue for the Imperium now. You see, Cinderman can't tell what time it is. In fact, I feel like most people don't even know how long the siege has been going on. And when the Chaos Powers fled with the death of Horus, it is stated that time reasserts itself, but it is wounded and unsteady and may never fully recover. This is actually something we know of in canon called the Chrono Strife, where it is damn near impossible to know what year it actually is upon the return of Guilliman, and how long anything has been going on, or when anything happened. All the calendars are basically wrong. They're not even sure if it is the 42nd millennium. Honestly, the only time that really matters in the current setting because of the Chrono Strife is the fact that there is before the rift and after the rift. But for now though, he stands on the steps of the library. The air is paper white with smoke, and every surface is coated in dust and debris. Explosions still thump in the city around him. Light as strong as sunlight is strobing and flashing overhead, muffled by the clouds. Mauer says it's a void war. Ships engaging in close orbit. Thousands of ships. She learns this from the Vox. Cinderman can hear her in the courtyard below, trying to maintain a signal, trying to contact the Prefectus or the Hegemon, trying to gather information. Any information. They'll be told in time, Cinderman thinks. They'll be told what they need to know. He turns and looks back at the library's scorched facade. From this day on, in the years that are beginning here, on this bleak morning, knowledge will become the most precious thing of all. Who has it? Who does not? What can be learned and what must be unlearned? Secrets, more than ever, will become currency. And those who get to keep the secrets will be the architects of the Imperium as it is rebuilt. There are things that mankind must know, and there are things that mankind must never know. Deciding one from another is a task that will rest, he thinks, with a wiser head than his. He does not envy them. He has always upheld the idea that knowledge exists to be shared without discrimination. He's no longer sure of that. He's no longer sure of anything. I really like Cinderman. He's been consistently one of my favorite characters throughout the Horus Heresy. Well, I should say minor characters because he has been a very minor presence, but a deeply, deeply impactful one. You see, Cinderman, as we knew, survives the heresy, and goes on to become one of the founding members of the Inquisition, under a different name, and he lives all the way up until the War of the Beast, where he eventually dies. And I think the death of Cinderman, even though it is in the War of the Beast, which a lot of people tend to look down their nose at, is very important in and of itself because it represents the death of the older generation, one of the last living people from the Great Crusade era who remember what the Imperium was supposed to be. Because after Cinderman dies, a new branch of the Inquisition is created, the Ordo Xenos, and then the Inquisition starts to expand and eventually get out of control and become a more unwieldy organization. And it's interesting here how he thinks the task will rest with heads wiser than his. However, he is one of those people who gets initially brought into this. Mauer's calling to him. Cinderman looks back at the archivist, watching him from the doorway in the library. "Will you come with us?" he asks her. "We're going to attempt to get to the Hegemon." "I must stay here," she replies. "The collections can't be left unattended." "It won't be safe here," he says. "It's probably as dangerous as it was when we arrived. The enemy, someone must keep the books safe," she says. He nods, smiles. "We'll send people to assist you," he says. "Prefectus, probably. I'll return when I can, so..." Mauer calls his name again, impatiently. He turns to go. Then he looks back with a rueful grin. "I'm so sorry," he says. "So rude of me. I never once asked your name." "Chase, sir," she replies. "It's Lillian Chase." He nods again and walks down into the courtyard, a handkerchief across his mouth to keep the smoke at bay. The archivist watches him go, then closes the door. Okay, so I know there's a lot of you to whom that might not mean anything, but to me, I again literally stopped dead in my tracks. This book did that to me a lot. For those who don't know, the name Lillian Chase is one that comes up over and over again in the Bequin books, Pariah and Penitent, because she is generally accepted to be the leader and creator of the Cognitae as it appears in its current form when those books are set in the 41st or tail end of the 40th millennium. You see, the Cognitae as an organization has existed for tens of thousands of years. It's almost, if not as old as the Emperor himself. You see, the first known instance of Cognitae activity was building the Tower of Babel, which had a full dictionary of enuncia in it, that being the language of creation that very few people know and is very dangerous to use or even speak. In fact, just one word of enuncia spoken by John Grammaticus knocked Horus flat on his back and had the speaker spitting blood, so you can imagine just how dangerous enuncia is. They sought to use enuncia in order to essentially steer the direction of humanity, but clearly couldn't be trusted with that kind of power. So the Emperor and his War Master Olanius Persson would launch a full-blown assault against this proto-Cognitae, and they would defeat them. However, the Emperor would want to take control of the tower and the dictionary, but Persson would be insistent that it be destroyed, and he would stab the Emperor. This would summon a bolt of lightning that would destroy the tower and send them both tumbling, and would be the moment that the two parted ways. After this, though, the Cognitae would continue their operations, but a big focus on them eventually would become opposing the Emperor as he began to launch his plans, such as the unification of Terra and eventually the Great Crusade, because they were the ones who wanted to control and steer the direction of humanity. But the Emperor was very clearly a big hindrance to that, and was clearly a lot more effective at getting the ball rolling. So it seems like their mission and messaging would eventually shift to opposing the Emperor, viewing him and the Imperium he created as tyrants that needed to be stopped. And specifically, their hatred would be directed at the Inquisition, who they viewed as a deeply tyrannical organization who didn't care what they destroyed or who they hurt if it meant upholding the Imperium that they despised. So this is where they would get their reputation as being a quote-unquote Shadow Inquisition, as they sought to bring down the Imperium by using chaos as a tool and fermenting cultist activity all across the galaxy, all the while also pursuing their goal of assembling a full glossary of enuncia, as well as other tools like cloning and eugenics in order to create perfect operatives, people who were so incredibly dangerous. However, they would eventually come into a deal with the King in Yellow, a mysterious figure who was supposedly going to help them. So they provided the King in Yellow with special blanks who they would create, raise, and train, under the pretext of those blanks joining the Inquisition. But in reality, they were working for the Cognitae. However, after the Cognitae outlives its usefulness, the King in Yellow seems to renege on them and start having them hunted down and destroyed, to the point where they are on their very last legs by the time the book Bequin Penitent comes out. But where does Lillian Chase tie into all of this? Well, you see, it is known that Lillian Chase joins the Inquisition sometime after the Horus Heresy. Given the timing, I think it's safe to say she's one of the organization's founding members. But around M41, yes, 10,000 years later, she is known to have founded an academy on a planet called Hesperus, where she began the program of cloning and eugenics to create those perfect heretics. One example of them being a heretic by the name of Zygmunt Moloch, who shows up a lot in the Ravener series and is basically hell on earth for them to deal with. However, this academy would eventually be raided and Lillian Chase was assumed to be dead. But her memory would persist, because a woman by the name of Mame Mordaunt, who ran a school for cloned, mass-produced blanks to turn them again into special operatives, except this time for the King in Yellow as an agreement between the Cognitae and the King in Yellow, would have a book called The Commonplace Book of Lillian Chase. However, the character of Elizabeth Bequin, known as Beta Bequin, would turn on them even though she was a product of this cloning program and side with the Inquisition against them. And she would get her hands on the Commonplace Book of Lillian Chase, which would eventually be translated, and at the very end of the book, Bequin Penitent be revealed to contain the name of the King in Yellow, and that name was Constantin Valdor. And this here is Lillian Chase, or at the very least, the original Lillian Chase. We don't know if this is her exactly, or if someone would eventually just take her name and her place and then go on to do the Cognitae stuff, but we do have a confirmation. Here is Lillian Chase. Again, I've said it before, this book is firmly entrenched in what is known as the Abnett verse, that being those Black Library books that Dan Abnett has a big hand in shaping in regard to his idea of the esoterica of the galaxy, books that contain things like Enuncia, or the Cognitae, or the Cabal, or things like that. And I'll say it again, you really need to have had read the Bequin books to really get the full effect of this one, because Dan Abnett keeps referencing those books in this one. Another such example of that being when Horus has a tarot card called Maison Dieu, meaning in French, the House of God. And the reason this is relevant is because that school ran by Mame Mordaunt, who raised Elizabeth Bequin, actually was called the Maison Dieu, which Bequin muses a lot sounds like a term from the language of Old Frank that was Maison Dieu. So all that in mind, one big side effect of this book was that it made me very hyped and very eager for the final Bequin book. Putting that away for now and moving forward, it says, many, too many, will not care what these new years will bring. Aemon Lux lies dead beside his damaged lifter chair beneath the shattered arch of Teclis Gate. He stares up at the sky. From where he lies, the bisected half of the gate's arch that is still standing looks like a broken wing. His eyes see nothing of the sky or the arch. He has lost his final battle. Not against the traitor foe who litter the rubble around him, but against his own ruined body, over which his rage and will to fight could not prevail. His corpse will not be found for 18 weeks, when the work gangs finally advance into the zone. Tajaras Grunli is discovered, by chance, by White Scar's riders within a few hours of the Emperor's return. They lift up his body, respectfully, to carry it away. It finally exhales the breath it has been holding. They hurriedly check him, believing for a second that he is, by some miracle, alive. He is not. Jera Telmada lies near the wreckage of her tread out past Irenic. Her body is never found. Others try to fathom the nature of these new years just beginning. Constantin Valdor sits alone in his chamber and stares at his spear, laid out on the floor in front of him. He wonders if the things it has taught him are lies. He knows they are not. Litu waits in an anteroom. He is not restrained, but there are interrogations he must submit to, by order of the Praetorian. He takes out his old deck and slips into them the new cards he gathered from the burned chamber. They come from 2 other decks entirely. He sorts them and lays a spread to see if, in their conflicting voices, they can discern some future for himself or for the world. He turns the first card, the Revenger. That much he knew already. So we see several bodies of people who did not survive the conflict, some of which are just never found. That's actually a really sad thought. Especially since, in the book Saturnine, Janisha Kroll, the Sister of Silence, literally thinks to herself when seeing the wreckage, will all these belongings and personal effects be sorted and put in a museum? Will people remember who we were? Will they care? And it's sad that people who showed such heroism will not be known or remembered, their bodies never found. And furthermore, it's not clear how much people actually know about the Siege of Terra in the 41st millennium. So it does seem like a lot of these people were wholeheartedly forgotten. The 2 really big names here though are of course Valdor and Litu. You see, Valdor is again basically grappling with all that he's seen, because everything he stabbed and killed with his spear showed him more knowledge about it. So as he was killing demons, he was learning more and more about them and thusly learning about the future, something that was actually really starting to mess him up as time went on. Plus he also wounded Abaddon with the spear and saw a glimpse of Abaddon's future, that being as the Despoiler. And if he really is mentally scarred by this, in explaining why he becomes the King in Yellow. Again, I do still need to read that Scouring book and the Era of Ruin anthology, because maybe he shows up there. And then with Litu, he is essentially awaiting his fate. And I believe that Revenger card is basically to show, the Scouring is going to happen. When it says, though, that Litu is awaiting his fate, I don't believe he's going to be executed. Dorn is actually known to have executed one of the Remembrancers who, with Nathaniel Garrow, helped convince him that yes, the heresy was happening, and what happened on Istvan III is real, and not just some error on a spreadsheet or a lie. And he didn't do it because the Remembrancer did anything wrong, just because they knew too much. However, that was before the heresy. I do not believe for a second that the new Dorn would put Litu to death. Speaking of death though, let's check back in with someone who we haven't spoken about in a very long time. That being Zaranchek Xanthus, You see, to recap, Xanthos was one of Malkador's chosen, who was given a task by Khalid Hassan, another one of Malkador's chosen, who was tasked with securing the imprisoned mad scientist Basilio Foe, an old enemy of the Emperor, because Foe was for them to create a bioweapon that would lock onto the genetic code of all space marines, and therefore wipe them out. And he would successfully do this after they brought him to Malkador's private retreat, which had the materials he needed to perform the proper experiments. But before the bioweapon could be deployed, which would require the approval of the custodian with them, that being Amon Toromachian, Basilio Foe would turn on Xanthus and the Selenar Gene Witch with them, Andromeda 17, killing Andromeda horrifically and stabbing Xanthus in the neck. He would then make his way to the roof to try and take Malkador's personal flyer and escape, but would be stopped and killed by Amon Toromachian. However, the bioweapon had been completed, and was stored under the name Terminus, and it is widely believed that the mysterious and deadly Terminus decree that could wipe out the entire galaxy if things do get really bad and defeat is inevitable, that is held by the Grey Knights on their fortress moon of Titan around Saturn, is this same bioweapon. Possibly even an updated version to affect all humans. Essentially, a species-wide version of "you can't fire me, I quit." So here's that story wrapped up nice and neat. Zarenchek Xanthus, his wound patched with a field dressing, waits in the laboratoria of the retreat. Edile Marshal Haranhel and 4 other wardens of the Sodality of the Key, grim and silent, have just removed the last of Foe's work into safekeeping. Xanthus has no idea where they are taking the Terminus sanction, but the work has been carefully supervised by Khalid Hassan, so the Chosen will maintain close scrutiny. Titan, that's his guess. He moves the bank of waste incinerators and checks their settings. He can feel their heat. All are operating at capacity. Another 20 minutes and they will have cremated all the genetic material that has been cleaned out of the biostructure vats. That was the deal. Destroy everything, now the work is done. He looks up and finds Amon Toromachian watching him. The Custodes move so silently. "Are you finished?" Amon asks. "Just another few minutes," Xanthus replies. "I want to make sure all the materials are purged." "It's time to leave," says Amon. "Just another few minutes, if you please," says Xanthus. "I want to make sure everything has been done correctly." Amon stares at him, then leaves without a word. Everything must be checked and double-checked. Nothing must be left behind. The last portion of biomatter placed in the incinerators was the final residue of primary sample group Xanthus. He loaded it for disposal himself. The incinerators roar softly, belying the intense heat within. It's all in there, and not a trace of it will remain when the cycle ends. Not a strand of DNA, not a scrap of ash that can be typed. All of it, including the dismembered body of the original Zarenchek Xanthus. Xanthus gathers up a few data slates and a few sheaves of documents, and places them inside a file case. He includes the pages he purloined from the Regent's notebooks when nobody was looking. And he adds, carefully, Basilio Foe's notebooks too, the ones he was allowed to keep during his incarceration.
For I will certainly be needing those.
Oh, that is not good. You see, what had happened during the process was, Basilio Foe used Xanthus's biomatter with his consent in order to clone copies of him very quickly that he could use to test the bioweapon on. However, what has actually happened is that Basilio Foe killed the original Xanthus, copied his mind into a clone of Xanthus, stabbed himself in the neck, and then let his original self die and thereby take the fall, so that he could live on in an otherwise impossible situation. Like, he knew they were gonna kill him anyway, and there was basically no getting around the custodian nearby, but this was the next best thing. So that means someone who was so dangerous the Emperor personally had him imprisoned because the genetic abominations he was making were so dangerous and horrifying, who also knows not just what the Terminus Decree is, but is literally the person who made it, is now on the loose in the galaxy with the face of one of the most trusted people in the Imperium, poised to become one of the founding members of the Inquisition. Because yeah, Xanthus does become one of the original Inquisitors, like many of the Chosen of Malkador. However, he is around M32, likely before the War of the Beast, accused of Chaos worship. But he maintained that he was actually just using the power of the warp to better mankind, and he insisted that this power could be harnessed without spiritual corruption. But despite that, he would be charged with heresy and burned at the stake, making him one of, if not the first, radical inquisitors, and in fact his philosophy is known as Xanthism. Xanthite inquisitors are generally speaking some of the most radical in the Inquisition barring the Horusians, and they're the ones who use things like demonically possessed swords, or most famously, demon hosts. Gregor Eisenhorn, near the end of his career, becomes a Xanthite Inquisitor, with his reliance on the demon host, Cherubael. And as you can imagine, many of these guys are shunned by the Inquisition, if not outright hunted by them. So, given the fact that a Scouring book series is coming around, it really makes me wonder, are we gonna see more of Faux Xanthus, and his creation of Xanthism as an ideology, and quite possibly his execution? Because I don't even know if he's gonna get executed at that point. He's very good at avoiding death, clearly. So, is Basilio Faux just in another body, still running around 10,000 years later? Even if you show us Faux Xanthus burning to death, by doing this, Dan Abnett has created a shadow over the narrative. An extremely dangerous person, probably one of the most dangerous mortal humans in the galaxy, is now loose and someone we have to possibly keep in the back of our heads at all times. Now, maybe this never gets touched on again, but you never know. Next in the book, it says, "For some, the years wind back, so they will be in the right order when they finally meet the new ones starting here. Erebus, the Dark Apostle, certainly did that with his vicious blade and Loken's blood. He has completed the circle, just as the old four taught him, so that it will turn correctly, and turn forever. The new years will walk beside him." In a cave, so many years ago it is impossible to count them exactly, John Grammaticus carefully ties the next wolf noose knot the way he was taught. It is summer in the valley outside, a hot sun, a blue sky. The air is fresh and the forests are thick, an almost emerald green, though it has only been a few generations since the ice began to retreat. Oak, holly, fir, and pine mantling sharp young mountains. One day, this place will be called the Pyrenees. He puts the ball of thread back in his satchel, another loop of thread correctly placed. There are many more to go, and many more to come. This was his promise, to mark the way, all the way from the end to the very beginning. To set out a path he has already traveled once. That path is far, far longer and more complex now than when he made, or will make, that journey. Time and real space have been restored to their original positions, so some of the steps on the way are now millennia or light years apart. But he has to mark them all. Every one of them, or all is lost, or will be lost, or was lost long ago, in the far future. He imagines it will take the rest of his life. He takes out his torquetum to gauge the bearings of the next step. Satisfied, he draws a last breath of this cool summer air. He pauses to admire the images marked on the rock wall. Figures of men with spears, an antelope, a handprint. The painting was made in the last day or two. The men who made it will be returning soon, their hunt successful. He's confident they will never notice the little loop of red thread tied to a split in the rock in the dimmest recess of the cave. Time to go. Time to make his cut. He takes the feather from his bag. Its tip is sharp. Sharp enough. A pure white feather borrowed from an angel's wing. Now, people have asked me, being the #1 John Grammaticus hater, if I'm happy with this. And I'm really not. You see, people said, hey, he's doomed to go on this errand for the rest of his life. Haha, no heroic sacrifice for him. Well, here's the thing. I didn't care how he died, I just wanted him dead. And the reason for that is because I wanted him gone from the narrative. Here, not only is he not dead, he is also in danger of appearing anywhere at any time in the narrative forever. At the very least, I knew he wasn't immortal anymore, so I thought, okay, even if he doesn't die at the end of the heresy, he's only gonna live so long and there's only so much he can do. But now he is a literal blight on space-time itself. And he's doing this with a feather of Sanguinius? Excuse me, where did that come from? What precedent is there for Sanguinius's feathers being so sharp they can cut time and space? Furthermore, he was never around Sanguinius's body, so did he just find one on his way out the door on the ground and think, oh cool, dibs? And this ass pull is literally just because he lost every other method to jump through space and time, specifically the Athame dagger, which he gave to Alanius Persson. But again, how did he even figure that out? I just lost my last way to jump through space and time in order to actually, save the human race. Let's see if this feather can do anything. And what really grinds against me is, again, this book is so tightly tied to the Bequin books that I'm genuinely worried John Grammaticus is gonna in some way show up in that, in the last book, Pandemonium. And the thing is, in that book, they're in a hive city called Queen Mab on a planet called Sankor, and in this hive city, it is said by Beta Bequin over and over again that Queen Mab is a place where old things from the past tend to wash up. So I'm sure you can imagine this is nerve-wracking for me. Are they gonna be walking around in the last book and see, look, it's me, Beta Bequin. There is a red knot tied on this piece of rock. What does it mean? Is it a clue? And then it's just one of John Grammaticus's wolf knots? Or God forbid, God himself forbid, they see a mysterious figure who's been like leaving a trail for them or somehow subtly helping them. Then they're like, wait, I'm Beta Bequin. Who are you? Are you on our side? And the figure goes, well, my name is John, and I'm on my own side. If that happens, I'm gonna scream. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna finish the book at that point. Dan Abnett, do not do that to me. From here on out, there are 2 chapters left, numbering about 7 pages. And number 4 is called The Heirs. 10,000 new years begin here too, on the bridge decks of the Vengeful Spirit. As Ezekiel Abaddon enters, various system alarms and warning klaxons are still sounding, as though they are counting the seconds and marking out a steady pace for the years to follow. Mute them, he orders. It takes a few moments to cancel them all. The last of them fade away, leaving only the sounds of activity. The whir of engaging systems, the chime of consoles and Auspex plotters, the mutter of voices, the sizzle of heat torches fusing metal, the creaks and groans of the spavined ship. Sparks from the repair work drift into the stale air. Abaddon tries to ignore the evidence of damage everywhere. He looks for what is intact, what is whole, what is working. He sees the green and white runes flickering on the steersman positions, the test patterns flickering on the screens of motive, sensoria, and task dynamics, the ailing amber bars crawling up the displays of drive chambers and principal engineering. He sees hololithic projections begin to light and take shape. He ignores his own damage too. He feels cold inside and leaden in his movements. There is a wound, a rawness deep within him, as though something vital has been ripped out. There is nothing left to fill that emptiness. He misses it. He misses the energia of the gifts he was allowed to glimpse. He feels incomplete without them. He feels hollow and mortal. And he hates himself for missing it. The gifts Erebus shared were just devices, weapons, advantages, but he is horrified how quickly they began to appeal to him. His mind and body, perhaps even his soul, yearn for those intoxicating and seductive possibilities he was permitted to witness. He knows the others feel the same. Sykar, Baraxa, Olnok, they all feel the absence too. Others like Ekron Fal and Tarchase Malabro seem almost crippled by it. Burnt out, glassy, shaking, unaware they are weeping all the time. Erebus has counseled him. Erebus, who knows so much more about these things than Abaddon does, and who must be suffering his own extreme pain and loss. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know anything about the Dark Apostle, even though truths are written on his very skin. Abaddon loathes him. He loathes him for what he is, and what he's done, and all he represents. He's lost count of the times he's come within a hair's breadth of killing Erebus simply for being Erebus. But Erebus is useful. He is an instrument and a source of knowledge. He's one of the few hopes they have to get out of this alive. So while he is useful, Erebus will live. Until Abaddon decides otherwise. This really shows just how addictive the powers of Chaos are. Even for Abaddon, who kept Chaos at an arm's length at all times. It just goes to show you really can't dabble with the warp and stay pure. Well, it's really hard to. These people are going through what is essentially drug withdrawal. That's what it seems like. And it's really fascinating to see just how laid low they are. And it's really interesting to contrast Abaddon here, at his point of lowest ebb, to the Abaddon he would become. We hear about these people, these fearsome Chaos Space Marines just weeping and groaning in anguish as they wobble around emptily and sadly, and then we compare that to the Black Legion, who destroyed Cadia and is now an existential threat to the human race and the galaxy. Erebus has counseled him. He has counseled all of them, with quiet words and soft reassurances. He has told them how to manage the present pain and how to use it. He has whispered promises too. The warp has receded and chaos withdrawn, but not forever. There are things they can do. First by means of survival and immediate safety, and then greater things. Things that will open a way back to the old four. Things that will slowly bring them to a place where the gifts might be offered again. Abaddon sees the Dark Apostle waiting in the shadows at the side of the command level, watching the work. Erebus confided that part of the pain Abaddon feels, part of the pain that afflicts all of the 16th, is simply grief. They have lost their father. They must come to terms with that or it will cripple them. Abaddon isn't convinced. His father's life is not what he is grieving. Abaddon crosses to the old strategium table. Glass and chips of plastic crunch beneath his feet. He lays the Talon of Horus on the tabletop. He wants the claws to be visible to all of them. He wants the claws beside him, so it is clear who owns them now. Okay, so here's a big and immediate hang-up. Abaddon has the Talon of Horus with him, and sure, that makes sense. It's basically a symbol of office, so it's not a shock that he would take it. But in the book, The Talon of Horus by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, Abaddon does not have the Talon. He actually gets it when he kills a near-perfect clone of Horus that Fabius Bile made, and that was armed with the Talon. This is meant to be symbolic of him retaking control of the Legion, rejecting the legacy of Horus, and beginning the process to create the Black Legion. So if that's the case, how did Abaddon go from having the Talon here and assuming control of the Legion with the Vengeful Spirit, to losing the Talon to Fabius Bile, and taking the Vengeful Spirit alone, and just vanishing into eye space? Now I should note, Aaron Dembski-Bowden's Talon of Horus is now 11 years old, so I guess it makes sense that maybe they might start rethinking how some things played out, but that's a very glaring plot hole. So I think for the time being, we need to declare the Talon of Horus, and by extension the Black Legion by Bowden, to be retconned. And me personally, I don't think I like that, because I really liked those books and how they showed the creation of the Black Legion. Like, I don't know, I'll have eyes on that and I'll make sure to keep you guys updated on how that plays out, but yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. Report, he calls out. The murmurs in the bridge space die down. There are about 50 people present, most of them warriors of the 16th, as well as a few word-bearers. They're being forced to improvise and adapt. There are very few members of the ship's crew left alive, and most of them are next to useless. But Astartes are trained and drilled to function in any role an emergency demands. They can draw on hypno-planted reserves of knowledge and technique, and serve in extremis as steersmen, as sensoria, as drive chamber adepts. They are Astartes, born and bred to be effective under any circumstances. Stars do not get conquered or brought to compliance by men who cannot excel in any capacity when the need arises. And these are the sons of Horus. Broken, wounded, hurting, yes, but still the finest transhuman champions the Imperium has ever produced. Drive power reported at 16%, Argonis reports, approaching with a data slate in his hand. He is pale, his wounds hastily patched, and there is a tremor in him that Abaddon doesn't like. But Argonis is nevertheless trying to function, just like the rest of them. Lateral is still refusing to respond, Argonis says. We have resorted to some servitor function, and work has commenced to reinforce subframe structure at 9, 6, and 9, 12. No power on the lower decks, and I've shut it down on intermediary as well. Air circ, environmental, and grav too in places, to conserve what we have and redirect to main dynamic function. Abaddon studies the data slate. Impellers, he asks. Lit, but rotation is slow. Arrays? Varaxa reports we should have operational function in a few minutes. Make it less than a few, says Abaddon. The light in the bridge space is harsh blue, and there is a background whine of ultrasonics. Shut down the decontam system. It's wasting power we can use elsewhere. Argonis seems about to question this, then he nods. Yes, First Captain. We need to move, Argonis, says Abaddon, as soon as we have functional helm response and impellers. If we sit here much longer, Argonis nods. Ulnok approaches. We have now embarked 64 vessels from the surface, First Captain, Ulnok reports. We have more inbound. Voris Iraq and Taras Balt report their companies in lift, and are about 60 minutes out. Zofar Berudin reports 5th Company is under heavy fire, but projects extraction beginning within 30 minutes. We'll wait as long as we can, says Abaddon. He knows he needs them all. As many men as can be brought off the throne world as possible. Yes, First Captain. But inform them we cannot stay on station forever. They understand that, First Captain. Make it explicit, please, Ulnok. A siren starts to blare. I told you to mute those, Abaddon barks. It's a grid response, Sykar calls out. We have Sensoria contact. 5 ships closing to bear. 6,000 kilometers out. Ident, Abaddon calls. Saturnine fleet. Abaddon has been watching the displays the whole time. Throne World near space is a churning, burning mess of void war. Thousands of ships and more arriving all the time. He's seen whole flotillas of the host fleet scorched out of orbit already, overhauled and exterminated as they try to break out and flee. The vengeance is as savage as expected. No quarter. None at all. I want a weapons system overview immediately, Abaddon orders. They need to run. They need to run before they are found and killed, but they are barely at functional power, and there are still hundreds of their brothers racing from the surface to reach them. Besides, Abaddon's not yet sure the flagship can even move. Hard contact now, Sykar growls. Inbound vessels have full sensor lock. They have firing solutions within 30 seconds. Power? Abaddon asks curtly. Now at 19%, Argonis replies. Abaddon nods. Shields up, he says. I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but I can't actually tell if this is them putting up their shields so that they can fight for a little bit before fleeing to give their brothers more time to reach them, or if they mean the void shields in order to go into the warp and make a run for it, abandoning those still trying to get to the vengeful spirit, but doing so out of necessity in order to not get obliterated by the fleet. That being said though, there it is. This is the official end of the traitor's story in the Horus Heresy. Them leaving Terra in a panic. And yet, they still have that fire in them, enough competence to still be a functioning force, and enough will left in them to do more than survive. Will that will carry them forward for the next 10,000 years. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the last chapter of The End in the Death Volume 3, of the Siege of Terra, of the Horus Heresy. Part Fragments, Chapter 5, Lux in Tenebris. He walks her as far as he can, perhaps a little further. He's risking reprimand by even bringing her here, but he doesn't seem to care. Or perhaps he cares more than he should. She's never been this far inside the Sanctum Imperialis. Their progress is slow, partly because she is so frail, but mostly because she keeps stopping to look around in wonder. Despite the ruination everywhere, the palace seems to delight her. She doesn't seem to see the debris and dirt, the shattered glassaic, the cracked tiles, the shot holes cratering the gold walls, the blood. She gazes up in awe at the Eternity Gate as they walk through the dust beneath it, as though it was still a towering monument, a glittering arch of triumph and glory. Even in ruin, the top of it gone, it was majestic. It dwarfed them both. It dwarfed the people streaming in and out, and the hobbled war engines limping past them into the daylight like wounded beasts. The air is glazed with smoke. The darkness is everywhere, deep and oppressive, but the golden oromite still gleams. It catches the firelight, the remains of ruins burning, or the flames of torches carried by the men-at-arms and the hurrying Medicae. It reflects too the flash and burn of the sky, the drizzle and the flare of lights above the clouds, like some aurora display. That's the Void War, he tells her. She doesn't need to know the rest. She can imagine it. Fleets of ships, ripping through fleets of ships in the orbital zone. He knows the way. He's been here before, and he's allowed to be here. The people they pass, and there are so many of them, all dirty, all stiff with shock and confusion, all rushing to perform vital errands, bow their heads to him when they see his black and white plate, even fellow Astartes in red, white, and yellow. But she feels like she knows the way too. It's as though the Via Aquila has led her all the way here, and continues to run out before her, as far as she can see, leading her on. They stop in a soaring chamber where 2 processionals cross. The roofs are partly collapsed, and plasteel beams slope in, like giant fingers, roped with strands of broken cable. There are statues here, the golden images of other champions and other heroes. Some have been toppled from their plinths. The walls, caked in soot, are a huge frieze of demigods and angels, attending a figure on a throne. She can't see the face of the figure, because of the damage, but she can see the halo of light that surrounds it like sun rays, conveying its steadfast aspect of majesty. We can't go any further, he says. How far? How far is the rest of the way, she asks. From here, the silver door's about 5 kilometers, he replies. Close enough. She never thought to get even this far. Thank you for bringing me here, she says. Sigismund nods. Thank you for bringing me here, he replies. He looks at her. Keeler seems so thin and fragile. The robes that bundle her don't disguise how slender and drawn she is. They seem to make it more obvious. Her face is pinched and her skin almost translucent. So very few of the pilgrims, less than 50, left the mountain alive, and most of those that did are fundamentally changed. But her eyes are bright. She leans on his arm for a second, catching her breath. Then, she slowly turns in a circle, gazing at the walls around her. "What will you do now?" Sigismund asks. "The same as you, I think," she replies. "The same as everyone. Hope, strive, heal." She glances at him. "Believe," she adds. Her smile is far stronger than the rest of her. It seems to hold her up. It's a flash of the young woman she used to be, and it speaks to the strength she carries inside. A light from somewhere else. A strength of understanding, acceptance, peace. A strength to see the right direction and the strength to follow it. They will all need it. "We should go back," he says. She nods. "Of course, just one moment," she replies. Keeler walks away from him, limping, and faces the centerpiece of the frieze that dominates the wall. The figure on the throne, damaged and scarred, gold flaking and torn, is still discernible in the dust and gloom. Slowly, painfully, she lowers herself until she is kneeling in the dust. She looks up at the figure on the wall. She lifts up her hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been The End in the Death Volume 3, The Siege of Terra, The Horus Heresy. Thank you. I've talked before on this channel about how much Warhammer means to me, and ever since I started this channel, my life has changed a lot. I'm in a place in both my life and channel where nothing is the same, and nothing will ever be the same for me, and everything has suddenly become, in some way or another, possible. And I never really thought I'd get this far in anything, honestly. So, being here, at the end of the Horus Heresy, and reading through all of it, and moreover, presenting The End in the Death Part 1, 2, and 3 for you guys, as long as that has taken, I think helps cap off this period of my life that is drawing to a close, and the new one that's beginning, as you see here with my channel, because I just finished university and now I am finally well and truly becoming a full-time YouTuber. And I've got my history channel in the works, that's got a lot of production behind it. I'm likely going to be getting my own apartment soon. I'm going to be doing traveling, I'm going to be hitting up Europe and parts of the United States. Suddenly, just like that, everything became possible, and Warhammer was there through it all, and will continue to be there. The End in the Death was there during the early stages of this channel, and the early stages of me being Chrono the Harlequin, and who I am now. So, being here at the end of it just is so important for me, and just matters so much. I think that's part of the reason why I dithered on making this video so long. It was hard to accept that change. It was hard to accept the transition in my life that was going on. I guess really, becoming a man, honestly, even though I am doing it a little late because I'm 28. But still, it's funny because this isn't the end of the Horus Heresy. We have the Era of Ruin and then Ashes of the Imperium, so even when things end, they don't really end. And honestly, I think I'm still kind of starting to grasp it now. It's all really now becoming real. But putting all that away and talking about the book, I really did like it. It was not perfect by any means, but I would be lying if I said I was not enraptured by this book and that I wasn't so happy to read it and just had so much fun with it. Now, looking back at the notes I took while I was listening to this, I said, I thought Keeler was dead, and that still stands. I thought everyone at the Hollow Mountain had died, but it was actually just most of them. But some of these notes are now kind of invalid. I said, what about Shiban Khan, Barthusa Narek, Ingo Petch, the Alpha Legionaries in Stasis, Katsuhiro, Moriana Muhausen, Litu, Arkenland, what about all of them? And I think a lot of those questions might end up being answered in the book Era of Ruin, especially with regard to Barthusa Narek, because one of those short stories I know is called Fulgurite. And I've done a damn good job of avoiding spoilers here, but I do know that one of them has something to do with the White Scars as well, so maybe we'll see some more of Shiban Khan there. Who knows? Katsuhiro I don't think is going to appear in the story at all. Moriana Muhausen I'm curious about, and especially Litu. What becomes of him? Because he's such a unique, one-of-a-kind character. He's not any other space marine that we were following throughout the heresy, but I don't think he lives that much longer. I don't think he's running around in the 42nd millennium. I just really hope he doesn't get Garvia-Lokened. That's my only fear. And by that I mean killed off suddenly and unceremoniously as a way to essentially write them out of the story, because that does kind of feel like what happened with Loken. Like, they didn't know what to do with him, so they just basically wrote him out by having him be stabbed. Whatever, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Also, I think the commitment to never having the Emperor be the POV did kind of hurt the book, because some of these moments I think would have been impactful if we got to see them from the Emperor's perspective in the form of one of those chapters that's just like 3 pages long or something, or like 2 pages long, because sometimes those happen and they're very interesting when they do. Like, if we got a chapter of him seeing Malkador as he was brought into the throne room from his POV, watching Malkador disintegrate, and then being sat on the throne himself, that would have hit like a bus. I think, though, the reason for them not doing that is to keep the Emperor's mystique as this mysterious, ethereal figure who's like so far removed from humanity that you can't even comprehend how he sees things or how the world looks from his perspective. It's so hard to get inside his head. And while I think it wasn't ideal, and I think they could have preserved that even with that like 1 chapter sting of a view of his perspective, I can certainly respect what I presume to be the intention there. And I don't really know if that was Games Workshop's idea or Dan Abnett's, but still, I guess it makes sense. I'm leaning more towards Games Workshop's idea because nobody else really has things from his POV, even the one book where we hear him do the most talking, and that is The Master of Mankind by Aaron Dembski-Bowden. Furthermore, some of my notes here at the end are again now moot because they say, yeah, loose ends were tied, but were they? And that it left the end of the book feeling a bit hollow. And I also say here, there's no perspective from Gilliman on Terra, nor do we have, say, the confrontation between the Lion and Russ that we know happens here. But again, we now know that there are 2 new books coming out, one of which is already out that I'm going to be tackling immediately. So those complaints in my mind are no longer justified. And another complaint I had was that the book felt a little too short. That's because The End in the Death Part 1 and 2 were both about exactly 18.5 hours, while this one was just under 15. And I think that's because some of the stories felt a little half-baked, like I wish we had gotten more time with Marshal Agathe and her soldiers, fighting back the demonic hordes, trying to get at Katerina Moriana, and a couple things like that. But I think any desire I had for this book to be longer has been completely sapped by the fact that this video is now nearly 6 hours long, and I have been working on it for so much time and procrastinating on it that I am just exhausted. So thank you for making it just this long. I take it back. So on that note, there it is. The End in the Death Volume 3. Nice and wrapped up. Except for the other books. And of course I gotta ask, but what do you guys think? Do you guys think this was a good ending to the Horus Heresy? Are you as moved and satisfied as I am, or did this leave you wanting? How do you feel about some of the more contentious moments in it, such as the death of Garvia-Loken? Do you think this book would have been better with some of the Emperor's POV, or do you think they handled it perfectly? Please let me know what you think in the comments below, because yes, I do read every single one. Consider subscribing if you have not already done so, consider supporting me on Patreon, and until then, I will see you in the next video.